Chapter 10:25. Upon seeing Ern's board the carriage and leave, a few bounty hunters hiding nearby immediately jumped out. Some of them weren't stingy with their upfront expenses and stopped a passing rental carriage. Some memorized the characteristics of the target carriage and attempted to circle around it through a remote and narrow path. Others rode on bicycles that they had prepared beforehand. Amidst the clanking sounds, they weaved through the gaps between the carriages and the crowd, easily tailing them. Among them, only Zio remained calm. She remained in her spot as she watched Ern's and her companions leave. This transportation tool, also known as a bicycle, is more useful than I imagined. It's no wonder so many bounty hunters want to buy one, even if they have to save money. This can save them the cost of riding a carriage or walking time. If there are often such tracking missions, the money saved is enough to buy a new bicycle. The only problem is that there are very few of such transportation tools at present. They are all high-seating types. Zio was tempted. At this moment, a public carriage drove over from the intersection and stopped in front of her. Zio happened to be at a station. Glancing at the double-decker carriage parked on the steel tracks, Zio took out a few pennies, walked up and found a seat by the window. Such a public carriage had 2 levels and could carry nearly 50 people. It wasn't crowded, allowing Zio to easily take in the scenery outside the window. However, she wasn't admiring the scenery. Her mind quickly outlined the target's exact appearance. He had brown hair, bright red eyes, and deep facial features. His nose bridge was so high that it was a little deformed. He held an oil painting album in his hand. With her beyond her senses as a sheriff, as well as the fact that there wasn't much distance between them, Zio vaguely grasped the target's current location and predetermined direction. Therefore, she remained very calm. She even took off her cap and combed her slightly coarse and stubborn blonde hair while facing the window. After passing an unknown number of stations, Zio suddenly got up and walked down after the public carriage stopped once again. This was the Bakelin Bridge area. She sensed that the target had already changed directions and was prepared to head for the bridge. Zio immediately walked quickly, planning on turning a corner to enter another street and board the public carriage that headed for the south bank of the Tussock River. She was lucky. Just as she arrived at the platform, the public carriage drove over. Zio silently heaved a sigh of relief and took out the other few pennies she had prepared. She was increasingly tempted to buy a bicycle. The tracked carriage was very crowded, but Zio relied on her authority as an arbiter to easily pass through the crowd. She went up to the second floor and found a spot. The carriage slowly moved forward as Zio casually looked out the window. Her gaze suddenly froze. She saw Sherman, whom she couldn't find before. The young man who thought he was a woman was carrying a paper bag with several long loaves of bread and a stack of newspapers into a narrow alley. His shoulder-length brown hair had grown a lot longer, and his gray striped pants were a little tight. Although his figure disappeared in a flash, making it impossible for ordinary people to determine it, as a sheriff, Zio easily made a definite judgment. Sherman checked out of his rented room in East Borough and moved here. Seeing that he was fine and that she was tailing her target, Zio suppressed the urge to jump out of the carriage and chase up to him to ask about the recent situation. Sherman carried the paper bag with many long loaves of bread and a stack of newspapers as he passed through the alley and streets. After making a huge detour, he entered an apartment. He went up the narrow staircase to the 3rd floor, took out his key, and opened the door to his apartment. He seemed to possess pretty good anti-tracking skills. With a creak, the door opened. Sherman's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a girl in a black dress. The girl had a sweet and gentle face and an indescribably wonderful figure. Even though she was standing by the window, blocking the sunlight and making her appear dark, she seemed to be plated with a layer of gold, making her appear even more holy and beautiful. "Why are you here?" Sherman first stared at her in surprise before he couldn't help but size her up. His inconspicuous Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the next second, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side, as though he didn't dare to look straight at her. "Tima, I'm Trissy," Sherman stammered as he addressed her. Trissy's smile slowly bloomed, brightening up the dimly lit room. Then she asked in a slightly teasing tone, "Why are you here? Why can't you look at me?" "I don't know. I like men. Why do I have so many strange thoughts when I see you?" Sherman continued, looking to his side as he stuttered. Trissy's expression turned a little complicated. Then she smiled as though nothing had happened. Women will also appreciate beautiful and charming men of the same species. She paused for a moment before saying, "I came here today because I have a mission for you. Your initial progress was very fast, and I was very satisfied, but it seems to have stagnated recently." Sherman's face immediately revealed a look of fear as he subconsciously took a step back. "I don't think there's a need to do that." Seeing that Trissy didn't retort, Sherman's words gradually became smoother. "I really can't instigate others to steal, rob, or kill. That's just too evil, too despicable. Even the people you asked me to assassinate in the beginning, I now feel that I've gone overboard. Although they did scold me, beat me, discriminate against me, spread bad things about me, and used all sorts of methods to harm me to obtain happiness, their actions didn't reach the point of needing to use their lives to pay for it." Trissy wasn't surprised at all. "That wasn't what you said back then. You hated them and were filled with resentment towards them. Once you obtained beyond your powers, you couldn't wait to take revenge on them. I only mentioned it briefly, and you planned many assassinations. I always remember you covered in blood, trembling and feverishly satisfied." As Sherman listened, he couldn't help but retreat until he reached the door that had been closed at some point in time. He covered his face with his hands and shouted, "No, I have nightmares every night. I dream of them surrounding me, chasing me, biting me. Pa!" A paper bag fell to the ground, and many long loaves of bread fell out. A stack of newspapers fell right next to them. "This is normal." Trissy calmly interrupted Sherman's words. "This is a stage of psychological transformation that assassins have. Think about it. When those people bullied you in the past, didn't you wish you could kill them?" "Yes." Sherman hesitated for a moment. Trissy chuckled softly. "Just treat it as you resisting when you were being bullied, which resulted in you killing them." Her words had a tone that made people willing to listen and believe her. Sherman quickly calmed down and nodded. "Now that I think about it, it's indeed much better." Upon hearing this, Trissy's dimples appeared as she added playfully, "Besides, they weren't your match when they were alive." "Moreover, they weren't your match when they were alive. So what's there to be afraid of when they're dead? Even if they become ghosts, it's nothing. As long as you seriously complete the ritual and consume the potion, you can burn all those souls to death." But I can't bear to watch other people become ugly, crazy, and vicious because of my instigation." Sherman was still rather reluctant. But I can't bear to watch other people become ugly, crazy, and vicious because of my instigation." Trissy curled the corners of her mouth indiscernibly as she said, without changing her smile, "That's the evil thoughts they have to begin with. That's the evil thoughts that they already have, and it has nothing to do with you. Even without you at certain times and places, these evil thoughts can still erupt. Also, the missions I arranged for you are all related to gangs. Don't you know what those people are like? To make them fight among themselves and kill each other is a form of mercy, and mercy for you and the innocent residents of Eastboro like you." Sherman subconsciously opened his mouth, but just as the words were about to come out, he swallowed them back. He instantly fell silent. Trissy swept a glance at him and continued softly, "You're only one step away from your final goal. You are only one step away from your final goal. As long as you complete the remaining ritual, you will be able to drink the third potion and completely turn into a woman. Then you can leave Bakeland as a girl and head to Mid-Seashire or Desi County to start a new life." You won't have anything to do with anything here. Yes, you'll definitely be filled with charm. You'll be pursued by many outstanding men, and you'll choose the one you're most satisfied with and like the most to enter the hall of marriage. You'll give birth to lively children and educate them to grow up healthily. You'll take them skiing in Winter County, to Desi Bay for a vacation, to the hunting grounds to enjoy the entertainment that only nobles have. Didn't you say that you're willing to give up everything to find yourself? Sherman's lips quivered a few times as he pursed them tightly for a moment before opening them bit by bit. Ma, I'm Trissy, I understand. I will do as you say. After saying that, he seemed to lose all his strength. He staggered and was about to collapse. He subconsciously reached out his hand to hold the coat, rack beside him. During this process, his gaze naturally swept across the stack of newspapers on the ground. The stack of newspapers had already spread apart, revealing a certain piece of news in the middle. A tycoon from Desi, Mr. Don Dantes, intends to acquire Larivi Steel Company. He believes that it has rather good profitability and development prospects. Sir, do you really wish to acquire Larivi Steel Company? 160 Buckland Street. His valet, Anuni, asked on his way upstairs. Don Dantes shook his head and said with a smile, "This news is purely fabricated." "This news is purely fabricated. I've only met the owner of the Larivi Steel Company, Mr. Phil Larivi, once at a ball last week and had a short chat." Butler Walter heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Then he reminded him. Following that, he added, "Sir, Larivi Steel Company is indeed seeking a buyer. There are quite a number of interested parties." In other words, Phil got the reporters to release the news so as to sell it for a better price. Klein nodded in thought and entered the half-open room with the balcony. He planned on entering the world above the gray fog and using Anuni's prayer light to observe Hazel's family for any abnormalities. This was something he had been doing for the past few days. Chapter 10:26. Above the gray fog in the magnificent palace. Through Anuni's prayer point of light, Klein saw the scene inside his valet's room. His vision was pulled up and gradually extended. Bit by bit, the entire Buckland Street was reflected in his eyes. There were small buildings with flowers and grass clustered around them. There were Intis parasol trees that blocked out the sunlight, and there were slowly moving carriages decorated with either elegant or gorgeous decorations. There were youths riding bicycles happily. Finally, Klein locked onto Unit 39, which was also Member of Parliament Mox Manor. He lowered his vision and observed the humans and animals there to see if he could find a black-haired, black-eyed man wearing a monocle. Phew, there aren't any misaligned fates or grafting for now. Nearly 10 minutes later, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a carriage drove into Mox Manor and stopped in front of the foyer. A girl with long, wavy, black-green hair and dark brown eyes alighted from the carriage. She was none other than Hazel, who had returned home. She wore a dark green dress that didn't reveal her shoulders. Her lips were slightly pursed, and her relaxed expression had a hint of joy. Upon seeing Hazel in such a state, Klein's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely abnormal behavior. From Klein's point of view, there were only two outcomes for the rat demigod to encounter Amon's avatar. One, he still had a trump card, allowing him to escape at the cost of being heavily injured. Two, he would return to his Beyonder characteristic and become nourishment for Amon's avatar. And regardless of the situation, Hazel definitely wouldn't be able to find her teacher. She would definitely be sad and pained, depressed, and upset. How could she be relaxed and happy? From the way she risked her life to head to the manor in the suburbs to inform her teacher, she's not such a cold and selfish person. Her present state indicates that she has confirmed that her teacher, the rat demigod, is fine. She even received a certain reward from him, perhaps including all sorts of Beyonder knowledge about the world. This contradicts my inference of the rat demigod's outcome. No, it's not contradictory. After eliminating all the impossibilities, what's left is the truth. Klein leaned back in his chair and came to a conclusion. Not only had Amon absorbed the rat demigod's beyonder characteristic, but he had also stolen his fate and replaced his identity. Therefore, from Hazel's point of view, nothing happened to her teacher. He just needed to hide for a period of time. After he was certain, Klein exhaled silently and relaxed a little. To him, the most terrifying thing about Amon was that no one knew how he would appear. It wasn't impossible for all the mosquitoes in the garden to turn around at the same time when Mocht wore a monocle one day. Therefore, after roughly grasping Amon's identity, Klein couldn't help but feel a little more assured. As for whether or not Amon would show any problems with the details in front of Hazel, Klein believed that it was impossible. After all, this was an angel king whose foundation was deception. Even if the general knowledge he casually revealed was different from what the rat demigod had taught him in the past, he could easily use the excuse of it was originally a test, but now it has officially begun. Of course, according to Pallas Zoroast, Amon definitely wouldn't appear as a rat demigod. I can't be careless because of this. Klein observed for a while longer before retracting his gaze and leaving the world above the gray fog. In a half-open room with a balcony, he sat in a reclining chair and drank a mouthful of black tea with lemon slices. He half-closed his eyes and considered how he could deepen his connection with Kona's Kilgore. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly opened his eyes and activated his spirit vision. At the level of a demigod, he could activate his spirit vision purely with his thoughts. Almost at the same time, Rionette Timker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. One of the heads had a letter in its mouth. Whose letter is it? Klein muttered to himself as he extended his right hand. Sharon. Rionette Timker's other head replied. Miss Sharon? She should be making the final preparations for her advancement. Why would she suddenly write to me? Puzzled, Klein took the letter from Miss Messenger. After unfolding the letter, he realized that there was very little content on it. There was only a simple line of words. Emlyn White is looking for someone from Rose School. Emlyn is looking for someone from Rose School? Klein pricked up his brows in surprise. From his point of view, Emlyn was a sanguine who was afraid of trouble. Unless necessary, he wouldn't even want to leave the house. How could he take the initiative to look for someone from Rose School? This is definitely not Emlyn's intention. Emlyn previously mentioned that an important figure of the Sanguine wants to meet him. Is this a new mission given to him by the Sanguine? It's very likely. However, why didn't he mention it on the tarot? He's focused on the punishment operation, and there are other clues, so he temporarily suppressed this matter? Klein fell into thought as he leaned forward. Under Miss Messenger's 8 eyes, he pulled out a piece of paper and a fountain pen from the coffee table. He wasn't curious about what clues Emlyn had, because it was very obvious. Since Miss Sharon knew that Emlyn was looking for a member of Rose School and had asked his mutual friend, Detective Sherlock Moriarty, about this matter, it meant that the person the Sanguine was seeking help from was Ian, the black market arms dealer from the Bravehearts bar. This also indirectly meant that Emlyn had discovered traces of Sharon or Marek in his previous missions. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to directly mention Rose School to an ordinary person. I don't know enough about the apothecary pathway, so I can't determine how Emlyn discovered a wraith or a zombie. Klein crossed his right foot and placed the letter on his leg. He then wrote with a fountain pen, "This is likely a mission given to Emlyn by the upper echelons of the Sanguine. They abhor the members of Rose School who believe in the primordial moon, and they vent their anger on the other factions of Rose School." Upon writing this, Klein paused for a moment before adding, "I suspect that the Mother Tree of Desire has the intention of encroaching on the authority of the Moon Domain, but I'm puzzled as to why a believer of the primordial moon would join Rose School. This secret existence's relationship with the Mother Tree of Desire seems very complicated. There's hostility, but there's also cooperation. It's hard to guess." Putting down the fountain pen and folding the letter, Klein looked at Miss Messenger, who was waiting by the side, and chuckled. "How did you know I was going to reply?" One of Rionette Timker's heads answered succinctly. "It feels like Right on the heels of that, the four blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. You, recently, have been a little more expressive, also more expressive than before. As Klein took out the box connected to the golden pocket watch, he took out a gold coin and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Always wearing a thick mask isn't good for one's mental and physical health. After passing through the door of a demigod, I have to pay more attention to this. Therefore, unless there was a need to conceal or disguise himself, he would reduce the number of times he used his clown powers to control his expression." Rionette Tynker didn't say another word. She bit the gold coin and the reply and vanished. Watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein leaned back gently and muttered inwardly, "Miss Messenger, I wonder if Miss Sharon and the rest will use the Sanguine to deal with the Rose School members in Bakeland. Miss Sharon is currently focused on her advancement, so she might not be involved. However, it might not be the case for Marek." Emlyn changed out of his Church of Earth mother priest robe and put on a black formal suit and a silk top hat. He walked out of the Harvest Church and boarded a rental carriage parked by the side of the street. After giving his destination, he casually cast his gaze out of the window. At this moment, Emlyn sensed something as his body suddenly moved. With a speed that left afterimages, he left his original spot and moved to the side. Then he saw a figure appear in the void opposite him. It was a young man whose coat wasn't buttoned up, revealing a white shirt and black vest. His black hair was slightly messy, as though he hadn't combed it properly. His brown eyes were filled with repression, as though he was restraining some hidden urge. Looking at the man's face that was as pale as a corpse's, Emlyn raised his chin slightly and smiled without any nervousness. "You've finally come to me. Aren't you afraid that I'm a member of Rose School, specially here to deal with you?" The young man's figure was somewhat translucent. Emlyn chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm not aware of Rose School's history? Do you think I'm not aware of Rose School's history and the betrayal of the Temperance faction?" "Yes, how should I address you?" "Marek," the young man replied. "Is this the information you obtained from the upper echelons of the Sanguine?" Emlyn was taken aback for a moment before he sked. "All of you are smarter than I imagined." He used this method to confirm the other party's guess. Marek slowly drew a breath and leaned forward slightly. "How did you discover our presence at Ian's place?" Emlyn leisurely leaned against the wall and smiled. "Humans have the smell of humans, and wraiths have the smell of wraiths." Marek was silent for a few seconds. "Do you really want to deal with the Rose School members in Bakeland?" "An important member," Emlyn replied with emphasis. "If that's the case, I can use myself as bait to lure out the members of Rose School, but I need confirmation." Marek rubbed his eyes and said straightforwardly, "I know you can't make the decision. Go back and ask the higher-ups of the Blood Clan first and get the necessary promises. After that, you know where to find us." At this point, he handed over a folder in his hand. "This is from Ian. It's the initial feedback from tracking Ernst Boyer. Many bounty hunters worked together to complete it." Emlyn took the folder and nodded solemnly for once. "All right." Chapter 10:27. After the wraith in front of him vanished, Emlyn White retracted his gaze, untied the string on the document bag, and took out the documents inside. After reading them one by one, Emlyn had a general grasp of Ernst Boyar's whereabouts. This sanguine viscount didn't have a regular schedule. He would either be at home, visiting exhibitions, tasting wine at a manor outside the city, or accompanying a female companion to shop at a few department stores. Or he would ask a particular lady to be a model. He was like a normal rich person. However, Ernst had recently been heading to St. Georgeborough every other day to supervise the renovation of the furniture factory he had invested in an attempt to restore it to use as soon as possible. This way, the sanguine viscount's life became repetitive. Every other day, the activity venue, the route, and the place for lunch would be repeated. Emlyn raised his hands to press his temples as he seriously extracted 3 scenes that were suitable for him to take action. The first was inside or at the entrance of the furniture factory that Ernst Boyar ran. The second was St. Heyerland Square, where he would stop on his way home to have a meal and feed his birds. The third was Bakelin Bridge. Unless he was willing to take a long detour, he would definitely pass through this place on his way to St. George Borough. These 3 places meet the requirements of having a lot of people, but there are too few entrances and exits to Bakelin Bridge. With both ends guarded, the only way to leave is by jumping into the river. It's an idiotic choice. St. Heyerland Square belongs to St. Heyerland Cathedral. It's the center of the Church of Steam in Bakelin, as well as all of Rouen. It's the Second Vatican. It matches Mr. the Hanging Man's suggestion. It can effectively control the degree of conflict that might happen and interfere with divination and investigations afterward. Emlyn gradually had an inclination, and once he had an inclination, a living being would subconsciously seek out more reasons. Emlyn was no doubt the same. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that St. Heyerland Square could satisfy almost all the requirements. First, Ernst would stay there for quite some time and enjoy lunch at a restaurant with Civilau's cuisine. This sanguine viscount was born in Civilau's county. Secondly, there were many stations for carriages. People came and went, mostly in the lower and middle classes. It was common for accidents to happen. Thirdly, from there, if one didn't pass Bakelin Bridge, they would enter the area south of the bridge. It wasn't that far from the Harvest Church. Finally, at noon sharp, St. Heyerland Cathedral would spew out steam, turn its lever, and ring its bell. No one's attention wouldn't be attracted. This is it. Emlyn quickly made up his mind. He raised his right hand and adjusted his bow tie, his red eyes filled with anticipation. At this moment, he suddenly frowned and noticed that something was wrong. St. Heyerland Square was perfect for fighting. It was so suitable that almost every condition was met. Will Ernst be wary of my revenge? How could he let himself stay in such an environment for long? Even if he was too stupid to think of it, wouldn't the counts have warned him? The corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up as he understood the reason. St. Heyerland Square was the location that the upper echelons of the Sanguine had designated for him. Emlyn chuckled, but the corners of his mouth didn't drop. He decided to apply to Mr. Fool for a gathering with a few members today and invite Mr. the Hanging Man to discuss a detailed plan of action. This was different from the previously finalized framework. They needed to be specific to every detail and consider every problem. 11:45 am, St. George Borough, St. Heyerland Square. In a private room on the 3rd floor of a restaurant located in the northwest corner of the square, a figure stood in front of the window, holding a cup of blood-red liquid as he leisurely looked at the fountain not far away and the crowd that came and went. He was tall and thin, and he wore an evening suit for a banquet. His silver-colored hair and bright red eyes complemented his slightly bewitching handsomeness. The corners of his mouth were constantly suffused with a faint smile. "Your Grace, will there really be no problems?" Emlyn is no longer the same as before. This can be seen from the hunting of the primordial moon believers. A middle-aged man in a dark suit walked to the window and asked worriedly. The man who was addressed as Earl cast his gaze at Emlyn White, who was listening to a violin performance on the streets, and chuckled. "Our preparations can even deal with a demigod, much less a fellow who hasn't even become a viscount. Besides, we don't really wish to do anything. Our only goal is to confirm and identify him. This is much simpler than preventing certain people from escaping." As he spoke, the man with light-colored hair and bright red eyes raised his right hand slightly and rotated the ring on his left ring finger. The ring was made of silver, and embedded in it was a strange, ghostly blue gem. On a carriage that drove towards St. Heyerland Square, Ernst Boyar placed his right hand over his left and naturally rotated the ring embedded with a ghostly blue gem on his ring finger. He casually looked out the window and saw a trackless public carriage slowly approaching from afar. A paperboy in his early 160s carried a sling bag as he hawked his wares along the street. Many bicycles had replaced the carriages that were common last year as they shuttled through the bustling crowds in St. George Borough. Here, there were far more people wearing light blue or grayish-blue workers' clothes and caps than those wearing formal hats. Ernst retracted his gaze and secretly chuckled. He wasn't afraid of what might happen next. He even felt some anticipation. He felt that he had made sufficient preparations. The oath of rose he wore on his left hand allowed Earl Mistral to share his vision, hearing, and sense of smell, ensuring that no matter what happened, the final goal would be achieved. In the inner pocket with the silver pocket watch was the moon paper figurine. It could take a fatal blow or directly target a soul body's attack. It ensured that he wouldn't be heavily injured or die for a short period of time. The alcohol nemesis diamond brooch he wore could help him maintain his energy and clarity of mind, raising his resistance against spells in the domain of the body of heart and mind. The belt around his waist was called the moonlight sash. It could effectively reduce the damage dealt by sun and lightning. These mystical items were either from Ernst's savings or bestowed by Earl Mistral. They made Ernst a target that was difficult to quickly finish and control. In addition, a sanguine viscount had a natural resistance to nightmare-type influences. Ernst now had almost no weaknesses, even against a demigod. As long as the other party didn't reveal his mythical creature form, he could still last a while. The only problem is that the negative effects of these mystical items aren't that easy to withstand. Ernst's facial muscles twitched slightly before he quickly calmed down. The Oath of Rose ring would occasionally make his thoughts appear in Earl Mistral's mind, and if he wore it for a week without taking it off, it was very likely that the two parties with the matching rings were in love, regardless of gender or race. The moon paper figurine was a single-use item. It had almost no negative effects and only made the wearer feel a slight chill. The problem with the alcohol nemesis brooch was that it would constantly cause damage to the liver and brain. If it was worn for too long, it was very likely that one would lose a certain level of thinking and logical ability. Therefore, it had to be taken off for 15 minutes every half an hour. Once the moonlight sash was worn, all the senses would become sharper. It was easy to see things that shouldn't be seen and hear sounds that shouldn't be heard. At the same time, the wearer would feel itchy all over. I hope they don't cower and drag this on. Ernst Bohr observed his condition again and cast his gaze with a tinge of anticipation at the entrance of St. Hierland Square, not far away. On the other side of St. Hierland Square, Emlyn White, who was enjoying the performance of street musicians, suddenly looked up and saw a bird flying over from afar. Following that, he raised his hand to press down on his top hat, bowed his head slightly, and quickly walked to the middle of the square, approaching the fountain. During this process, Emlyn's figure flashed as he completely blended into the crowd. However, this was unable to shake off Earl Mistral's lock on him. This silver-haired sanguine Earl spun the ghostly sapphire ring on his left ring finger again and calmly said, "Be careful! Be careful!" At the entrance of St. Hierland Square, Ernst Bohr turned increasingly spirited. He knew that something was about to happen. It had finally happened. Emlyn has indeed chosen St. Hierland Square. Ernst cast his gaze out the window once again, warily watching the pedestrians on the streets, the trackless carriages that were about to cross each other, the ordinary newsboys who were hawking their newspapers, and the elegant windows of the surrounding houses and shops. He didn't believe that Emlyn's possible accomplices were hiding here. This was because St. Hierland Square had more and better locations to take action. However, he believed that he still needed to be vigilant. Suddenly, his body moved as he moved slightly forward, nearly leaving his seat. The carriage he was in had stopped without any warning. Right on the heels of that, the horse that was pulling the carriage seemed to have had a nightmare. It raised its front hooves and struggled, frantically, flipping the carriage to the ground. During this process, Ernst actually had enough space, time, and strength to help the carriage driver control the crazy horse. However, he didn't do so because he saw a transparent and blurry wolf-like ghost pounce in through the window, throwing a rose that was contained in its body at him. A rose! Just as Ernst's eyes widened, the carriage had already toppled. He hurriedly jumped out of the carriage from the other side and made an illusory black shackle extend out of the void, binding the wolf-like ghost. With a poof, the wolf-like ghost dissipated without any struggle. As for Ernst, he stood there in a daze after finding his footing. He was motionless as his eyes glazed over. He had already fallen into a deep slumber. Inside the trackless carriage that passed by him, a black-haired, green-eyed young man in a thin trench coat sat with his back facing the middle of the road. He was focused on flipping through a hard-covered, bronze-green notebook. Around him, the other passengers were either reading the newspapers, chatting with each other, or looking out. They saw the out-of-control horse quickly return to normal. With a whoosh, the black-haired, green-eyed man flipped the notebook to another page. The trackless carriage continued forward and gradually distanced itself. Chapter 10:28. St. Hireland Square, northwest corner, third floor of the restaurant. When the spectre wolf with the rose in its arms appeared in front of Ernst, the silver-haired, scarlet-eyed Mistral instantly retracted his gaze from Emlyn White. Darkness emanated from his back as countless tiny bats fluttered within. Bribe. Just as this sanguine Earl silently muttered a word, he saw the toppled carriage, heard the neighing of horses, and smelled all kinds of scents. However, he was momentarily unable to find the source of the accident and chaos. At this moment his vision darkened as his eyes seemed to lose their ability to sense light. The noises by his ears came to a halt. Earl Mistral secretly scoffed as he immediately fused with the countless bats behind him, descending and reassembling beside Ernst. Suddenly, in the dark vision, a glimmer of light jumped out. This point of light rapidly expanded and became brighter as a golden figure with 12 pairs of pitch-black wings walked out. The pairs of wings spread out one after another, blanketing Mistral's vision. Light and darkness intersected, forming mysterious and complicated symbols. They were indistinguishable from the golden figure. They were both sacred and depraved, both light and darkness. Angel. Mistral's pupils dilated slightly as he couldn't help but take a step back, ending his thoughts. Ernst quickly woke up in a daze. He saw a pair of eyes that were as clear as a lake's water, and he felt a newspaper being handed to him and stuffed into his palm. The pair of emerald green eyes stirred bit by bit, forming vortexes deep in their depths as though they were sucking in the souls of those who saw them. Ernst instantly immersed himself in them, unable to move his eyes away. Then he heard a gentle and ethereal female voice. "Take the newspaper and follow Emlyn White. Take the newspaper and follow Emlyn White." The voice was layered as it reverberated in Ernst's ears. It drilled into his brain and into his soul. Ernst nodded in a daze. He felt like there was more to be said, but he could not hear it clearly. The paper boy, who was carrying a satchel and holding a newspaper, quickly turned around and agilely passed through a few bicycles and blended into the crowd. He had a delicate face, and his messy hair covered his eyebrows. As he walked, he took off the black gauze glove that he had put on at some point, folded it, and stuffed it into the satchel containing the newspaper. The wind blew past, causing his clothes to shrink a little, revealing a bulge on his arm. A few seconds later, Ernst suddenly jumped back, as though he was avoiding something. Not good. I've been affected by a nightmarish ability. As soon as he steadied himself, his pupils dilated as he looked around vigilantly, guarding against an impending attack. Although Ernst was puzzled by how easily he had been dragged into a dream, he knew that this wasn't the time to be fussing over the details. What happened next was more important. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Ding! A few bicycles approached, using the sound of a bell to warn the gentleman standing in the middle of the road to make way. Ernsborn narrowed his eyes as he stared at them, the muscles beneath his clothes ready to spring into action. The bicycles circled around him, and the passers-by either rushed away or slowed down their footsteps as they pointed at him. Gong! 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 12 consecutive gongs sounded as white steam spewed out from the chimneys at the top of St. Ireland Cathedral. Hymns of praise reverberated inside and outside as gigantic gears and levers turned. In the square, everyone stopped in their tracks. At this holy moment, they either closed their eyes to pray or listened quietly, regardless of whether they were believers of the god of steam and machinery or not. Only the pigeons that were being fed flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Gong! 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 The bell sounded, but no one moved. In the private room of the restaurant, Earl Mistral stood there with a rather solemn expression, motionless. His vision had already been restored, but all he saw were the workers in grayish blue and light blue clothes and the bicycles of the same style. Apart from that, he didn't discover anything. As for Ernsborn, he wasn't injured at all. Of course, he had guessed from the newspaper in the Sanguine Viscount's hand that there was something wrong with the paper-boy, but he didn't attempt to pursue him. Clearly, the power that borrowed the level of an angel definitely didn't belong to a low or mid-sequence beyonder. This also meant that the faction backing Emlyn, White had at least one demigod hidden nearby. Mistral believed that once he took action, he would definitely be stopped or even attacked. When he was in a position that could easily be discovered, and he had no idea where the other party was hiding, the sanguine Earl Mistral believed that it wasn't a good thing. Forcefully pursuing him would only result in a huge problem. Furthermore, to the sanguine, this was only a probe. If the faction backing Emlyn were to send out a demigod, they could use Ernsborn's self-defense to hold back the powerhouse, allowing Mistral to use the Oath of Rose to confirm the attacker's identity. They didn't plan on having an intense conflict because of this. In their plans, they would at most have Mistral stop the other party and prevent Ernsborn from being injured. In such a situation, they no longer had the initiative. If they were to forcefully pursue him, there was a high chance that a demigod battle would occur. And in Bakeland, around St. Ireland Cathedral, this was equivalent to suicide. In addition to Mistral, since the other party's demigod didn't take action personally and only provided support, it would be embarrassing for him to directly take action and pursue him. It would be an insult to the reputation of a sanguine earl. Humph. I want to see how this will develop next. The muscles on Mistral's face twitched slightly as he spun the ghostly blue gem ring on his left hand once again. After the bell rang 12 times, Emlyn took another step forward and circled around the fountain. Amidst the falling pigeons, he arrived at the entrance on the other end of St. Ireland Square. He then saw Ernsborn, whose back was slightly hunched, not daring to take even half a step. He saw the toppled carriage, the bored horses, and the carriage driver, who wore a pained expression. Emlyn walked over and took out his wallet. He took out £100 in cash and handed it to the carriage driver. "This is your compensation." Ah, the carriage driver was confused and pleasantly surprised. The rental carriage didn't belong to him. He was only an ordinary employee. When the horses were startled, causing the carriage to be damaged, he first felt his heart ache briefly before panic and despair dominated his mind. According to the so-called contract and the similar incidents he had seen over the years, this was his responsibility. He needed to pay compensation, and with his income and family situation, this meant bankruptcy. In that short period of time, all kinds of thoughts surfaced in the carriage driver's mind. They were mainly divided into 3 types. One was to blackmail the gentleman who had been dumbfounded and made him pay compensation to prevent his family from disintegrating as a result. His children would then be forced to work in an illegal factory at a young age. The second was to immediately bring the horse to a gang member and sell it before returning home. He would then leave Bakeland with his wife and children. The third was to arrange for his family to move out of their rented residence and plead with the owner of the carriage, hoping to return it in installments. If the other party wasn't agreeable, he would rather go to jail than pay a single penny. Now, the sudden appearance of 100 pounds smashed into the carriage driver's heart, leaving him dizzy. He was at a loss for words. 100 pounds was enough to buy a new rental carriage. Furthermore, there was still plenty left. Emlyn didn't look at the carriage driver as he looked at Ernst. "It's fine. Aren't you the biggest problem? You're already here, so how can it be fine?" As Ernst lampooned, he spun the ghostly sapphire ring on his left hand. For some reason, he felt that he should trust Emlyn White and even approach him. Emlyn took a glance, suddenly turned around, and quickly walked into an alley. Ernst subconsciously took a step forward and followed closely behind, holding the newspaper in his hand. One of the two sanguine ran, while the other chased. They were extremely fast, but they didn't dare show anything abnormal about them. Earl Mistral waited for the two sanguine to run far away and leave the range of his spirituality. Only then did he use the connection between the Oath of Rose rings to leisurely tail them. Emlyn would sometimes circle around, sometimes cut in diagonally, and sometimes take another path to return to the spot he had previously passed. It made it impossible to guess his destination. As for Ernst, he was like a bull that had seen a red flag. He refused to give up as he followed closely behind. Unknowingly, the two sanguine arrived at Rose Street, south of the bridge. At this moment, Emlyn suddenly sped up as he charged into the Harvest Church, leaving behind afterimages as though he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Ernst did the same thing. No good. The distant Earl Mistral was just about to descend to stop him when Ernst's figure vanished from the entrance of the Harvest Church. Kacha! The stone tiles beneath Mistral's feet instantly shattered. After entering the church, Ernst suddenly came to a realization. Following that, he saw a figure dressed in a brown priest robe stand up like a mountain in front of the rows of seats. At the same time, the entire church became extremely heavy and sturdy, as though it had become one with the ground. Ernst's mind buzzed as another voice resounded. After waking up from the first hypnosis, throw the items on you at Emlyn White. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ernst took off his belt and threw out his brooch, throwing one item after another at Emlyn White. Among them was even the silver pocket watch and the wallet filled with cash. Pah! The newspaper in his hand fell to the ground, and a card mixed in with it fell out. On the card was an impartial goddess sitting on a stone chair, holding a sword and a scale. Tarot card, justice card. P.S. Updating first before making changes. After the first rush in September, I didn't stop updating due to my stockpiling. Chapter 10:29. After throwing away everything other than his clothes. Ernst Bohr was taken aback for a moment before he completely snapped to his senses. What am I doing? What did I do? This sanguine baron finally recalled the matters that he had deliberately forgotten. He recalled those clear green eyes. Psychological cue, no hypnosis. Ernst Boyar looked around with a mixture of hatred and uncontrollable fear as he instinctively reassessed his situation. His gaze then landed on the mountain-like figure and saw Father Yutravsky with his sparse eyebrows. In that instant, Ernst Bohr's various thoughts collided with each other as he quickly produced a strong will. He didn't resist and directly shouted, "I'll be a volunteer here for a month." Emlyn's encounter had long spread throughout the sanguine circles in Bakeland. Ernst Bohr had heard of Father Yutravsky for a long time. He knew that even if he resisted, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being a volunteer. Therefore, he might as well be more straightforward and voluntarily surrender, choosing conditions that were more beneficial to him. At the very least, I can't be hypnotized and change my faith to Earth Mother. Just as this thought flashed through Ernst's mind, he discovered that Father Yutravsky was holding a lantern. Inside was a strange candle wrapped in human skin with protruding lumps. Under the dim illumination of the candlelight, Ernst's pupils dilated once again. There was only one thought left in his mind as it echoed incessantly. Psychological cue again at this moment. He felt that the shadow in his heart was extremely thick. All right, Father Yutravsky nodded and agreed to Ernst Bohr's request. Emlyn held back a smile that was a mixture of smugness and joy as he looked at the items he had just caught, like a farmer who had just obtained a bountiful harvest. In St. Heyerland Square, on the third floor of a Sevilla-styled restaurant, in a private room, the light suddenly dimmed as a large shadow appeared. Tiny bats flew out of the darkness and quickly gathered together. Smoke rose as the silver-haired, scarlet-eyed Earl Mistral appeared at the spot where the bats had gathered. Everything around him returned to normal. His servant, a middle-aged man in a dark suit, immediately took a step forward and bowed. "Your Excellency, do you want to eat now?" He could not tell from the Count's face whether things were smooth or difficult, whether the final result was a success or a failure, but he did not dare to ask. Mistral nodded slightly. "Sure." He calmly walked to the dining table, took off the sapphire ring and sat down. He did not lose any of his elegance, as if he had just gone out to feed the pigeons. "This taste is rich and strange, but it's not bad." In the private room next to Count Mistral's, Klein, who had an ordinary face, was enjoying and commenting on a delicacy that was extremely Sevilla style: lamb stomach giblets. Although this punishment operation was an attempt by the Tarot members to cooperate, and there was no need for the world or Mr. Fool to interfere, Klein considered that Miss Justice and Emlyn either didn't have such experience or were lacking in experience, so he secretly came nearby as a final safeguard. He had previously gotten his marionette to pray to the Fool at the dining table, while he entered the private room's private bathroom and went above the gray fog. With the corresponding points of light, he expanded his vision to the entire square and the surrounding area. At the same time, he kept holding the sea god scepter, prepared to immediately send lightning down to stop them if he discovered anything amiss. However, he ultimately didn't do anything. The entire matter progressed more smoothly than he had expected. There was no need to mention the star Leonard, who had rich combat experience, but Miss Justice, who was participating in something like this for the first time, had performed beyond his expectations. She wasn't nervous at all, nor did she show any signs of panic. That's right. A Sequence 6 Beyonder of the Spectator Pathway is definitely better than most low and mid-sequence Beyonders of different pathways when it comes to controlling their emotions. Even if they have any uneasiness, they can use their Beyonder powers to resolve it before taking action. Klein nodded indiscernibly and continued tasting the other delicacies. Outside the window in St. Heyerland Square, the sounds of flutes, violins, accordions, and seven-stringed instruments intersected or overlapped as they drifted out in a melodious manner. In St. Heyerland Square, a rental carriage slowly circled around the edge. Leonard Mitchell, who was about to return to the north bank of Bakelin Bridge, looked at the pigeons in the middle of the square. He suddenly suppressed his voice and said, "Old man, do you think this operation will ultimately succeed?" After dragging Ernst Boyer into a dream, he flipped through Lamennais Travels and activated Angel's Embrace. He then boarded a carriage and left the scene. He wasn't sure if the subsequent developments went smoothly. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast replied snappily, "In the fourth epoch, there's a saying, 'Believe in the might of the deities.' This means that since this matter has obtained Mr. Fool's tacit approval, it will definitely succeed. However, Old Man still doesn't understand tarot well enough. Mr. Fool is only a witness most of the time, and there's no so-called tacit approval." Leonard mumbled inwardly as he diverted the topic. However, Old Man still doesn't understand tarot well enough. Mr. Fool is only a witness most of the time, and there's no so-called tacit approval. Leonard mumbled inwardly as he diverted the topic. Why does it feel like there's no end to this proverb? He didn't inform Pallas Zoroast of the exact situation regarding tarot. All he did was mention it in general terms and relay what Mr. Fool had agreed to. Pallas chuckled and said, "Indeed, there's still the second half. Don't believe in their benevolence. Believe in the might of deities. Don't believe in their benevolence." Leonard silently repeated it a few times as he looked down at the notebook with a hard cover and a bronze-green color. He then muttered wistfully, "This is truly comparable to a Grade 1 sealed artifact." Furthermore, the way to resolve the negative effects is very simple. Before this operation, considering that the moon domain also had a portion of the authority of darkness, and that beyonders of this pathway would have a stronger resistance to nightmare-type influences when they reached a certain level, Leonard originally wanted to borrow creeping hunger from the world Klein Moretti, but in the subsequent discussion, Miss Magicians had mentioned the characteristics of Lamino's travels, giving him a better choice. Hence, he, who was in charge of using Angel's Embrace, borrowed creeping hunger from Klein for 3 hours and recorded a few useful Beyonder powers, including bribe, weaken. "This is something from the house of Abraham," Pallas Zoroast said with a sigh. Leonard was already aware of this. He nodded indiscernibly and turned to ask. He then asked, "Old man, do you have a way to weaken or control the negative effects of the mystical item I mentioned previously?" "Can that be called a mystical item?" "That's something that needs to be sealed." Pallas first reprimanded Leonard before saying, "Didn't you say that it has a living characteristic? That's relatively easy to resolve." Leonard relaxed and cast his gaze out the window again, admiring St. Hireland Cathedral, which had characteristics that resembled a factory. In Northborough's Phelps Street, where St. Samuel Cathedral was located, at the entrance of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Having changed her clothes, Audrey, who looked like an ordinary girl, alighted the carriage. She had already removed her paperboy disguise in a hotel room that she had prepared beforehand. The room was booked by Emlyn, and it had nothing to do with her. At that moment, there were a few people coming and going at the entrance of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, but Audrey walked over without any qualms. No one looked at her, as though she lived in another world. Audrey briskly walked through the lobby and went up to the second floor, heading for the director's office that belonged to her. And along the way, everyone she encountered seemed to be playing along with her. They pretended not to see her, and they weren't surprised that an unfamiliar girl was there. At the office's entrance, Audrey was just about to enter when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Miss Audrey, this is the total amount of donations you have collected this week." The corners of Audrey's mouth couldn't help but curl up as she gently pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. Inside the office, a staff member was holding a stack of documents and showing it to the person behind the desk. The person behind the desk was a huge golden retriever with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hanging around its neck. It sat at the director's seat and casually flipped through the documents. "No problem." The staff member immediately retracted the documents and smiled at the golden retriever. "I'll be heading out, Miss Audrey." Behind her, Audrey held back her laughter as she walked to the sofa and sat down. She quietly watched her leave and didn't disturb the golden retriever from reading the other documents. Susie read the various materials seriously, afraid that something would go wrong with her acting and affect Audrey's matters. After a while, she suddenly looked around in puzzlement. "Audrey, are you back? How did you find out?" Audrey stood up from the sofa and appeared in front of Susie. For this operation, she had specially communicated with Susie and asked her to replace her at the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Then, she led the golden retriever and hypnotized the staff members who had come into contact with her during the day, making them treat Susie as Audrey. As for possible visitors, she told the staff that they would only receive visitors in the afternoon. And the signal for the hypnosis to be lifted was the church bell at 2 in the afternoon. After seeing Audrey, Susie jumped down from her seat and said helplessly, "It's almost 2. "That's right." Audrey made a face at herself inwardly as she hurriedly entered her tiny resting room and changed into her own clothes. She then used Lai's ability to control flames to burn away her previous disguise. Back in the office, she sat down in her seat and completely relaxed. She clasped her hands together and pressed them against her lips. Frankly speaking, she had been very nervous, but before and after the operation, she had successfully pacified herself without making any mistakes. Now that he thought about it, it was quite interesting. He even discussed how to compensate those who were affected. Audrey, well done. A smile blossomed on the blonde girl's face, gradually becoming brighter and brighter. After this matter, she realized that her hypnotist potion had digested quite a bit. Furthermore, she had also confirmed one thing: the bribe, charm powers that the mystical item, Hand of Horror, came with was a perfect match for her hypnosis. I also learned that Mr. Moon's name is Emlyn White. He didn't plan on hiding it because he definitely had to tell me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Yes, or giving me the name of the cathedral would do, but that would similarly expose his identity. I'm still a little tense. I was too stiff during the hypnosis. I actually used words like first stage of hypnosis that were too direct. Audrey pacified her slightly agitated emotions and seriously observed the entire process of today's operation, hoping to learn from it. Gong! Gong! St. Samuel Cathedral's bell rang on the hour, indicating that it was 2 in the afternoon. In 22 Phelps Street, where the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation was located, several staff members trembled when they heard the bell. Then, they continued with their work as though nothing had happened. Gong! Gong! Amidst the cathedral's bell, Klein, who had transformed back into Don Dantes, once again walked to the balcony of 160 Buckland Street and looked at the situation at Mock's residence. At this moment, a carriage passed by his manor's entrance and drove to the other end of the street. Suddenly, Klein's intuition stirred as a scene surfaced in his mind. A gray rat was slumped on the carriage's window, leisurely watching the scenery on the street. Chapter 1030. A gray rat. Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't hesitate to turn around and walk back to the half-open room. He walked all the way to the master bedroom and entered the washroom. During this entire process, he took his time, as though he was repeating something that happened many times a day. After locking the washroom's door, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise, passed through the gray fog of ravings and roars, and sat on the high-back chair belonging to the fool. And before that, he had gotten his valet, Anuni, who was standing in the corridor, to pray to see God Cavituous in a low voice. Using the corresponding point of light, Klein, who had beckoned for the sea god scepter, extended his vision and locked onto the carriage that was driving towards Member of Parliament Mock's Manor, which was 39 Buckland Street. And this time the person leaning against the glass window and leisurely enjoying the scenery on the street wasn't a gray rat, but a young man wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. He had black hair and black eyes. His face was thin, and his forehead was broad. He wore a crystal monocle and had a faint smile on his face. He was none other than the blasphemer, the angel of time, and the son of the creator, Ammon. Although Klein was mentally prepared, he still tensed up as he felt a chill run down his spine. Ammon had clearly appeared in his original form, but after stealing the rat demigod's fate, he was a gray rat in everyone's eyes. No one doubted him. This was similar to the powers of his brother, Angel of Imagination Adam. It was terrifying the more one thought about it, but it was fundamentally different. If it wasn't for the gray fog, and if I hadn't gained a deeper understanding of this place, I wouldn't have discovered it either. Klein was half glad and half alarmed as he expanded his vision to search for Ammon's avatars. Compared to the grafting of fate, the traces of parasitism were relatively more obvious. However, Klein didn't discover anything this time. Be it the other passengers in the carriage, the horses pulling the carriage, or the surrounding trees and air, none of them were parasitized. This was different from what Leonard's grandfather said. Shouldn't the appearance of one Ammon be accompanied by many Ammons? He knows that he has already been discovered by the Church of Evernight's Bizarro sorcerer and suspects that Buckland Street is under surveillance. Therefore, he only sent an avatar over to investigate the situation? Klein furrowed his brows as he guessed. He couldn't make up his mind on how to deal with this development. Of course, he remembered that Palez Zoroast had said that as long as he could finish off one of Ammon's avatars, he could wipe out all of Bakel's Ammon. And now there was only one Ammon in Buckland Street. It was a good opportunity to take action. I'll listen to this professional's opinion first. Klein immediately conjured World German Sparrow's figure at the bottom of the long bronze table, making him pray respectfully and piously. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Leonard Mitchell that Amon has appeared. He's at 39 Buckland Street, but there's only one, while German Sparrow prayed. Klein didn't stop monitoring the carriage. He saw Hazel, who was dressed in a light-colored dress, alight and enter her foyer. Amon, who was wearing a monocle and a black trench coat, followed behind her calmly without any concealment. However, the servants didn't notice him at all. It was as though there was only air behind Miss Hazel, or some inconspicuous creature. Occasionally, a maid would glance at the ground and jump in fright. Just as she was about to scream, she opened her mouth and forgot what she wanted to do. After passing through the foyer and heading for the stairs, Amon pinched the crystal monocle and stuffed his hands into his pockets. Transparent, ringed worms crawled out from his body and wandered in every direction before vanishing. This left Klein, who wielded the sea god scepter, feel his scalp tingle. He recalled Palez Zoroast's description of Amon's parasitic powers. Pestilential infection. Hazel had been in a good mood recently because her teacher hadn't truly gone mad. Everything that had happened was just a test, and she had passed it. This allowed her to gain a lot of knowledge about the Beyonder world. She understood the essence of potions, grasped the method to digest them, and obtained the chance to advance to cryptologist. She was now a sequence 7 Beyonder, so the world has such a miraculous side to him. I wonder when I can become a demigod and truly transcend the level of an ordinary person. Hazel looked at the wall clock on the wall and rubbed her sunken stomach. She decided to get her mother to bring forward the afternoon tea since there weren't any guests. She used the excuse of going out for lunch to pick up her teacher and find a chance to act. In fact, she didn't eat anything. Thinking of this, she looked at the teacher who was lying on the leather cushion on the sofa. She saw that the gray rat was raising its front paw and pressing on its right eye socket. "Do you need any food?" Hazel asked respectfully. The rat lowered its front paw and replied unhurriedly, "There's no need." "All right, teacher." Hazel turned around, took a few steps forward, and pulled open the bedroom door. In the corridor, her personal maidservant was standing there, leisurely looking at the balcony at the end of the corridor as though she was admiring the afternoon sky. Hazel indiscernibly frowned and said, "Guard here. Don't let anyone enter to clean." The maidservant glanced at her and smiled. "Yes, Mississippi." Only then did Hazel leave the bedroom and head to the activity room on the second floor. She found her mother, Ma Amriana. This lady with the same dark green hair was receiving a pair of glasses embedded with gems from her maidservant. It was closer to an accessory than a vision aid. "Didn't you dislike it?" Hazel asked in puzzlement. The corners of Ma Amriana's mouth curled up bit by bit. "I like it now." As she spoke, she opened the glasses and placed it on the bridge of her nose. Just as Hazel was about to comment on it, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. She turned her head and discovered that her father, Member of Parliament mocked, had returned home early. "Dad, didn't you say you were going to the Military Veterans Clubhouse?" Hazel asked in passing. "There's no one here today." Mocked raised his right hand and pinched his eye sockets. Hazel nodded in a nonchalant manner. "Perfect timing. We haven't enjoyed afternoon tea together in a long time." "That's right." Mocked and Ma Amriana smiled in unison as the corners of their mouths suffused a faint smile. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard, who had just returned from St. Hireland Square, threw himself onto the sofa and placed his feet on the coffee table. The fact that there hadn't been any notice up to now made him believe that the punishment operation had come to a successful end. He could now look forward to the spoils of war. "Old man, didn't you mention that the Sanguine Viscount has many mystical items? Can you tell me what they are?" Leonard asked with a suppressed voice out of curiosity. In his mind, Palez Zoroast snorted. Items at that level aren't worth me wasting my strength to carefully observe. Leonard was just about to press further when his vision suddenly blurred. He saw an endless grayish-white fog and the blurry figure of German Sparrow. He heard the corresponding prayer. Amon has appeared. He's at 39 Beclun Street, but there's only one. Amon has appeared? That fast? Leonard, who had already relaxed, suddenly retracted his legs and sat up straight. His mind was many times more tense than during the punishment operation. He hurriedly relayed Klein's words to Palez Zoroast and asked, "What's the matter?" Following that, he asked, "Old man, what do we do now?" "Begin the operation. But there's only one Amon avatar." Palez Zoroast fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Only one avatar came." "Only one avatar of Amon came, which means that he has other plans, but this is not important. There's a saying in the 4th epoch, an arrow that is shot cannot be retracted. Since it has begun, we can't back down. If this drags on, Amon will attempt to influence the entire street. When that happens, he will definitely discover something abnormal about Don Dantes." Klein returned to the real world and walked out of the washroom. He had already made the corresponding preparations. He wore creeping hunger on his left hand and held a medal carved from a black gem in his right hand. Then he controlled Anuni, his marionette, to snap his fingers and use Flaming Jump to enter 39 Beclun Street, Member of Parliament Mock's residence, with the appearance of German Sparrow. The spirit-body threads instantly transmitted Klein's thoughts, but it was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no reaction. He had instantly lost his connection with his marionette. As Klein's eyelids twitched, the door to the master bedroom creaked open. The person who opened the door was Anuni. This mixed-blood Loanese and Balaam pushed open the door and walked in step by step, completely out of Klein's control. He took out a crystal-like monocle from his pocket, wiped its surface with his sleeve, and slowly placed it into his right eye socket. He then looked at Don Dantes as the corners of his mouth curled up. "Found you." The atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly froze. Pinching the monocle, Anuni continued, "There are too many anomalies in Flora Jacob's fate. And the most important one is from this street. I found it very interesting. So I spent some time to distinguish and find the source, which made you wait for so many days. I'm no stranger to that mirror, and I've never seen a person who can command it and make it curry favor with it. This is truly an interesting matter. Perhaps I should steal your fate and see what it's for? All right, you probably don't know its origins. It's not simple at all. P.S. Update first before making changes. Chapter 1031. Wearing a monocle and wearing the image of Winner Anuni. Amon didn't seem like an infiltrator or an attacker, but a visitor. He spoke of the preparations he had made in advance, as well as the origins of a Rhodes, with a desire to show off. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped. He saw Don Dantes turn into a gray rat with dirty fur. The rat raised its right front paw and pressed down on its eye socket. At the same time, in the garden of 160 Beclun Street, the thin and angular German Sparrow with black hair and brown eyes appeared in the middle of a bunch of roses. Just now, while Amon was talking about a very attractive topic, he had secretly split out a worm of time in an attempt to invade Klein's body and parasitize him. However, Klein had been on high alert the entire time. Through the changes in his spirit-body threads, he had sensed this matter. At the critical moment, he had switched places with a marionette that he had quickly created. Silently, the mixed-blood Amon appeared in front of Klein once again. Behind him, a 12-ring transparent worm fell from the 3rd floor and returned to his body. And at that instant, the earthworms in the garden's soil, the vermin in the trees, and the rats in the shadows crawled out. They either surrounded the spot where German Sparrow and Amon were facing each other, or they distanced themselves from the area. The reason why Klein had patiently listened to Amon's words was mainly because he was making the best use of his time to create a marionette. To a bizarro sorcerer, only having a marionette was considered complete. Amon still wasn't in a rush to take action. He pinched the monocle that was clamped deep into his eye socket and looked around. He said with a smile, "Your actions often expose your problems. To a mentor in the field of deception, what you did was enough for me to grasp your weakness. In such a tense and dangerous situation, you actually only turned rats, vermin, birds, and earthworms into your marionettes. You didn't consider the butlers, maids, and servants in the house. What does this mean? It means that you have excellent moral standards and still view yourself as a human. You aren't willing to harm them. By grasping this point, even if this clone of mine is weaker than you, I can still toy with you until you collapse. You won't be able to die even if you want to. All right, you can stop your attempts at secretly controlling my spirit-body threads. This is because you are controlling the spirit-body threads I stole. They belong to your butler, your maid, and your carriage driver. If this continues, I'm afraid you will blame yourself. Even spirit-body threads can be stolen? No, it's more like a transference." Klein's expression froze as he stopped controlling Amon's spirit-body threads. He had been so patient, allowing Amon to spout nonsense, because he had the thought of secretly making Amon's avatar his marionette. To a bizarro sorcerer, this sort of battle that involved stalling for time and secretly exerting influence was what he was best at and most fond of. Unfortunately, he had encountered blasphemer Amon, who was currently at the pinnacle of the marauder pathway. Even if it was only an avatar, it left him somewhat helpless. In fact, Klein suspected that Amon was lying to him, but he couldn't tell, so he didn't dare to take the risk. At such times, he needed the cooperation of a spectator. "You said so much? It can't be purely to think of a way to parasitize me, right? You should know that before heavily injuring me, it's very difficult for you to parasitize a bizarro sorcerer who can see spirit-body threads." The German sparrow Klein looked at Amon and suddenly said calmly. Amon immediately chuckled. "You finally realized it. You're stealing my fate?" Klein switched places with his marionette once again, allowing his actual body to constantly appear in various corners of the garden. "No." Amon shook his head and stuffed his hands into his pockets as he leisurely said with a smile, "This magic mirror, Rhodes, is actually willing to listen to your instructions and deliberately curry favor with you. That means that you're definitely not as simple as I imagined. I'm not a beyonder of the tyrant pathway, so I definitely won't rashly steal your fate. Ha ha! I suddenly have a premonition that directly replacing you will result in something I don't wish to see happening. How do you know that a Rhodes is currying favor with me? Flora Jacobs' fate shouldn't have such matters." The German sparrow Klein appeared on the tree with a swoosh. His different marionettes continued changing locations. Amon pulled out a hand and pinched his chin. "Didn't I just say that? I spent some time to distinguish and search for the source. Yes, I went to the Church of Steam and Machinery and had a chat with a Rhodes. It wasn't too honest and would rather suffer my torture than divulge your true origins. Unfortunately, it was inside the Church of Steam and Machinery. Otherwise, I could directly parasitize it and know everything. It can even parasitize a living sealed artifact. If a Rhodes strictly abides by the rules, then its past answers indicate that it isn't aware of my actual situation. It only has certain guesses." Klein's eyes widened slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Amon laugh. "You really aren't anxious at all. What are you waiting for? Don't you know that my pathway's corresponding sequence to is called Trojan Horse of Destiny? Even though I'm just an ordinary clone right now, there are still some abilities that I can use. For example, I can tamper with your fate, causing it to make certain mistakes for a certain period of time. For example, no matter how much you call for help, no one will notice. Haha. That is to say, even if you activate the emblem of darkness in your hand, you can only borrow the influence of concealment. You won't be able to transmit your thoughts for help over, no matter what your agreement was. Also, even if you shout for help or create an explosion, the passers-by and servants in the house won't be able to hear you. That's why I said so much just now. For an ordinary clone, this kind of operation requires enough time. All right, it's your turn to answer my question. Klein didn't answer directly as he constantly switched positions with the marionettes. However, he always maintained a marionette in front of Amon so that he could communicate with him. At this moment, he made the marionette ask, "Since you've already taken control of the domain of destiny, why aren't you attacking? You also seem to be waiting." Before the German sparrow, who had elongated into a thin paper figurine, finished a sentence, there was an intense gust of wind from afar. Leonard, who was wearing a black trench coat, was pulled by a silver-inlaid cane as he flew to Buckland Street at high speeds. Klein, who had already flashed to Amon's side, immediately said, "This is what I've been waiting for." As he spoke, he activated the emblem of darkness in his hand, and at the same time he snapped his fingers with his left palm, igniting the tallest tree in the garden, causing the scarlet flames to soar into the sky. This was so obvious, like a gigantic torch. It was an anomaly that could be seen at a glance across the entire street. However, be it the maidservants who were wiping the windows on the first floor or the pedestrians strolling under the Intis parasol tree, none of them noticed it. Even Leonard Mitchell, who was in midair, ignored this scene as he rapidly approached 39 Buckland Street. At this moment, Pallas Zarost's slightly aged voice sounded in this red glove's mind. "Turn around. Head to Unit 160. Although Leonard was puzzled, he didn't ask as he had rich experience in beyonder matters. He immediately tugged at the word of the sea and changed directions. In the garden of 160 Buckland Street, Amon looked up and pressed his right hand on the crystal monocle as he chuckled. "This is also what I've been waiting for." He didn't look at German Sparrow as the smile on his face gradually became more obvious. He continued in an irrepressible pleasant surprise. He actually discovered the anomaly of this region's fate. "It's him, Pallas!" As he spoke, this blasphemer changed his actions and adjusted his monocle. At this moment, the entire street was blanketed in a strange darkness, as though it had been isolated from reality, becoming a secret. In the activity room of 39 Buckland Street, Hazel looked out the window and muttered in puzzlement, "Is it going to rain?" This wasn't an important matter. She then retracted her gaze and extended her hand towards the three-tiered tray that held the afternoon tea. Then she saw her father, mocked, open his right hand in a strange manner. Beams of light condensed out of thin air, forming a crystal monocle in his palm. Mocked then wore the monocle on his right eye. Hazel clearly sensed that something was amiss as she looked at the others in the room in panic. Her mother, Lady Rihanna, took off the ornament on the bridge of her nose and put on a monocle that came out of nowhere. The servant standing beside her also took out the same monocle and put it on their right eyes at the same time. Thud! Hazel instinctively stood up as she retreated, knocking her chair to the ground. This sound alarmed everyone in the room. Mocked, Ma, Amriana, and the servants turned their heads to look at Hazel. Bit by bit, the corners of their mouths suffused smiles. "Ah!" Hazel instantly broke down as she let out a shrill scream. This scream spread out of the house and penetrated the garden, attracting the attention of the passers-by on the streets. As for Amon, he had already lowered his right hand that was holding the monocle. He looked at the figure in midair and laughed. "Pallas, it's already 1,350 years of the fifth epoch. The technique of relying on avatars to raise one's level is long outdated." Behind him, Klein didn't waste his breath. As he reached into his pocket as though he was pulling out a gun, he made creeping hunger turn transparent, condensing a transparent book in front of him. And with a gentle raise of Amon's hand, the human-skinned glove vanished. However, along with the human-skinned glove, German Sparrow's figure had vanished. Pa! It wasn't a glove that landed in Amon's palm, but a rat that had died due to its marionettes being cancelled. On the other side of Amon, Klein, who wasn't wearing a top hat but a shirt and vest, appeared in a flash. He threw the item he had taken out at his target. It was a paper crane. P.S. Updated in advance on Monday. Seeking recommendation and monthly votes. Chapter 1032. It was an ordinary paper crane. As soon as it flew out, it burst into scarlet flames and fell to the ground. Amon, who was looking at the sky, suddenly turned his head and looked at the paper crane that carried the blazing flower. He raised his palm again. The eyes under the monocle had long since lit up with a cold light. Suddenly, the flames on the paper crane's surface vanished. Klein's ability to swap positions with his marionette vanished. His flame-controlling, flaming jump, and air cannon vanished. In that instant, 6 Beyonder powers were stolen from him, including 4 of the most important ones. If Amon could steal a few more times, Klein might just become an ordinary person. This was theft at the angel level. In the dim light of the fire, the paper crane slowly drifted away. In a black pram at Dr. Allen's house in Bakeland, wrapped in silver silk, Will Septon Ceres wiped his mouth and eyes as he mumbled, "That's not the end." Life is so hard. Before he finished speaking, he took out an item that looked like a cane head out of nowhere and was embedded with a transparent gem. A pure and clear light lit up, illuminating the calendar in the room. Today, Tuesday. Note 1. 160 Buckland Street, Don Dantes' garden. The paper crane that was already burned until it was in tatters suddenly froze in midair. Water-silver complex symbols jumped out from its surface, one after another, instantly forming an enormous, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of the silvery white giant snake, densely packed patterns and symbols formed one connected wheel after another. Each wheel had different symbols around it. With a sweep of its bright red and cold eyes, the gigantic snake soared into the sky above Buckland Street. It bent its body and bit its tail. Its shadow shrouded the entire street, like a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. Suddenly, in the activity room of 39 Buckland Street, mocked Ma, Amriana, and the servants stopped smiling. They raised their hands at the same time and took off the monocle on their faces. Then they transformed into beams of light in their palms. Right on the heels of that, they either wore their decorative glasses again, pinched their eye sockets, or leisurely looked out the window, returning to their previous states. Hazel fell to the ground and shook her head as she watched this scene. She used her hands to support her body as she retreated. The coldness in the eyes of Amon, who had Enuni's head, faded. His crystal-like monocle was slightly slanted, and he no longer had the feeling of looking down on Klein. In addition, something was slowly being extracted from his body, forming a clear, thick, but transparent and mysterious worm of time above his head. And this worm of time quickly transformed into a figure with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face amidst concealment. This wasn't the time in Buckland Street, rewinding, as Klein, Leonard, and company weren't affected. This was Amon's own state returning to a few minutes ago. Snake of Fate, reboot. Although Will Septon's prophecy of the rise and fall of fate had some minor problems, making it slightly later than reality, his teleportation's influence was timely. And in exchange for the Snake of Fate's help, not only had Klein fed him 5 different flavors of ice cream, but he had also agreed to compensate him with additional remuneration. The outcome of their initial discussion was for Klein to think of a way to create at least 2 items that could temporarily restore Will Septon's strength while he was weak. When Amon suffered this unexpected blow, Klein didn't hesitate at all. He drew Death Knell, cocked the hammer, and gently turned the wheel to aim at the enemy. Bang! He calmly and decisively pulled Death Knell's trigger, shooting out the control spirit bullet he had long prepared. A silver-black stream of light flashed out, accurately hitting the Amon Phantom in the pointed hat and classic black robe. It hit the Worm of Time. It was thicker and clearer than any Worm of Time that Klein had seen before. As the faint light dissipated, Amon's Phantom trembled in midair as he froze, unable to produce any expression. And at this moment, Leonard, who had already arrived above, followed Old Man's instructions. He stepped on the word of the sea and floated in midair. He spread his arms slightly and relaxed his spirit body. His pair of green eyes immediately reflected a slightly dim worm of time with 12 translucent rings. These 2 worms of time had their heads and tails connected, forming a similar ring. The ring slowly spun, illuminating an ancient, mottled phantom behind Leonard. This phantom was like the surface of a wall clock carved from stone. It was divided into a total of 12 segments. Each segment was either grayish-white or bluish-black. They were interspersed with each other, and the boundaries were clear. The symbols they had were all different. Just a glance at it made Klein feel as though his life was rapidly draining away. Gong! It was as though the bell had traveled through history, echoing far and wide in the empty, hidden world. Everything in front of Klein slowed down, including the Amon phantom above Enini's head. An indescribable, invisible torrent surged as it swept the Amon phantom towards the huge, illusory stone wall clock. In fact, it was a worm of time. The monocle-wearing Amon's avatar suddenly reached down and aimed his palm at the German sparrow. Suddenly, Klein saw the skin on the back of his hand rapidly dry and wrinkle up bit by bit. Then, faint age spots began to grow on it. The speed at which the Amon phantom was sucked and slowed down, but it was still unable to interrupt the process. Finally, it shrank back into the form of a ringed worm and threw itself behind Leonard, into the ancient, illusory stone wall clock. Gong! Another gong sounded as a mottled needle appeared on the grayish-white and bluish-black clock surface. The needle jumped a few segments, causing the bell's echoes to become more hurried. Many resplendent beams of light flew out from 39 and 160 Beclun Street, fusing into the ancient, illusory stone wall clock as though they were being drawn and attracted. Law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. It was the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence that made use of the connection between avatars and the fact that one's level was higher and the gravitational force was stronger. Gong! Many streams of light flew over from different parts of Bakeland. When everything subsided, Klein's mind naturally reflected his current appearance. His hair was more white than black, and there were obvious wrinkles on his forehead, the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth. The skin on his cheeks was a little droopy, hiding some age spots. At first glance, one could tell that he was a gentleman who could die at any time. At this moment, the bell rang again. On the illusory ancient stone wall clock, the mottled gray hands began to turn in the opposite direction. 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars. Klein saw his skin quickly regain its luster, and the spots faded and disappeared one after another. In just a few seconds, he returned to his original appearance, as if his life had never passed. The power of an angel is really close to that of a deity. I was just affected, and I almost died of old age. I wonder if I can still revive like this. Klein examined his condition, hurriedly raised his head, and said to Leonard Mitchell, who was in midair, "Don't worry. How do we save those who have been parasitized by Amon?" At this time, the illusory ancient clock behind Leonard quickly faded, turning into rays of light that drilled into his body. Leonard tilted his head slightly as though he was listening to something. After a while, he said, "The worms of time's Beyonder characteristics in their bodies have all been sucked out. Some of the remaining parts have been sucked out, and some remain, but it won't cause too much of an impact." "Ah, old man said it won't be too much. Perhaps it's just not too much for an angel. In short, you can let them pray to the deities they believe in to see if they can be completely purified. However, they won't be able to explain what happened, so the deities might not respond. If you're worried that there will be repercussions, you can consider guiding them to pray to that person. Everything that separates will belong to you." Perhaps it was because he had personally experienced a battle at the angel level and seen the phantom of the snake of fate. Leonard's excitement and trembling couldn't be calmed down for a short period of time. The people on this street were basically believers of the goddess, so how could she let them pray to the fool? "I don't wish to be thrown into that foggy town again. Yes, the goddess knows this matter very well. If I get them to pray to the goddess, there's a high chance of receiving a response. Then I can request Her Highness Ariana to return the worms of time they spat out to me. I can give her some. As Klein's thoughts raced, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He casually asked another question. Will there be any side effects after a thorough purification? Although he had experience with Little Sun, this city of silver youth wasn't an ordinary person. Leonard listened for a while more before saying, just a little bit, because it's a deep-level parasitism, even if an ordinary person recovers. There will still be some residual effects in certain aspects. For example, liking a monocle. All right, you go back first. I'll take care of the rest. Klein nodded, rejoicing that the few parties involved in this battle weren't the ones with obvious destructive power. Otherwise, not only would Buckland Street be left unscathed, even North Borough might not be spared. In Pritz Harbor, a young man with black hair and eyes, a thin face, and a monocle rode a bicycle leisurely back to his house. With an obvious smile, he opened the letterbox and took out the newspapers and letters inside. After entering the house, the young man pinched the monocle on his right eye. As he walked, he tore open the letters and read the contents until he found an unsigned letter. If we have lost all contact with all of us in Bakeland, that means that North Borough's Buckland Street might very well be hiding Palaz Zoroast. Don't ask why we're taking the risk. Life always needs some excitement, fun, and anticipation. Note 1. For the smooth flow of the plot, we jumped into the tarot, and Will's prophecy deviated due to Amon's ability to exploit a loophole in fate. PS1. It seems to be a 5-star work. Thank you, everyone. Everything. PS2. 2 chapters have been delivered today. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1033. 160 Buckland Street. After watching Leonard fly out of the hidden world with the word of the sea in one hand, Klein focused his attention on his surroundings. The first thing he examined was Winner Anuni. He originally believed that he couldn't use his marionette after being parasitized by Amon, but to his surprise he realized that he could control his spirit-body threads again. Klein was first taken aback before he understood why. While Snake of Fate will Oseptin's reboot caused Amon's condition to regress, it also caused the parasitized object to experience the same change. Hence, Winner Anuni became a marionette once again. As expected of the strongest power of a sequence, one of the monster pathway, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as his figure quickly turned transparent and faded away. He teleported back to his master bedroom, leaving a bunch of marionettes to guard against any accidents. Right on the heels of that, Klein entered the bathroom and went above the gray fog. He once again used Anuni's prayer light and held the sea god's scepter to check the situation of the entire street. Without a doubt, he focused on his manor and Unit 39. He discovered that Butler Walter, Housekeeper Taneja, Member of Parliament Mocked, Ma Amriana, and many servants had traces of parasitism, making them look rather stiff. As for Hazel, she was on the brink of a complete breakdown. With her hands on the ground, she retreated to a corner and clung tightly to the wall. She curled into a ball and trembled. Mocked and company noticed that something was wrong with her as they surrounded her in concern to find out the reason. However, every time they tried to approach her, Hazel would scream loudly and resist violently. It frightened them so much that they could only stay a few meters away. They panicked and were at a loss as to what to do. During this process, they would occasionally nudge their glasses or pinch their eye sockets, making Hazel even more horrified. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before she lost control. Above the gray fog, when Klein saw this scene, he felt a baffling sense of horror as he imagined a scene. Father Amon, Mother Amon, Maid Amon, and Servant Amon were circling around Hazel. They wanted to comfort her, but couldn't find a way. They had the same face, the same monocle, and different clothes. Even if Hazel holds on and doesn't lose control, she'll likely go insane after the incident. At the very least, she'll be in a half-crazy state. I have to make an emergency intervention. As Klein's thoughts raced, he put down the sea god scepter and returned to the real world. Buckland Street and the surrounding area remained shrouded in darkness. It had a sense of tranquility and profundity. This was a world that had become a secret. Klein took off his hat and put it on. He teleported to 22 Phelps Street, inside a director's office of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Audrey had already changed back into her light green dress. She was holding her pen in a daze, recalling every detail of the punishment operation at noon. Susie, the golden retriever, had finished her task and went out for a walk. Suddenly, this noble lady had a premonition as she looked up. A man with black hair, brown eyes, a thin face, and deep facial features was quickly reflected in her clear green eyes. This figure was dressed in a white shirt, black vest, black pants, and black leather boots. He had a cold expression as he pressed down on his hat, his body slightly hunched. Audrey was first taken aback before she recalled who it was. German Sparrow. Although she had never met him directly before, she had already read about the arrest warrant with an abnormally realistic portrait in a few newspapers. According to Miss Justice's reaction, Klein realized that he hadn't transformed back into Don Dantes. However, he didn't mind it too much. He released his hand from his hat and straightened his body. He nodded and said, "There's something I need your help with." His disguise had also been stolen by Amon, but it had been returned after the other party rebooted. However, he hadn't had the time to transform back into Don Dantes. "Mr. World, who's already a demigod, needs my help? There's something wrong with his mind again and he needs treatment?" "No, it doesn't seem like it." Audrey pursed her lips as she put down her pen in curiosity and anticipation. She stood up and replied seriously, "No problem." Klein didn't waste his breath as he immediately walked over and grabbed Miss Justice's arm. Then their figures faded inch by inch as they vanished from the spot. Moments later, they appeared outside the activity room of 39 Buckland Street. "This is teleportation?" Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly. She originally wanted to ask, but she sensed the heavy atmosphere. When she heard the scream, her face immediately turned solemn. "Is the patient inside?" she asked confidently. It's so easy to communicate with a spectator. There's no need for too much explanation. Klein tersely acknowledged and said, "Yes." She encountered a beyonder incident and suffered a great shock. She's on the brink of losing control. "Do you have a way to prevent yourself from being seen by the others inside?" His latter question wasn't actually necessary. A large-scale illusion could resolve it. Besides, once the blessings of concealment were removed, ordinary people might not retain much of their corresponding memories. However, Klein, who had seen Adam's invisibility powers, was somewhat curious if the Sequence 6 Miss Justice had grasped such techniques. Mr. World is curious. He's curious. How rare. He doesn't seem to be wearing such a thick mask. He's changed into a thin one. He's really a good patient who follows medical advice. Audrey's chin moved slightly as she nodded slightly. "Sure." As she spoke, she glanced at German Sparrow. After receiving a response, she reached out to turn the doorknob and pushed the door open. Mocked and Amriana completely ignored the beautiful girl as they anxiously discussed the matter of getting a doctor. As for Hazel, she remained curled up in a corner as her body trembled violently like an abandoned cub. Miss Hazel. As a veteran spectator, Audrey wasn't in a situation where she couldn't remember a person. She observed Hazel's state and frowned slightly. She turned her head and looked at German Sparrow. "Oh, Mr. Sparrow, can you briefly explain what happened to her? Only by understanding it well can we quickly resolve the problem." Klein was already prepared as he simply and quickly said, "She's a beyonder from the Marauder pathway. She's a beyonder of the Marauder pathway. She's the student of a demigod with ill intentions. Her teacher provoked blasphemer Amon's avatar and was killed by him before having his fate and identity stolen. As such, Amon invaded her family and parasitized her father, mother, maid, and servants. And just now, when we eliminated Amon's avatars, she discovered that her father had become Amon, her mother had become Amon, and her maid and servants had all become Amon. Yes, she doesn't know that it's Amon, but she knows that it's a strange existence. If you have anything you wish to understand in depth that doesn't involve any psychological problems, you can ask at the next gathering. Blasphemer Amon? Mr. World and company have once again eliminated Amon's avatars. No avatars? Audrey was slightly alarmed as she instinctively cast her gaze at Mocked and company. She couldn't imagine that they had once been parasitized by Amon and turned into him. Father was parasitized, mother was parasitized, maid was parasitized, servant was parasitized. As Audrey ruminated over Mr. World's words, she became more afraid the more she thought about it. The more she thought about it, the colder her body became. She couldn't help but imagine the scene of her encountering something similar. This left her a little suffocated as she subconsciously used placate on herself. Is the Beyonder world always this cruel and terrifying, or is it occasional? After calming down, Audrey muttered softly. She didn't wait for the World Gairman Sparrow's answer, because having seen many things at the Tarot Club, she knew the answer very well. Always, looking at Hazel again, Audrey walked over with a look of pity. She squatted down and first used placate. Hazel looked up in a daze and saw a flawless face and a pair of emerald-like eyes. At that moment, she felt as though she had returned to the ball that night, witnessing this lady descend like an angel. She instantly calmed down a lot as ripples stirred in her clear green eyes. They were tranquil, peaceful, and deep. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's already in the past. Audrey used hypnosis to directly communicate with Hazel's body of heart and mind. She heard the hysterical screams and felt a fear that was higher than mountains and deeper than the sea. Based on Hazel's state and encounter, she quickly came up with a treatment plan. She directly hypnotized Hazel, making her forget what had happened that day. She forgot that she had a teacher and only vaguely remembered her identity as a Beyonder and the general knowledge. Hazel became calmer as she slowly fell asleep. When you wake up, those terrifying experiences will no longer exist. And I was never here. Audrey used her gentle voice to complete the final step of hypnosis. Following that, she slowly got up and stared at Hazel for a few seconds. She pursed her lips and said in a low voice without turning her head, I asked her to temporarily forget the corresponding memory, but the memory did not disappear. It was just hidden. In the corresponding gatherings in the future, I will continue to treat her and guide her to gradually remember and accept the memory. Only in such a way can the problem of her mind be resolved. Otherwise, perhaps a familiar action or a familiar word will wake her up and collapse again. At that time, it is possible that she will directly lose control. Miss Justice is becoming more and more professional. Klein sighed and cautiously said, Then you have to hypnotize everyone who has been parasitized. Then you have to hypnotize all the people who have been parasitized so that they don't have hobbies that don't originally belong to them, like wearing a monocle. Also, get them to pray to the Evernight goddess in 15 minutes and request for a complete purification. Audrey nodded in an abnormally serious manner. No problem. Klein stood by the side and watched as the noble lady hinted at all the people who had been parasitized in the house with the greatest pity. P.S. Recommending a book, Seeking Survival at the End of the Ming Dynasty. The protagonist is Li Laiheng, also known as Li Zhong. The point of view is mainly from the perspective of a peasant army. It tells the story of a transmigrator usurping the fruits of the revolution. The truth is clear or false. The bandits guard the country, and the pirates die. Chapter 1034. A few minutes later, the German Sparrow Klein and Miss Justice Audrey walked out of 39 Beclun Street and headed for the other parasites' residences. After walking in silence for a few steps, Klein suddenly looked ahead and said, Such a situation isn't rare among wild Beyonders. Without suitable guidance, it often means that one is constantly walking on the edge of a cliff and might fall at any moment. Audrey grunted in acknowledgement. After a few seconds, she said, "I know, I'm no longer as—" She deliberated for a moment and curled up the corners of her mouth slightly, as if she was laughing at herself. She found a suitable adjective. Naive. Phew. She exhaled without hiding it and looked ahead. Back in June last year, if I knew that the mysterious world was so cruel and terrifying, I might not have made the request to become a Beyonder. Klein tilted his head slightly and looked at the noble lady's face. Then I'll give you a chance to completely get rid of the mysterious world. Will you accept it? Audrey was taken aback. She slowly pursed her lips and said, "I won't." After giving such an answer, she seemed to relax a little. She smiled and said to herself, "Don't worry. Knowing how cruel and terrifying the mysterious world is, I would have given up on becoming a Beyonder before last June. But I won't do so this year. Perhaps this is the price of growth. I understand what you mean." Klein continued walking at an unhurried pace. He changed the topic and said, "After those parasites are completely purified, a portion of them will spit out worms of time. These can be used to create fate siphon charms. They're at the demigod level and can change the fates of enemies and allies for a short period of time. When the time comes, I'll give you one as the consultation fee for today." Just as Audrey was about to refuse, she suddenly fell silent. Then she nodded slightly and said, "All right." Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly paused and glanced sideways at the German sparrow. She smiled with a slightly complicated expression. "I understand why you asked that question just now." Klein chuckled and did not give a direct answer. Audrey retracted her gaze. Her mood seemed to have lightened up a lot. "I just participated in the punishment operation at noon, and now I'm here to deal with the aftermath of Amon's matter in the afternoon. Today is really Tarot Day." Her words had a double meaning, and she sighed with emotion. From her point of view, noon would be the Tarot's moon, star, justice, judgment, and magicians working together in different ways. In the afternoon, the Tarot's world and justice would participate in the elimination of Amon's avatars from different perspectives. This day was indeed memorable. It could be considered a Tarot day in a sense. Klein nodded in agreement with Miss Justice's words, but he didn't tell her that Leonard had also participated in the afternoon's operation and was one of the main forces. Amon's avatar should be very difficult to deal with, right? Audrey finally found the opportunity to ask this question. She stared at German Sparrow, her green eyes filled with undisguised curiosity. Klein smiled. "If I were to rely on myself, the German Sparrow you saw might essentially be Amon. Stealing fate and identity?" Audrey asked in enlightenment. Klein tersely acknowledged. "I'll tell you the details later. In short, in order to eliminate all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland, we mobilized an angel. In the future, if you encounter Amon's avatars, don't think that you have a way to deal with them. Immediately find an opportunity to pray. Yes, his characteristic is that he likes to wear a monocle and likes to pull scary pranks. An angel has been mobilized. I wonder if it's that death consul, an angel from the fate domain, or—" Audrey looked up into the sky and saw that the clouds were frozen. They didn't move at all, as though they were props in the dark background. Like a student listening to a teacher's lecture, she nodded solemnly and seriously. "I'll keep that in mind." The two didn't stop walking. At times they would be silent, and at other times they would casually chat until they entered 160 Beclun Street. A few minutes later, in the activity room of Hazel's house, Mocked and company suddenly had a strong urge to raise their hands in their seats and place them in front of their mouths and noses. They piously began praying and chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess. After an unknown period of time, they coughed violently to the point of tears and snot flowing out. Cough, cough, cough. Unknowingly, they had each coughed out a worm with 12 translucent rings. The moment the worm landed on the ground, it vanished without anyone noticing it. Similar things happened in other parts of Buckland Street, but everything quickly returned to normal. And at some point in time, the darkness in the sky had faded as the clouds began to flow with the wind again. Hazel slowly woke up from her parents' coughing. She was puzzled as to why she had fallen asleep on the sofa in the middle of afternoon tea. She felt that she should be in a good mood today, but she couldn't squeeze out a smile. It was as though there was an indescribable sorrow and pain in her heart. Seeing her parents casting concerned looks at her, not only did she not feel touched, she even flinched and trembled. It was as though she was an introverted person who wasn't used to interacting with others. Hazel knew that this wasn't her character, but she couldn't control her reaction. However, she didn't find it odd or puzzled. She continued enjoying the afternoon tea and snacks. It was the same for Mocht and Ma Amriana. They had a nagging feeling that certain matters were blurry and impossible to recall. 160 Buckland Street. In the master bedroom with the curtains drawn, a figure suddenly outlined itself on the opposite side of the coffee table. It was none other than the barefooted ascetic leader, matron of the Evernight cloister, and the head of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, Ariana. In this lady's eyes, the white sideburn Don Dantes was leaning forward slightly from the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him were 9 translucent ringed worms. "Good afternoon, Your Highness Ariana." Klein bowed solemnly and said, "Thanks to the help you provided, all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland have been wiped out. You can choose your share from these spoils of war." He had previously arranged a marionette beside every parasite and used an illusion to retrieve these worms of time. Upon hearing his words, Ariana tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and replied piously, "Praise the lady!" She didn't decline or stand on ceremony. She extended her right hand and made 2 worms of time fly up and land in her palm. "Amon will definitely have his guesses. You have to be careful in the future as well," Ariana said simply before her figure vanished inch by inch as though she had been wiped away. After watching the Archbishop leave, Klein sat down and picked up a pen and paper to write to Leonard Mitchell. He wanted to ask what other effects the worms of time had apart from being able to create fate siphon charms. He believed that he couldn't turn all the remaining worms of time into fate siphon. That would be too monotonous, making it easy to be targeted. It also wouldn't be able to deal with different situations. Therefore, he had to consider other applications. By using the worms of time as a medium and using patterns and labels that were different from the Fool's symbol to trigger powers, the corresponding effects would likely be different from Fate Siphon. And in this aspect, Pallas Zoroast was an expert. After writing the letter, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Rionette Tynker, who was holding the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, walked out of the void. Her 8 eyes paused for a moment before looking at the remaining 7 worms of time on the coffee table. Miss Messenger looked at them for a full 3 seconds before retracting her gaze. She bit down on the letter and gold coin that Klein had handed over. "It's still 7 Pinster Street," Klein said succinctly. Rionette Tynker's remaining 3 heads replied one after another. "In the future, such matters also. You can look for me. The reward is the spoils of war." Klein was taken aback for a moment. "All right." After Miss Messenger returned to the spirit world and vanished from the room, he frowned slightly and muttered silently to himself. Since she can recognize a worm of time, she should know that such a battle might develop to the level of an angel. She's not afraid at all. Miss Messenger is stronger than I imagined? 7 Pinster Street. Leonard received Klein's letter from Rionette Tynker. He still felt a little excited as he impatiently unfolded the letter and quickly read it. After the messenger left, he immediately suppressed his voice. "Old man, there should be other ways to create charms, right?" Just now, Pallas Zoroast had given him 2 worms of time from Amon as a reward for today's adventure. In Leonard's mind, the slightly aged voice replied with a smile, "Of course." After I sleep for a period of time and digest what I obtain this time, I'll teach you. It won't take long. Also, don't go to Buckland Street for the time being." "Why?" Leonard asked in surprise. Palez Zoros chuckled. "Amon's avatars in Bakeland have all been destroyed. This isn't a trivial matter, and there's only a handful of suspects who can do such a thing. Do you think he will have any guesses?" Leonard tensed up again. Palez continued, However, there's no need to worry too much. It's impossible for his true body to enter Bakeland, and now that I've recovered quite a bit, I'm not that worried about his avatars. In addition, I found a piece of information that Flora Jacob mentioned from the memories of a few of his avatars. Somewhere in Bakeland, there's a hidden treasure of the Jacob family. At the end of the year, we'll seek out the other descendants of the Jacob family to cooperate with us at that gathering. We'll open that treasure and split the items inside. When that happens, even if Amon gathers a large number of avatars and raises them to the level of a sequence one, he won't be able to truly defeat me. Ha! For the sake of balance, we can also let Don Dantes participate in this matter. Chapter 1035. After hearing Old Man's words, Leonard immediately relaxed. He turned his attention back to the angel-level battle that happened in the afternoon and asked curiously, "Which Pathways angel does that gigantic snake phantom belong to?" Palez Zorost fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Snake of Fate, the chairman of the Life School of Thought, a sequence, one angel. I never expected he to join them. Chairman of the Life School of Thought. He has also become Mr. Fool's Blessed? The corresponding tarot card is the Wheel of Fortune?" Leonard's eyes widened slightly as he increasingly felt that Mr. Fool's influence was comparable to the 7 Orthodox churches. It was unfathomable. Death Consul, Snake of Fate, Incomplete Messenger. Under Mr. Fool, there are already 3 angels that have appeared. It's no wonder Klein was able to become a demigod so quickly. It hasn't been long, but I've already been embroiled in a battle at the angel level. It's unimaginable what will happen in the future. Leonard held the letter and sat on the sofa. He felt a sense of urgency to digest the soul assurer potion and advance to spirit warlock. He had been busy placating the souls in the Bakeland area, but due to the large number of missions, he was still a long way from completing them. He couldn't find the opportunity or excuse to head to Tingen City to steal the power of the eternal blazing sun's blood. And the arrival of Amon's avatar was much faster than he had expected. South of the bridge, Rose Street Harvest Church. Emlyn White, who had changed into a brown priest robe, stood beside a long table with candlesticks. He looked at Ernst Bohr, who was working hard to wipe the altar. He raised his right hand and casually pointed. The left side, it wasn't wiped clean. Ernst Bohr, who was also dressed in Earth Mother's clergyman robes, glared at Emlyn angrily, but he still obeyed the instructions and wiped the area that had been a little perfunctory. "I know you're very angry, just like how I was when I learned that you sold me the castle's information but deliberately hid the key information." Leonard did not care about her gaze at all. He smiled and said, "Also, I forgot to tell you something. I'm a Viscount now. It happened last week." A sanguine Viscount corresponded to a sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar of the Moon Pathway. One of the conditions for the advancement ritual was to be under the illumination of the full moon. Apart from that, one also needed to gather metals, gems, and the blood of beyonder creatures that represented the different states of the moon. It was rather complicated. However, Emlyn had long obtained the promise that the upper echelons of the Sanguine would hold a free ritual for him. Once the full moon arrived, he successfully completed his advancement. As for the digestion of potions professor, he felt that he had succeeded without putting much effort into it. This was because he often taught about herbology at the Harvest Church to commoners who were willing to learn. He even had potion combinations with special uses. And other than collecting marionettes, researching history, and doing volunteer work at the church, he also enjoyed pondering over all sorts of potions, so that they could be used in different combat situations. "You're a Viscount?" Ern's Boyar suddenly straightened his body as he wore a look of astonishment. Within the Sanguine, as they were all long-lived species, they had quite a sizable population. The number of Beyonder characteristics they had was limited, so it could be said that it was very difficult to advance one's title. One needed to wait in line for it to happen, and Emlyn White had only been a baron for about half a year. Ernst remembered that he had used a total of 60 years to go from baron to viscount. This was because his father had been attacked by artificial vampires and had died prematurely, leaving behind an inheritance. Of course. The smile on Emlyn's face became more obvious, but he maintained his composure. "I obtained a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic from an artificial vampire." Ernst Boyar looked at Emlyn, momentarily at a loss for words. It was as though he had suffered a heavier blow than becoming a volunteer at the Harvest Church. "Your expression is very interesting." Emlyn sked. "Perhaps one day you will have to address me as Earl." "Arrogant, arrogant," Ernst blurted out. "I'm already being very humble. I didn't say that I want to become a duke or even a prince. Without reaching the level of an angel, how can I become the savior of the Sanguine? Besides, in our tarot, Mr. World has already advanced to the demigod realm. A hermit will soon be one. This will definitely be a gathering of demigods in the future." Emlyn smiled and didn't argue with Ernst like he usually did. He took on a stance as though Ernst's words weren't worth rebutting. Of course, he also understood that the Sanguine's racial advantage no longer existed after the Scarlet Scholar stage. The difficulty of becoming an earl wasn't any lower than an artificial vampire advancing to Shaman King. The digestion of the Scarlet Scholar potion is rather simple. All I need to do is devoutly like the moon, worship the moon, and study the moon. This is what most Sanguine usually do. However, the corresponding ritual is in the hands of the demigods. Without their permission, even if I obtain the Shaman King Beyonder characteristic from Sun, I won't be able to become an earl. Although Emlyn was arrogant, he knew very well what the path ahead was. The core powers of a Scarlet Scholar had 2 points. First, it was to create an environment that was beneficial to oneself. When the enemy wasn't good at spirituality or things related to the spirit world, one could create the effect of a full moon. On the other hand, one could hide the moon in that region. Second, one could obtain the ability to teleport and appear within a certain range of the moonlight. Even if one were to be shattered, one could reform in the moonlight. And the strength of these powers depended on the Scarlet Scholar's understanding and research of the moon domain. As for the strengthening of darkness-type spells, the enhancement of the potion's effects, and the increase of resistance to nightmare-type influences, they were all supplementary. Ernst was infuriated by Emlyn's attitude. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw the mountain-like, half-giant Bishop Utravsky walk out from the back of the cathedral. He hurriedly bent down, lowered his head, and continued cleaning the altar. Emlyn White also picked up a rag and candlestick, wiping the surface in a well-practiced manner. In the quiet atmosphere, he thought of something. If he were to leave the Harvest Church now, would the upper echelons of the Sanguine force him to hand over the mystical items or Beyonder items he had obtained from Ernst? This, if they were to mention it, I really wouldn't be able to reject them. This is because some of the items don't belong to Ernst. Emlyn thought seriously for a moment and decided to return to his room and set up a ritual. He would sacrifice the spoils of war he obtained to Mr. Fool. When the time came, he would split it with the Star, Justice, and the other members. The Oath of Rose ring doesn't need to be sacrificed. This is only one of them. Whoever obtains it will be discovered and confirmed by the owner of the other ring. I'll just treat it as my spoils of war. I'll hand it over to Marquis Nibs tonight. I should be able to exchange it for a reward. I won't participate in the distribution of the rest. Emlyn quickly came up with a more concrete plan. As for whether the upper echelons of the Sanguine would bear a grudge against him because of this, he wasn't too worried. This was because when he handed over the Oath of Rose ring, he would also mention that he had sought cooperation from an important member of the Rose School Temperance faction. This matter had happened last week. Back then, Emlyn had wanted to inform the upper echelons of the Sanguine, but who knew that during the subsequent gathering, the hanging man would suggest that he wait until the punishment operation was over before doing so. It was to showcase his importance and resolve the hidden anger and resentment. Hit me with a stick and give me a carrot? At that moment, Emlyn suddenly had a deeper understanding of the suggestion. 160 Beclun Street. Inside Don Dantes' bedroom. Their spoils of war this time aren't bad. A diamond brooch that can raise one's stamina, maintain lucidity, and resist the influence of one's mind. A substitution paper figurine that can guard against lethal damage and psychic piercing. A belt that can reduce the damage of sun and lightning. A wallet that contains more than 300 pounds in cash. Klein, who had just returned to the real world after receiving the sacrifice, sighed silently. He sat in front of his desk and took out a transparent worm. The moment he saw the worm, he felt a headache as he recalled the pain of his soul body being torn apart. This was a worm of spirit that he had split from himself. It was used to create a reward for Snake of Fate, Will Auseptin. As for how to replicate the item that could temporarily restore Will's strength, he already had an idea. It was to use the Worm of Spirit as a medium and use the complete symbol he had previously copied to trigger a response from the mysterious space above the gray fog. With regards to this, the outcome of his divination was that things would go smoothly. That item's essence is actually one of the powers of a sequence 3 scholar of the seer pathway. From history, from my past self, I can temporarily borrow a portion of power. If I respond as the Fool, there definitely won't be any problems. The only problem is that the corresponding symbol is 3-dimensional, mysterious, complicated, and dangerous. It can't be directly engraved on various metal sheets. According to Will Auseptin, I have to use cogitation to drive my spirituality and directly outline it on the Worm of Spirit. If it succeeds, I'll also make one for myself. I'll see what my past self was like and see if I can trace it back to when Klein Moretti was young or the cocoon hanging above the door of light. If it's the latter, it's best if I can determine how many years I've been hanging there. Klein entered a cogitation state in thought. Then he constantly outlined the symbol in his mind to guide his spirituality to reproduce the process outside and seep into the Worm of Spirit. This was a complicated and difficult task. If he wasn't careful, he would fail. Invisible symbols landed on the Worm of Spirit. Suddenly, Klein's body trembled slightly as the Worm of Spirit ignited and turned to ashes. Looking at his empty palm, Klein felt a headache. After a long period of silence, he muttered to himself, "Life sure is difficult." Chapter 1036. Rubbing his forehead, Klein was just about to attempt to split another Worm of Spirit when he suddenly saw Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, walk out of the void and stand beside the desk. In the mouth of one of Miss Messenger's heads was a neatly folded letter. "Who's it from?" Klein asked casually. "Rionette Tinker's other 3 heads," answered one after another. "Mushroom King. Superior Mushroom King?" Klein was taken aback for 2 seconds before realizing that it might be Frank Lee. And Frank Lee's superior was Admiral of Stars Catlia. Mushroom King refers to Frank Lee? Klein reached out to receive the letter as he asked in confirmation. The 4 blonde, red-eyed, and beautiful heads moved up and down with the help of their hair, as though they were nodding. Miss Messenger even knows how to give people nicknames. That's not right. Frank isn't only good at mushrooms. His domain includes cows, wheat, fish, Rose Bishop. This is because Frank's mushroom experiments had a breakthrough. Did Miss Messenger see a ship full of mushrooms? Klein couldn't help but draw a gasp as he quickly unfolded the letter. He was worried that it was Ma and Hermit's plea for help. Of course, he wasn't in a rush either. This was because at the final juncture, an experienced pirate like Admiral of Stars would definitely choose to pray to Mr. Fool. This letter was indeed from the future's Captain, Catlia. On it was a succinct note. It simply wrote, "Queen has already confirmed the time and location. Wednesday night, 11 o'clock. Usual place. I'm not sure what you said to Frank Lee, but I can tell that he's been very excited recently. He's gotten that artisan to do a lot of experiments and said that in another 3 to 6 months, he'll be able to produce in-progress results. He also said that if he has the Druid potion formula, he might be able to skip all the intermediate products and directly produce the final result. All I can say is that I wish you good luck. I hope that all of this can end before the artisan completely breaks down. He has already begun to repent of his faith in the primordial moon. Should I be happy that there will be progress in the City of Silver's food security, or should I be worried that something unexpected will happen?" Klein rubbed his temples again and decided not to think about the matter. After all, Ma Hermit, who was about to become a demigod, was watching over him. If anything unexpected happened, she would definitely seek help. Phew! Having finally agreed on a meeting with Queen Mystic, he heaved a sigh of relief. He flicked his wrist, causing the letter to burst into scarlet flames. After watching Miss Messenger leave, he was just about to continue separating the worms of spirit when he suddenly frowned. He felt that the ashes on the desk and in the trash can were abnormally glaring. Subconsciously, Klein took out a tissue, wiped the surface of the desk, and then closed the lid of the trash can. After doing all this, he looked at his slightly dirty hands, stood up, entered the bathroom, and turned on the faucet. While he was cleaning, he saw the toilet bowl next to him from the corner of his eye, and his brows furrowed a little. "I didn't clean enough today." Klein whispered to himself and suddenly realized that something was wrong. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, his powerful spiritual intuition quickly figured out the reason. This was the after effect of using Death Knell, as he had already become a demigod. His spirit body had undergone a qualitative change and possessed godhood. Therefore, the corresponding negative effects had been reduced by more than 90%. This time, what should have been a terrifying weakness of being afraid of dirt had turned into a trait of being a germaphobe. Similarly, the duration of the weakness had been reduced from 6 hours to less than an hour. And the problem of Death Knell, making him thirsty, wasn't that obvious. Thankfully, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and skillfully pulled out the toilet bowl brush beside him. At 11 that night, above the gray fog, Justice, the Star, Judgment, Magicians, and the Hanging Man, who had participated in the punishment operation, appeared in the ancient and majestic palace due to Emlyn White's request. "These are all the spoils of war." Emlyn threw the 3,000 pounds he had just sacrificed into the middle of the table and explained, "One of the mystical items is called the Oath of Rose. It's a pair of rings that allows the wearer to share their senses and thoughts within an ordinary city, no matter how far away they are. It's very valuable, but I only obtained one of the rings this time. No matter who it was given to, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, I handed it over to the upper echelons of the Sanguine and received 3,000 pounds in cash as a reward." He originally wanted to use the 3,000 pounds as his spoils of war, but after some thought he decided to sacrifice it above the gray fog as one of the options. After a pause, Emlyn introduced the other items, explaining their positive and negative effects. He even made introductions and extensions. This knowledge stemmed from his interest in the history of the Sanguine, as well as Ern's Boyar's instructions under Father Utravsky's watchful gaze. It's a little like he's showing off. Otherwise, with Mr. Moon's personality, he wouldn't have said so much in one go. It's also because Mr. Fool isn't present and he's in a more relaxed state. Audrey was like a bystander, not taking the initiative to choose the spoils of war. The hanging man, Alger, glanced at the spoils of war and turned to Emlyn. "You've met the upper echelons of the Sanguine? Has the matter of hunting an important member of Rose School been confirmed? I've also made contact with that Temperance faction member, but he wishes for this operation to be carried out after September." Emlyn didn't hide anything. fully believing that Mr. the Hanging Man would provide useful insights. Indeed, the Hanging Man, Alger nodded. It has to be after September. This means that they're waiting for something that will greatly affect them. On the other side of the ancient palace, Klein, who was waiting for the gathering to end, had his heart stir when he heard that. He suspected that it had something to do with Miss Sharon's advancement. According to what Miss Sharon said, she can attempt the demigod ritual in July. Could it be that this ritual will last for at least a month before it ends? If that's true, this is different from other pathways. Klein had a guess, but he wasn't sure. It's possible. Emlyn thought for a moment before agreeing with Mr. the Hanging Man's words. Then he surveyed the area and said with a smile, "You can begin choosing." Audrey had the fate siphon charm that Mr. World had promised her. Leonard had also received the corresponding rewards from Old Man Palez. They appeared very calm and clear-headed when it came to the spoils of war that the sanguine Viscount had given them. None of them spoke first, as they politely waited for the others to choose first. In addition, one of them had personally experienced a battle at the angel level, while the other had witnessed the horror of Amon's avatars. Furthermore, they had confirmed that tarot hid immense power. It was inevitable that they were mentally exhausted. Zio looked to the right and then to the opposite side. Seeing that everyone was being humble, she broke the silence. The part I'm in charge of is very simple. There's no need for me to take too much risk. Besides, Mr. Moon has already paid me £60 in advance. I'll take the cash in this wallet. As she spoke, she took out the handmade wallet and took out the notes inside. She quickly counted them and said, £335. Emlyn surveyed the area and nodded when he saw that no one objected. All right. As for the handmade wallet, Zio threw it back to the middle of the table and returned it to Mr. Moon for him to deal with. With Zio taking the lead, Magician's Fur said, "I only lent Lamino's Travels. I'm only borrowing Lamino's Travels. I'm not taking any risks. I'll take the moon paper figurine." Compared to mystical items, such single-use Beyonder items had relatively lower value. However, to a magician's, even if she had the right to choose a mystical item, she wouldn't do so. This was because if she really needed the powers of the mystical items, she could spend money to hire a corresponding member to record. As for a single-use item like the moon paper figurine that could withstand a fatal blow and a psychic piercing, there was no way to record. To a coward, this was definitely the first choice. After saying that, she waited for a while. Seeing that no one objected, she placed the moon paper figurine in front of her. Emlyn then cast his gaze at Miss Justice. Leonard also extended his hand and smiled. Ladies first. Audrey didn't decline as she scanned the items on the table and pointed at the diamond brooch. She said with a faint smile, "I'll choose that." She had heard Mr. Moon mention it before and knew that it was called the alcohol nemesis. It allowed the wearer to maintain their energy and clarity of mind, effectively resisting the influence of one's mind. Thankfully, to be safe, I had first used bribe, charm. Furthermore, Ernst had just woken up from his dream and was in a semi-conscious state. Otherwise, I might not have been able to hypnotize him. This item is also useful to me. At the very least, I have an additional layer of protection when facing members of the higher ranks of psychological alchemy. I can usually not wear it, so I don't have to worry about the negative effects. Audrey retracted her gaze from the diamond brooch in satisfaction. After she finished choosing, Emlyn didn't give the star Leonard a chance to speak as he directly said, "That's right." He directly said, "This moon ribbon is yours." From his point of view, the moon ribbon was worth more than £5,000. It was definitely better than £3,000 in cash. Actually, I do want £3,000 in cash. I'm going to buy the word of the sea cane next. Klein's discount price is £10,000. After spending this, I'll only have £650 in savings. Leonard ultimately didn't reject it as he nodded. All right. After Emlyn distributed the spoils of war, he picked up the remaining £3,000 in cash, split a stack, and pushed it to the side. "Mr. the Hanging Man, this is your reward. £1,000. It should be called a consultant's fee." Without Mr. Fool around, the magician's furs also felt a lot more relaxed. The hanging man Alger didn't stand on ceremony as he nodded slightly and pressed down on the stack of cash. "The carriage driver's compensation will also be paid by me." Emlyn surveyed the area in a good mood. Wednesday night, 11 o'clock, at the South Bank entrance of the Bakeland Bridge. A figure quickly outlined itself in the dark night. He had one hand pressed down on his top hat, and the other was placed between the buttons of his suit. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were distinct, and his expression was cold. He was none other than the strongest adventurer, German Sparrow. Chapter 1037. Deep into the night, layers of clouds obscured the moon. The Bakeland Bridge was shrouded in darkness. Klein had just teleported to this place. Before he had the time to look around, he saw green pea vines falling from the sky and covering the area like a storm. They intertwined and quickly formed a forest. Layer upon layer, it was impossible to see the top. Klein released his right hand from his top hat and walked up the path formed by the vines with familiarity. Before long, he saw a natural swing formed by green plants. He also saw Queen Mystic Bernadette standing beside the swing. The eldest daughter of Roselle the Great had long, chestnut-colored hair. She wore a lady's blouse with a lace flower bow tie, a gray skirt that went down to her knees, a pair of leather boots, and a bonnet with a fine checkered black veil. "You've grown much faster than I expected." Bernadette's blue eyes, which were hidden behind the black gauze, reflected German Sparrow's figure. Klein replied without any change in his expression, "Praise be to Mr. Fool." As he said this, he complained in his heart, that's right. This was what it meant to strive for self-improvement. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Queen Mystic nodded slightly as she said with a gentle but emotionless voice, "That's right. I know why you want to see me." Without waiting for Klein to speak, she turned her head slightly and looked at the vine swing beside her. She spoke in a tone that was as calm as a lake with countless undercurrents hidden within. "I feel that he hasn't truly died." In other words, you think that Roselle the Great is not completely dead? Is he still alive somewhere in this world and has a chance to return? Klein didn't expect to hear such straightforward and explosive words at the beginning. Although he controlled his expression well, he didn't know how to respond. At the same time, he noticed that Bernadette had used the word he instead of he to describe Roselle the Great. Be it the ancient Faysac they were conversing in, or the Daily Rouen or Intis language, they were two completely different words. This means that in Queen Mystic's heart, Roselle the Great isn't an angel, but a father. Klein calmed his emotions and deliberated. "Why do I have such a feeling?" Bernadette retracted her gaze from the vine swing and said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry." In the final stages of his life, although he was very crazy and radical, there was not a single thing that he did not plan. I believe that he must have made some preparations for himself. You should know that in his later years he attempted to cross paths and attain the vacant Black Emperor Divine throne, and this required the construction of 9 secret, pyramid-like mausoleums. After he died in the White Maple Palace, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of Steam teamed up to find 8 such mausoleums and destroyed them one by one. However, the 9th mausoleum was never found. No one knew where it was hidden. If he had already become the Black Emperor, he would definitely be able to awaken from this mausoleum. If he failed, I believe that there might be a chance of resurrection. The more Bernadette spoke, the softer she became. Towards the end, her voice was ethereal and indiscernible. "You aren't that confident either. It's more of a sense of anticipation and hope." Klein sighed when he heard that. Suddenly he recalled what the King of the 5 Seas, Nast, had said. Roselle the Great liked to stand in front of a particular row of floor-to-ceiling windows and look west. And from Roselle's diary, Klein knew that in the fog sea west of Intis, he had discovered the entrance to the abyss and found a primitive island. He believed that it was filled with oddities and worth exploring. Could it be that Roselle the Great built his final secret mausoleum in the abyss, or on that primitive island? Klein thought for a moment before curling the corners of his lips. You seem to know a lot about the Black Emperor pathway. He suspected that Roselle the Great had left a Black Emperor card as a bookmark and used Bernadette's ancient Faceac name as the activation incantation, partly because he wanted to inform his daughter of the corresponding ritual. In the end, Bernadette seemed to have obtained this information through other means. Queen Mystic's lips, which weren't covered by her veil, curled up slightly. I've been investigating this matter for more than 100 years, and in order to figure out the details, I've been instilled with the knowledge of the hidden sage. I can tell that you, as well as Mr. Fool backing you, have a deep understanding of this matter. I've always been curious. Why are you so interested in his matters? From the looks of the current situation, in terms of seniority, you have to call me uncle. The Emperor and I might very well be roommates who have been hanging out together for years. Klein lampooned to ease his gloomy emotions as he replied in an unperturbed tone. That's right. You can raise this question to Mr. Fool. He didn't plan on telling Bernadette that the 9th secret mausoleum might very well be somewhere in the fog sea. It might very well be on that primitive island or the abyss. It was better and more appropriate for the Fool to answer. Queen Mystic wasn't surprised by German Sparrow's response. She cast her gaze to the west, to a distant spot. Although he couldn't see Bernadette's eyes, Klein could vaguely sense that the lady was looking at the place where she lived when she was young. She was looking at the home of her mind and soul, the hometown that she could no longer return to. At this moment, in the green vines and the deep black, many subtle emotions and dreams hidden in the bottom of the heart were slowly fermenting. In just a few seconds, Queen Mystic retracted her gaze and gently said, I'm not sure. When my business in Bakeland is done, I will pass a few pages of the diary to Katlia and have her ask this question on my behalf. Why not ask him next week? Klein didn't hide his doubts. Bernadette calmly replied, I feel that the answer will affect my mood, and a bad mood will lead to my failure. Bad mood will lead to failure? What kind of matter was so strict? Fighting with a demigod in the spirit domain? Perhaps, after she untangled part of the knot in her heart, she had the confidence to break through to the angel level? Klein nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask further. This had already involved the other party's secrets. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to ask. Queen Mystic then said, Don't worry. When he was writing those pages, I was sitting opposite him. I wanted him to teach me how to interpret and describe those symbols, but he didn't agree. He just ruffled my hair. At that time, I was already an adult. I could tell that when he wrote that diary page, he was somewhat worried, troubled, and fearful. In the end, he even said to me that if I could really become an important figure in the mysterious world as predicted by Zeradol, I had to remember to be careful of the spectator. Be careful of the spectator. Klein couldn't help but repeat Roselle's warning inwardly. He believed that the Emperor wouldn't be referring to all the Beyonders of the spectator pathway. He was definitely referring to a particular special existence, something special, or both. Roselle the Great is a member of that ancient secret organization. The founder and leader of that ancient secret organization is... Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't dare to continue thinking, afraid that a particular existence could hear his thoughts. Perhaps that diary page has a detailed explanation. He nodded, hoping to see that diary page as soon as possible. I know. Bernadette nodded. She didn't continue the topic and fell silent for 2 seconds. I'll thank Mr. Fool and you on behalf of Katlia. To be able to obtain the blood of a snake of fate will be of great help to her future path. Although the mythical creature blood of any pathway can be used during the advancement ritual of a mysticologist, the best choice is still the fate pathway. This will make it much easier for her to advance to sequence 3. Why? Klein asked with the mentality of learning. In any case, It was impossible for a blessed to know everything. Not even a true God could do that. Bernadette's gaze was a little empty. In other words, prying into the secrets of fate is prophecy. The sequence, 3 name of a mystery prior, is clairvoyant. This is also the reason why I'm in Bakeland. Because of a prophecy? Klein had some guesses as he spoke in enlightenment. Many pathways seem to have the ability to predict. The corners of Queen Mystic's mouth curled up slightly as she sighed. In ancient times, many Beyonder creatures thought that by gathering the same abilities together, they could undergo a qualitative change and achieve a breakthrough. In the end, all of them went mad and lost control. Only when the first blasphemy slate was born did all living beings understand that balance, the balance of walking on the edge of a cliff, is the key to the path of the Beyonder. Therefore, the abilities of a domain will be scattered across many pathways, with the main pathway concentrating most of them, while the other pathways split the remaining portions? A negative example is the King of the North, Ulysses from Roselle's Travels. Klein fell into deep thought and didn't press further. After a while, Queen Mystic Bernadette broke the silence. If there's nothing else, let's call it a day. Klein thought for a moment and said, all right, if there's anything you need help with, you can look for me through Admiral of Stars. Bernadette nodded slightly as her figure suddenly turned transparent, turning into a pile of bubbles. The bubbles scattered and dissipated in an instant. The bluish-black pea-vine shrank and disappeared into the night. Klein seemed to be supported by an invisible hand as he gently landed on Bakeland Bridge. He reached out to press down on the top hat on his head and surveyed his surroundings. There were many houses on both sides of the river, emitting faint yellow lights. Amidst the gushing river and the dark night, it appeared serene, quiet, warm, and peaceful. I hope all of this won't be destroyed. Klein sighed as his figure quickly turned transparent and faded away. Chapter 1038. Dear Mr. Aztec, ever since we entered September, Bakeland's temperature has been dropping by the day. Recently, you can even see elderly people wearing gloves when they go out. Just like last year, the fog has begun to envelop the city. There will be 1 or 2 days a week, or even more. Clearly, the control of air pollution isn't something that can be completed in a year or 2. It will take at least 5 years. What's good is that the pungent smell in the air has lessened significantly. My sanguine friend is very satisfied with such weather conditions. Another joyous change is that more and more students, postmen, and technical workers are buying bicycles. The number of horse carriages on the streets has decreased significantly. This means that horse feces and its smell are no longer the main source of air quality in Bakeland. Of course, they still occupy a rather important position. As you know, those gentlemen and ladies who think of themselves as important won't casually lower their standards. However, according to my observations, their children are gradually becoming interested in bicycles. During this period of time, I've been living a normal life. I go to St. Samuel Cathedral and the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation a few times a week. I participate in their activities and continue donating cash. Occasionally, I'll watch horse racing, watch theater performances, enjoy symphonies, play cards, and play golf at the club. On the weekends, I'll hold banquets, balls, and salons. I forgot to tell you that I've already bought a manor. It originally belonged to the Duke of Negan's family, and it's called Mager. It has its own high-quality vineyard and brewery, as well as a large forest and farmland. It can be used for farming and hunting. Its main house is a square with a long edge missing. It has a total of 4 floors and a large number of rooms. I walked around it for a while without leaving the foyer, but I walked more than 10,000 steps. At the same time, it has a large number of sculptures, oil paintings, decorations, and exquisite cutlery. It's as grand as a palace. Perhaps my description is a little exaggerated. After all, I've never seen a real palace. This is also the first manor I own. I still remember that back in Tingen, I lived in a 2-room rented apartment with my brother and sister. Every day, I had to smell the smell of coal to sleep. This was introduced by Brigadier General Konas Kilgore. It cost me a total of £20,000. You don't have to worry about my financial situation. I earned a huge sum of money in the southern continent and sold some mystical items. I currently have £17,000 in cash, £15,000 in gold bars, as well as many gold coins, soldi, and pence. I'm rather satisfied with Mager Manor. I've sent my former valet, Richardson, to be the manor's steward. It's now autumn, and I'm about to invite guests to spend a pleasant weekend there. I hope that Richardson will be prepared. Bakelin's mysterious world has not changed for the time being. May it continue like this. The magic mirror that I mentioned previously has already recovered, but it seems to have left behind some post-traumatic stress disorder that targets Amon. As long as I mention the relevant things in the question, it will automatically change the color of the text and give me the wrong answer. It will also ask me for praise again and again. It also has a different view of leaving the Church of the God of Steam. It seems to have decided to stay for a period of time, believing that it's safer. It even wants to reveal its harmfulness and become a Grade 1 sealed artifact. I have to say that its train of thought always surprises me. Thanks to some of its answers, I found a way to create pure darkness. It's to use an Evernight domain charm that has a dream to create it. This is the response of the Evernight goddess, so it can be classified as pure. In addition, after repeated experiments, I finally grasped the cogitation engraving of godhood symbols and created the item I want. Upon writing this, Klein, who was sitting on the sofa with his thigh as a desk, couldn't help but stop writing. He raised his hand to rub his temples. Failure after failure meant the loss of one worm of spirit after another, and every time he separated a worm of spirit, it was a lacerating injury to his spirit body. He needed a relatively long period of time to recover. Therefore, in order to prevent any accidents, he didn't push himself to his limits. After separating 3 to 4 worms of spirit, he would choose to rest for a few days before attempting to inscribe them. He would try and stop from time to time. Only now did he completely grasp the method and produce a finished product. Glancing at the rectangular diamond beside him, he saw layers of complicated symbols that extended into the void from the constantly refracted light. His head felt a little dizzy, as though he was witnessing a piece of history. I'll just call it the yesterday once more charm. Klein retracted his gaze and continued writing. There's another storm coming ashore along the coast. The upper and lower houses of the kingdom have entered the traditional period of discussing important bills. The footsteps of the new year are getting closer and louder. This makes me feel a little worried. May you recover as soon as possible and wake up soon. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti. Putting away his pen and folding the letter, Klein blew Aztec's copper whistle and summoned the nearly 4-meter-tall skeleton messenger. Unlike in the past, this messenger only revealed its head and arm. The rest of it was below the floorboard and on the second floor. This made it appear much shorter than Klein. After all, I can barely be considered a blessed death now. Klein handed the letter to the messenger and watched it disintegrate into a waterfall of bones that drilled into the ground. After doing this, he picked up the yesterday once more charm from the armrest of the sofa. This was his first successful product, and he planned on using it for himself. After all, with experience, it would be easy to make more in the future. As for whether borrowing strength from his historical self was dangerous, Klein had already divined above the gray fog ahead of time. He believed that if it involved the real fool or the owner of the Door of Light, the gray fog and the mysterious space would be able to withstand it. And the result of the divination was that it was very safe. After staring at the diamond-like charm for a few seconds, Klein no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and said a word in ancient Hermes history. The reason why he attempted it in the real world and not above the gray fog was that he was worried that the mysterious space would cut off his ability to trace the past. As the inarticulate voice echoed, Klein injected his spirituality into the yesterday once more charm. Light that scattered like hair lit up, illuminating the surroundings in a clear and pure manner. Vaguely, a scene flashed before Klein's eyes. It was him dancing beside Ensangwill's corpse with Daly Simone. It was Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and had an outstanding temperament. It was German Sparrow, who had landed on the black tulip under the blessings of the wind while pressing down on his top hat. It was Sherlock Moriarty, who was struggling with all his might when the meteorite fell from the sky. It was Klein Moretti, who had summoned sunlight. When he heard a baby cry at the Blackthorn Security Company, it was the Pale, university graduate who had raised his revolver and aimed it at his son Acupoint. Further ahead, all the scenes disappeared, leaving behind only a grayish-white fog. And even when the charm's powers were exhausted, Klein still didn't find the end of the fog. Indeed, my transmigration has something to do with that gray fog, that mysterious space, and that strange door of light. This basically confirms that I was sleeping in the cocoon in the past, hanging on the door of light for an unknown period of time. Compared to the first time he saw the door of light, he was rather calm after confirming it. It was as though he had long expected it. Phew, next, I can make 2 yesterday, once more charms for Will. These charms aren't of much use to me. I won't visit him this week. Feeding him ice cream once a week will always raise suspicions. Even his maidservant is looking at me strangely. Also, since I've grasped the cogitation engraving method of godhood symbols, I can bring forward the matter of using worms of time to make Beyonder bullets. Leonard said that he would be heading to Tingen in the next few days to see if he can steal the power of the mutated sun sacred emblem. Klein rubbed his forehead and got up to leave the sofa. At a previous tarot gathering, Leonard had already handed over the 4 godhood symbols and magic labels that Pallas Zoroast had given him. They all came from the Marauder domain. It was said that one of them could mislead the enemy and make them make mistakes in judgment. Another one could steal the 3 Beyonder powers that the target had previously used, starting from the most recent one and backtracking. If one could accurately affect the enemy, it could make them lose a large amount of their lifespan, entering a state of aging. The last one could create a worm of time that didn't have a long lifespan. It would silently parasitize the target's body, allowing the user of the charm to control it. Klein had used the remaining 7 worms of time to create 3 fate siphon charms in advance. He had given one to Miss Justice and kept 2 for himself. This also meant that he still had 4 worms of time, allowing him to attempt all 4 effects. Of course, his intuition told him that he might not succeed in creating all of them. As for Leonard's 2 worms of time, one of them had become a fate siphon charm. According to the teachings of the world's German Sparrow, Leonard had prayed to Mr. Fool and received a response. The other one had been made into a parasitism charm with Pallas Zoroast's help. After a busy period, Klein succeeded 5 times and failed once in the evening. He obtained 2 yesterday once more charms, a parasitic bullet, a deceit bullet, and a deprivation bullet. His only failure was the aging bullet. The reason seemed to be that the level of the mysterious space above the gray fog he could use was still insufficient. Looking at the 3 strange-looking bullets that were translucent and translucent, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He took out Death Knell and stuffed them into it. Inside were the 3 control spirit bullets he had previously created. After tidying up the altar, he walked out of the room and went down to the 2nd floor. He entered the dining hall and said to Butler Walter, who was standing beside him, "You can follow the list and invite the guests who will be hunting in the suburbs this weekend." "Yes, sir." Walter was already prepared for this, as he remained solemn and proper. Tingen City, 36 Zutland Street. Leonard got off the carriage and looked at the rebuilt building with a complicated expression. He momentarily forgot to enter. Chapter 1039. In the past, 36 Zutland Street's ground floor was covered with stucco. The 2 windows on each floor were enclosed in a bow shape, forming a hole. It had the architectural characteristics of the 5th epoch around 1300, and the lighting wasn't that great. After the reconstruction, The ground floor was sheltered by a small porch, and on both sides were two-story high oriel windows. The details of the window frames had window walls and decorative pillars that supported thin stone beams. Above the oriel windows was a parapet wall that connected to the third floor. This was the three-story architectural style that had become popular in recent years. In a daze, Leonard felt like he had walked into the wrong place. After being stunned for about 10 seconds, he held his silver-inlaid cane and walked into 36 Zutland Street. Following that, he walked up the stairs and went around the corner. He saw a black door and a vertical signboard, Blackthorn Security Company. He seemed to gradually familiarize himself with the place. He quickened his pace and pushed open the half-closed door. The brown-haired girl had placed the Tingen City Honest paper vertically on the table. When she heard his unconcealed footsteps, she moved the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead, light brown eyes, and pretty face. "Good afternoon, Roshan," Leonard greeted hesitantly. Roseanne first revealed a pleasantly surprised expression before her face sank. She said in an abnormally cold voice. She said in an abnormally cold tone, "Good afternoon. Congratulations on avenging Captain Klein and the others." Leonard gaped, not knowing how to respond. He couldn't even raise his hand to press down on his top hat because he didn't like wearing hats. He squeezed out a smile and nodded slightly. Then he silently walked forward, past Roshan, and prepared to enter the door that separated the inside from the outside. Just as he was about to enter the office, he suddenly heard Roshan whisper from behind him, "Live well." Leonard slowed down his footsteps and nodded heavily. When he arrived at the inner area, he immediately saw Fry standing at the captain's office door. This corpse collector still looked pale, as if he hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time. He had black hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He had a cold and gloomy demeanor. Leonard looked at him seriously for a few seconds, exhaled, and tried his best to smile. "Long time no see." "Good afternoon, long time no see." Fry pointed to the captain's office. "I've already received the telegram and learned of your request. I'll let 2 team members follow you. Also, you need to fill in a sealed artifact application form." Leonard smiled in a slightly surprised manner. "You're the captain? You're not as quiet as before." In fact, Leonard had already digested the Soul Assure potion and could advance to sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. However, in order to steal the power of the eternal blazing sun's blood, he deliberately didn't report it. He continued to placate the souls around Bakeland. Finally, through his hard work, he found an opportunity to come to Tingen. "Yes." Fry gently nodded. "Actually, I don't like to talk so much, but as the captain, I have to say it." Leonard nodded slightly. "When did you become the captain? How come I've never heard of it?" "Recently." Fry answered the question succinctly before explaining. "Not long after you left, I became a Sequence 8 gravedigger. Last month, I finally advanced to a spirit medium, and the previous captain happened to be transferred." "So fast!" Before Leonard could finish his sentence, he had already clenched his fist and hit his head. "Look at my memory. I forgot that Klein shared some of his experiences with everyone." He lowered his right hand and turned to Fry with a smile. "In this case, you still have time and space to improve. You might even become a deacon in the future." Fry glanced at him, then retracted his gaze. "I probably won't continue to seek advancement." "Why?" Leonard walked a few steps to Fry's side and asked in surprise. Fry raised his head to look at the ceiling and said in a calm and deep voice, "I want to stay here, always protecting this place." Leonard remained silent and did not respond. He looked around and felt that this place had been greatly modified, but there were still some unchanging things hidden deep within. Fry was similarly silent for a while before saying, "I'll send 2 team members to follow you." As he spoke, he walked to the end of the corridor. Leonard also subconsciously followed by his side. In the office at the bottom of the corridor, the door was wide open. A few nighthawks were playing cards and fighting evil. Upon sensing their captain's approach, they put down their poker cards and stood up. Leonard swept his gaze over and saw two familiar faces. They were the black-haired Royale with slender eyebrows and the white-haired, black-eyed Sika. At the same time, he also saw a few unfamiliar faces. He saw the pennies, soldi, and poker cards on the table. In that instant, he fell into a daze as his vision turned blurry. In the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, in a small harbor that had a fishing village attached to it in the bottom cabin of the future, Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves, crossed his arms, and seriously observed the mushroom in front of him. The mushroom, including its cap, was 8 meters tall. Its white surface had a few red spots that resembled eyes, nose, and mouth. Apart from that, its body also protruded with spores, growing out thick and powerful white mycelium that resembled tentacles. Frank sized up the gigantic mushroom a few times before surveying the area. He looked at the wooden walls, floors, and all sorts of mushrooms of various sizes. He said to Sealf beside him, "This is the artisan Sealf. There's been progress in this experiment. This mushroom has a strong tendency to reproduce itself, and this will make it hungry. It will desperately need the flesh and blood of monsters to replenish its energy, and be it roasting or boiling it, it can eliminate its activity, making it less dangerous." How does it taste? Didn't you taste it just now? Its progeny will randomly have the flavor of beef, fish, or wheat. Some will even be filled with milk. One stalk is enough to satisfy a breakfast. Look, the crew doesn't like to drink anymore. There are mushrooms that can be plucked everywhere. I'm thinking that at times, in order to fill our stomachs in the wilderness, we need to carry rations or hunt beasts. It's just too troublesome. If we could grow mushrooms on our bodies, wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? Artisan Charv was much thinner than when he was in Byam. His eye sockets were sunken, and his gaze was glazed over. He lacked the liveliness. Upon hearing Frank's words, he seemed to recall something as his body trembled slightly. He silently squatted down, opened his mouth, and vomited. "Are you all right? I know it's been hard on you. I really have to thank you for this period of time," Frank said sincerely to the artisan. Frank said sincerely to the blacksmith. "If it weren't for you, this mushroom wouldn't have such a strong tendency to reproduce itself. Furthermore, under the moonlight, its vitality becomes abnormally tenacious and it can self-purify. This can effectively eliminate the toxins accumulated from devouring monsters. The only problem now is that there's no moonlight in pure darkness. This is a problem we need to resolve next." Charv didn't say a word. After he finished vomiting, he suddenly stood up and turned to rush outside. However, thick and powerful white mycelium spread over and pulled him back. Return me my mystical item. I want to die with these mushrooms." He shouted crazily as his voice became softer and softer. His mouth seemed to be gagged. At this moment, in a spot outside the fishing village, green vines rapidly retracted as though they were growing in reverse. Admiral of Stars Catlia walked out, her eyes a deep purple with a hint of silver. Her ears still resounded with the illusory ravings of the hidden sage, but she no longer found it terrifying. It wasn't as unbearable as it was in the past. Everywhere she looked, there were countless figures in indescribable forms. They were like thick curtains in the shadows, an invisible gaze cast from an unknown location. Compared to before, she could already vaguely see the unknown existence hidden behind the curtains. She could already see moons of different colors high in the sky. They were either blood red, silver, dark brown, or ghostly blue. They were like eyes watching the land. Catlia's mind buzzed as she hurriedly retracted her gaze, not daring to look again. She had already relied on analyzing the blood of the snake of fate to complete the ritual and obtain godhood. She had become a sequence 4 of the mystery prior pathway mysticologist. However, she remembered that the Queen had once warned her. Among all the sequence 4s of the 22 pathways, a mysticologist was the job that was most prone to encountering danger. This was because they often saw things they shouldn't see, heard voices they shouldn't hear, and touched upon secrets they shouldn't touch upon. Therefore, if a mysticologist wanted to live long, they had to know how to restrain their curiosity and control their corresponding actions. Removing the heavy glasses from her clothes, Cattleya placed them on the bridge of her nose. However, the things she saw that didn't belong to the real world didn't vanish. She curled the corners of her mouth in a self-deprecating and satisfied manner, knowing that this item was no longer able to seal her eye of mystery prying. She closed her eyes before opening them. Her eyes were already black, no longer having the mysterious, deep purple and silver. Phew! Cattleya heaved a sigh of relief as she slowly walked towards the future, as though she had only disembarked from the ship for a stroll. She didn't plan on spreading the news of her becoming a demigod, nor did she wish to quickly become the 5th king of the sea. To her, this was one of her trump cards in the dangerous world. She wouldn't easily use it. South of the bridge, Rose Street, just as Emlyn's carriage drove into the street, he saw a blurry figure in a white shirt and black vest with slightly disheveled hair appear on the seat opposite him. It was a young man who resembled a wraith. "Long time no see, Mr. Merrick," Emlyn said with a smile without panicking. Merrick nodded slightly. "I am here to tell you that we're already prepared. We can discuss the exact plan of action. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and a family reunion. Chapter 1040. All right, Emlyn agreed, very calmly. Merrick didn't say another word as his figure suddenly vanished. He knew that it was impossible to discuss the exact plan immediately. Emlyn White had to return to seek the opinion of the Sanguine's upper echelons, so he didn't stay. This might be my chance to obtain godhood and become an earl. Emlyn smiled as he watched the wraith, Merrick, leave silently. He hadn't digested the scarlet scholar beyond her characteristic. The so-called chance of becoming an earl referred to the promise of a free ritual or the corresponding potion formula. The carriage continued forward and stopped at the entrance of the Harvest Church. Emlyn looked at the grayish-white fog in satisfaction, pressed down on his silk top hat, and unhurriedly walked out of the carriage and passed through the door. After changing into his brown priest robe, he took a rag and a bucket of water and carefully wiped the candlesticks on both sides. After Father Yutravsky, who seemed taller than before, finished his morning sermon, Emlyn stopped working and grumbled. "That's right. Why did you let Ernst go back? He only requested to do a month of volunteer work." Father Yutravsky wasn't annoyed by Emlyn's repeated questions from time to time recently. He appeared very patient, thinking of his own encounter. Emlyn immediately felt a little unbalanced. He couldn't help but mutter. He was forced to do volunteer work. He didn't volunteer of his own accord. He can't set the time limit. He has to do it for at least half a year. Father Yutravsky replied with a smile. He did pretty well. He did a good job. During that month, he worked hard to guide the believers and copy the Holy Scriptures. I could clearly feel that he had come to understand the preciousness of life and the joy of the harvest. Emlyn's facial muscles twitched slightly. He's about to become a believer of Earth Mother. "No, I didn't plan on forcing him to change his faith," Father Yutravsky said gently. "I only made him understand the teachings of Earth Mother and feel the bits and pieces of life. I hope that when he feels lost in the future, he can remember that there's a home for his soul, a mother's embrace." Emlyn's lips quivered a few times, but he ultimately didn't say a word. He lowered his head and continued wiping. Cho would burrow in a particular house. Furs sat in the high-back chair and looked at the empty glass bottle on the desk in front of her. Some time ago, she had finally digested the astrologer potion. Today, under Zio's watch, she had concocted the scribe potion using the brain of Asmin and the ancient wraith's cursed artifact. Mustering her courage, she drank it. At this moment, she felt that her brain was rapidly expanding. The gray folds and bulges were increasing rapidly, and her body was gradually disintegrating into cells. The cells glowed as if they had formed a door around the brain. Vaguely, Furs heard the familiar murmurs again, but they were very faint and indistinct. She couldn't distinguish the specific words at all. For someone as experienced as her, it didn't affect her at all. After an unknown period of time, Furs finally regained control of her brain and cells and felt the existence of her body. Almost at the same time, a large amount of knowledge resounded in her mind, allowing her to understand how to use the powers of a scribe. The mutated brain would reproduce the beyonder powers used by the target. Then, it would drive the activated cells to form the corresponding symbols, patterns, and labels to complete the storage. This was I came, I saw, I record, using the psyche as a pen and the spirit body as paper. At present, I can only record one beyonder power with godhood's influence. The higher the sequence, the higher the chances of me failing. Even at sequence 4, I might not succeed once in a dozen tries. I can record 8 beyonder powers from sequence 6 and 5, and the effects are half of the original. I can record 20 beyonder powers from sequence 7 to sequence 9, and the effects are close to the original. When the potion is digested further, there will be further improvements in all aspects. Furs combined the knowledge and her own feelings as she silently muttered to herself. This seemed to overlap with Lamino's travels, but Furs felt that no one would complain about having too many beyonder powers. Besides, the two also complemented each other. After all, she could rent Lamino's travels to the tarot members in exchange for beyonder powers, but it was impossible for her to rent herself out. Only at sequence 6 can an apprentice have sufficient combat strength. Furs reigned in her thoughts as she turned her head to the side and said wistfully to Zio. She then took a pen and paper from the other side of the table and began writing. Dear teacher, I'm very happy to inform you that I've finally become a scribe. I'm just one step away from my dream of traveling. Just as Furs wrote a few words, she saw Zio stand up from the corner of her eye and walk towards the door. She hurriedly called out to her, Hey, aren't we going to find a good restaurant to celebrate? Zio replied solemnly, The condition of your spirituality overflowing is rather serious. You will need a few days to control it through meditation. You can't smoke, you can't drink, and you can't indulge your emotions too much. After exhorting her, she added, I still have a commission to do. I'm about to save up enough contribution points to exchange for the judge formula. All right. Furs threw up her hands. After leaving the house, Zio unchained herself, got on a bicycle specially designed for youths, and rode towards Hillston Borough. According to the information she had previously received, Viscount Stratford had ordered lunch at a luxurious restaurant there. After arriving at the restaurant, Zio locked her bicycle to a street lamp pole and found a hidden corner to observe the people passing by. After an unknown period of time, a carriage drove over amidst the thin fog. On it was a coat of arms formed by a flower and 2 rings. Zio's attention was instantly focused as she watched the carriage stop at the restaurant's entrance. She saw Viscount Stratford, who was in his 40s and wearing a white wig, alight first. He extended his hand like a gentleman to the passenger behind him. It was a lady in a dark red cloak. Zio couldn't see the lady's face clearly, but she noticed that her jawline was soft and her skin was fair. On the Blue Avenger in the northern Sonia Sea, Alger Wilson's feet were off the ground as he floated behind the window of the captain's cabin. He stared at the deck and the distant waves outside. Having digested a portion of the ocean's songster potion, he had reported to the Church of the Storm 2 weeks ago that he had used the contribution points he had accumulated to exchange for a wind-blessed potion and successfully consumed it. This also meant that in the official records, his sequence had risen to sequence 6. Of course, he had to digest the wind-blessed potion again, but it wasn't difficult. The biggest problem is that the ocean songster potion's digestion is too obvious. I should have bought that Word of the Sea cane. Every time I sing, I'll blame it on it. Alger sighed silently, but he didn't regret it too much. This was because, even if he had decided to buy it back then, he didn't have that much money. Furthermore, He had also figured out a way to digest the ocean songster potion. I should be able to obtain the information in a while and confirm the identity of the Faysac naval officer that Mr. Fool is investigating. Alger retracted his gaze and flew back to the desk with the brass sextant in a half-floating, half-flying manner. At this moment, 2 sailors passed by the deck while hiccuping. There seemed to be sirens in these waters. I can always hear their singing at night. One of the sailors said with uncertainty. His companion immediately sneered. How is that possible? How can a siren's singing be that bad? It must be caused by some sea monster. City of Silver, on the training ground that wasn't as lively as daytime. A pile of ghostly blue ice was piled up like a small mountain. He stood in front of the ice mountain with his hands empty as he prayed piously. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. After chanting the honorific name and making his request, he looked at the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad, who was waiting in the distance, and walked towards the pile of ice. When Colin, who was carrying 2 swords on his back, saw this, he held a bottle of golden liquid that emitted light and heat. He came over and watched as Derek burrowed into the pile of ice, completely burying himself without leaving a single gap. A deep and hazy darkness suddenly descended. Even if lightning streaked across the sky, it wouldn't be able to illuminate the area. In an instant, an indescribable surge appeared in the surroundings, as if pairs of eyes were casting their gazes from the depths of the darkness. Colin Iliad could clearly sense that Derek had fallen into a deep sleep. Even though his face was pale from the ice that couldn't melt under normal circumstances, and his body was trembling slightly, he didn't wake up. Without any hesitation, he threw the potion bottle forward. A transparent figure that resembled a wraith appeared and enveloped it. This figure passed through the ghostly blue ice and came to the narrow space that Derek had created. It took out the potion and poured it into Derek's mouth. The moment this action was completed, it immediately retreated and left the ice pile. Whoosh! Colin Iliad suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed to his right, producing yellow pus and a monster with eyes all over its body. It was unknown where it came from. At this moment, Colin Iliad saw a blazing light rise from the pile of ghostly blue ice. It scattered a pure light that was different from lightning into the surroundings. It was hot, warm, bright, and filled with vitality. This reflected in Colin's eyes, as if it had come from before the Dark Ages. The City of Silver's chief watched intently for a long time until another monster emerged from the darkness. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Little Sun has also reached sequence 5. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his gaze from the crimson star that represented Sun and cast it towards another star. Miss Justice had completed many psychological alchemy missions in the past month or so. She could exchange them for the Dreamwalker potion formula. This meant that she would once again face Vin Rambus. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and a family reunion. Chapter 1041. Bakeland. At the home of the furniture merchant, Hampraz, Audrey met the psychological alchemy counselor, Vin Rambus, once again. This old man was as gentle and elegant as ever. His white and thick hair was neatly combed, and his blue and deep eyes seemed to contain endless knowledge. Upon seeing him, Audrey's eyes were first lost before coming to a realization. It was as though she had finally woken up from a long dream and found her lost memories. However, she wasn't surprised by this. She accepted this fact without any resistance, as though it was a very normal matter. "Good afternoon, Mr. Rambus." Audrey greeted him with perfect etiquette. Vin nodded slightly and replied with a smile. "Good afternoon, our girl." In the past month or so of their meetings, he had gradually guided Audrey's self-identity as the pride of psychological alchemy and the most important girl. Audrey looked down at the diamond brooch in front of her and found a seat with a smile, waiting for Vin Rambus to speak. She was prepared for the so-called hints and guidance, so she wasn't affected by it. At that moment, when she heard Vin Rambus address him as such, She really wanted to disregard her image and etiquette to roll her eyes. However, she ultimately held back and didn't show any signs of it. Vinrambus looked at Audrey for a few seconds and said with a smile, "You've done well during this period of time. You've done well during this period of time. As a reward, we've decided to give you the Dreamwalker Potion formula." As he spoke, he took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his coat pocket, placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it to the noble girl diagonally opposite him. Audrey pressed down on her skirt, stood up slightly, took the piece of paper and unfolded it in front of Vinrambus. Her gaze first landed on the main ingredients before quickly sliding to the ritual. Main ingredients: 1 Dreamcatcher's heart, 1 Mind Phantom crystal, or the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. Ritual: find a human-headed bird demon in the spirit world and sign a contract with it. Then, take one of its tail feathers and consume the potion while feeling either joy or anger. As if sensing Audrey's puzzlement, Vinrambus explained with a smile, "Don't worry. The human-headed bird demon has the ability of nightmares and can wake people up from their dreams. Therefore, the essence of the entire ritual is to pull you out through an external force when you are immersed in your dreams and unwilling to wake up. Otherwise, you might fall asleep forever or lose control and become a monster on the spot." Audrey nodded thoughtfully. Taking the magic potion in the midst of intense emotions is also to prevent one from sleeping soundly and entering a deep dream? Yes, you have grasped the key. If you don't know much about the spirit world and can't find the human-headed bird demon, we can provide some help. If the essence of the ritual is to wake me up from my dream, there's no need for a human-headed bird demon. Mr. Fool's Angel's blessings can keep me lucid in my dream, allowing me to wake up whenever I want. Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly as she revealed a look of anticipation. "I can try it myself first." "All right." Vin didn't mind the girl's desire to take the risk. He paused and said, "There's something else I need you to do. There's something else for you to do this time. If you do well, we'll provide all the ingredients for the Dreamwalker Potion." "What is it?" Audrey asked without any resistance as usual. Vinrambus's expression turned slightly solemn. "Figure out the attitudes of your father, Earl Hall, the current Duke of Negan, Admiral Amirius, and the other nobles towards a relatively large war." "War." Audrey repeated this word that she often heard but also sounded unfamiliar. She felt as though ripples had suddenly appeared on the calm surface of a lake. War. Above the gray fog, Klein fell into deep thought as he listened to Miss Justice's prayer. He was currently unable to determine if the psychological alchemy or Hermes, who was hiding behind them, or even Adam, welcomed or opposed war. As for whether King Ruan, the Prime Minister, and a number of nobles and members of Parliament wanted war, the answer was relatively clear. Last year, the Hanging Man had once asked Miss Justice a similar question. Her answer was that the king and the prime minister had the inclination for war, but they had chosen to first carry out internal reforms and straighten out the various relationships. Now, almost a year had passed. The various policies that had been introduced back then were basically on the right track. This also meant that it was time to start a war and snatch back the benefits that Ruan had lost in East Balam. It's an era of change. The internal conflicts between the various countries are intense. Once war breaks out, the extent of it will likely be uncontrollable. Furthermore, Adam, Amon, and the other kings of angels have returned one after another. They have either obtained key items or are seeking breakthroughs. The mysterious world is also about to usher in a storm with hidden dangers. Klein sighed as he returned to the real world. The next day, he followed his planned itinerary. He first went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray and donated dozens of pounds in cash. Then he went to 22 Phelps Street, planning on participating in the matters of the Ruan Charity Bursary Foundation. The moment he entered, Klein saw Miss Audrey Hall and a few members of the foundation's staff walk down the stairs to the door. This noble lady was dressed very simply today. Her hair was simply tied up, and she didn't wear any accessories. Her dress was light green, and there were only ruffles on her sleeves. There were no lace or tassels. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." Klein took off his hat in a familiar manner and bowed. He then nodded at the staff and greeted them, "Good morning." After waiting for Audrey to respond, Klein casually asked, "Where are they going?" He knew that Miss Justice's main job at the foundation was to solicit donations from the gentlemen and ladies of high society. Audrey replied with a faint smile, "Visit various universities and show concern for the students you helped before." When she said this, she blinked and her smile became a little more obvious. "Mr. Dantes, do you want to go together? Go and see those children who have the opportunity to change their fate because of your thoughts and kindness. Oh, some of them are already young." Although Klein had no intention of receiving any returns from the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, he sincerely hoped that it could help the target group. Therefore, he was rather concerned about the actual progress and the actual situation. After some hesitation, he smiled and nodded. "This is an invitation that cannot be refused." They went out, and under Miss Audrey's suggestion, they chose a trackless carriage. "You seem to be very used to it." After getting on the carriage, Klein first got Miss Audrey to sit down before sitting opposite her and asking with a smile. Audrey looked at the nearby foundation staff and said with a smile, "It's not the first time. It's impossible for me to take my own carriage every time I go out. They use public transportation." At this point, she paused a little embarrassedly and said, "The first time I took such a public carriage, I took out a £1 note. The lady at the counter asked me to buy a few newspapers before coming back." "Oh, it's cleaner here than I imagined. The smell in the air isn't too unbearable either." Klein nodded slightly. "This is because the truly poor seldom take such public transportation. They would rather walk. And under normal circumstances, they don't need to go, nor can they go too far." Although Audrey could guess the reason, she still asked in front of others, "Mr. Dantes, you seem very familiar with such things." Klein smiled. "Although I haven't experienced it directly, I've seen too much." Audrey didn't continue the topic as she changed the topic to confirm the learning and living conditions of the recipients. As they chatted, they arrived at the first stop of their visit, Bakeland University of Technology. Due to Audrey's identity and Don Dantes's social connections, they directly met the newly established university's chancellor, a resident of 100 Buckland Street, Mr. Portland Moment. This elder was tall, ruddy, and had a loud voice. He told his good neighbor, Don Dantes, and the esteemed Miss Audrey about the various things that had happened since the establishment of the university. From time to time, he would grumble about the Higher Education Commission. Audrey and Klein listened with appropriate smiles, occasionally echoing in agreement. Finally, they found an opportunity and suggested that they begin work. Portland was just about to call his secretary in when he heard someone knock on his office door. "Please come in," the chancellor replied loudly. The door opened without a sound as a black-haired, brown-eyed girl walked in. She wasn't dressed up, and her face was rather thin. Her facial features were rather regular, and she looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Klein's gaze suddenly turned a little deeper before he retracted it. The girl didn't expect there to be a guest in the chancellor's office. She was momentarily nervous as she hurriedly lowered her head. "Sorry, it's fine. They're about to leave," Portland said indifferently. "Have you finished the item I got you to make last week?" "It's done." The girl passed through the door and stood to the side. Portland Moment then smiled at Don Dantes and Audrey. "Her name is Melissa Moretti. She's very talented in machinery. I chanced upon her, so I got her to help in my laboratory after class. Of course, she can only do miscellaneous chores for now. Not bad." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he praised her with a smile. Audrey glanced at him and smiled. There are always arrogant fellows who say that women don't have talent in the field of machinery, and this lady has proven them wrong. Portland shook his head with a smile. "There's no need to care about those remarks. All right, I'll get my secretary to bring you to understand the situation of the recipients." Audrey and Klein didn't stay any longer and left the office. After leaving, Audrey glanced at Don Dantes again, but she didn't say a word. Chapter 1042. 160 Beclun Street, Dwayne Dantes' residence. Klein stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the pattering rain fall with the wind, hitting the ground and the glass, interweaving into a net. Ever since autumn, Beclun began to rain again. This brought about a lingering cold and humidity. Klein didn't move for a long time. He silently looked into the distance under the blurry rain, his eyes unfocused. Only when his spiritual perception was triggered did he rein in his thoughts that were like a drizzle. He turned his head to the side. Rionette Tinker, who was carrying the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, walked out of the void with a letter in her mouth. "Who's it from this time?" Klein habitually asked Miss Messenger. The last letter he received was from Sharon. This lady told him that she had successfully passed the ritual and advanced to sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway. Klein first sincerely congratulated her before apologetically telling her that he had already obtained what he wanted and that he wouldn't be heading to Calderon City in the spirit world anytime soon. Of course, he also indicated that there was quite a sizable secret hidden there that might be related to him. There was a high chance that he would still head there after a period of time. When the time came, if Miss Sharon was free and willing, he hoped to receive her help. To Klein, on the one hand, he might still need to go there to find the ingredients for his advancement in the future. On the other hand, he believed that the magical city involved the ancient Death, Phoenix ancestor Greg race. Perhaps it hid a way to treat Mr. Aztec's spirit-body deficiency. Even if this Death consul didn't have a chance of advancing, he hoped that he wouldn't suffer the torture of amnesia again and again. Of course, Klein also had a backup plan for this. It was to wait until he advanced to sequence 3 Scholar of Yore and prepare more yesterday, once more charms for Mr. Aztec. Or he could directly apply the corresponding Beyonder powers to help him recover from his amnesia quickly. At this moment, Klein had already received the letter. Rionette and Tinker's 4 heads replied one after another that undying, fool, undying, idiot. Patrick Bryan from the Charismatic Order's artificial Death faction. Klein easily understood who Miss Messenger was referring to. This was because Patrick was the one who had written to him the most frequently in the past 2 months. Basically, he would report and ask for instructions on any important matters. After this happened a few times, Rionette Tinnicle gave him a nickname. Miss Messenger didn't show any interest in this aspect in the past. I wonder when it started. Most of the people who often write to me have nicknames, except for Miss Sharon. As Klein muttered to himself, he unfolded the letter and quickly scanned it. In the letter, Patrick Bryan said that the orders from the southern continent were no longer for him to make various attempts to awaken death. Instead, he was to prepare a special ritual to help the angel of the Death domain in the mausoleum, the leader of the artificial Death faction, Hader, further recover, allowing he to temporarily leave the land of self-sealing. On the surface, such an order didn't seem too problematic. It was just a little abrupt, but Klein still sensed that something was amiss. The Southern Continent's Charismatic Order's artificial Death faction had previously gotten Patrick to continue holding strange and dangerous rituals in an attempt to awaken death. But I instructed him to use the excuse of not being able to gather all the ingredients or the experiment ultimately failing to fool them. Now they finally suspect that there's something wrong with Patrick? Klein nodded in thought. He suspected that this was a test aimed at Patrick Bryan, a ritual that pointed at the angel. The range of an angel's response to the ritual was the entire world. Yes, it's fine as long as they don't suspect that there's something wrong with artificial death. After all, they inherited a huge inheritance from the ancient Balam Empire. Who knows if there's a way to affect the goddess's control of the death pathway's uniqueness, preventing both sides from benefiting? Klein analyzed for a moment before heaving a sigh of relief. As for the Death Domain's Angel's Probe, he didn't find it too problematic. This was because the fool could also use powers that were close to this level to interfere with it in the form of Angel's embrace. As long as the high priest named Hader didn't directly descend and instead exerted his influence through space, he could ingeniously mislead him. After figuring out this matter, Klein flicked his wrist, igniting Patrick Bryan's letter with a scarlet flame. He returned to his desk, took out a pen and paper, and wrote, "You can follow your teacher's instructions, but before the actual ritual, you have to report to me and obtain my permission." As the interval between the replies was very short, it was very likely that Patrick Bryan hadn't left his original location. Klein didn't summon the other party's messenger. He blew the adventurer's harmonica and handed the folded letter to Rionette Tinker. In the drizzle, Zio was wearing a simple raincoat made of tree sap. She hid in a dark corner and stared at the side door of Viscount Stratford's house. It was an evening, but the street lamps had already been lit up, emitting a blurry halo in the rain. After a while, a rental carriage drove over from afar and stopped in front of a remote side door. The Viscount's valet, who was hiding in a sheltered spot, immediately jumped out and opened an umbrella. He protected the cloaked woman, who got off the carriage and quickly passed through the side door. As for the rental carriage, it stopped in its spot and didn't leave, as though it had received enough money. Zio still couldn't see the woman's face clearly, but she wasn't depressed at all. She patiently waited in the cold rain, as though she had become a motionless statue. She planned on waiting until she came out before attempting to tail her and confirm her identity. This was not only an opportunity for her to obtain the Judge Potion formula, but it also concerned her goal in coming to Bakeland, to investigate the truth behind her father's death. It was also because of this motivation that Zio had persisted in monitoring Viscount Stratford to this day. The other intelligence personnel of MI9 had long ended their missions after nothing had happened in the past few months. Even the golden-masked man who had given the mission hadn't asked about it for weeks. Clearly, he didn't take it to heart. In Viscount Stratford's bedroom, a beautiful brown-haired girl dressed in a silk nightgown sat in front of the dressing table, fiddling with the skincare products and cosmetics as though she had discovered a treasure trove. The middle-aged Viscount Stratford was wearing a male nightgown. His hair was wet as he walked behind the beautiful girl and smiled at her reflection in the mirror. "Charmaine, you no longer need them to add to your luster. It's just a female instinct." The girl named Charmaine smiled as she raised her hand and grabbed the Viscount's palm that was on her shoulder. Viscount Stratford smiled gently. "When you were fiddling with them, there was a sense of innocence and purity. Ha ha! You made me regain my youth, as though I was 17 or 18 years old." Without waiting for Charmaine's response, he continued speaking. "My wife has already passed away for several years. I thought that I would continue living until the Lord summoned me, but who knew that I would meet you? After some time, the accumulated pressure in Bakeland will be released. I'll find an opportunity to enter the temple of marriage with you." "Marriage? You want to marry me?" Charmaine was taken aback as she asked in disbelief. Viscount Stratford smiled. "Meeting you is a gift from the Lord. Although your background isn't noble enough, I've already been married once. I don't need to care too much about such matters. Of course, I'll think of ways to raise your status. I'll first find a merchant and get him to acknowledge you as his illegitimate daughter." As he rambled on about his plan, he saw Charmaine's eyes gradually turn misty in the mirror. "What I find most precious about you is that you will treat me more than 10 times better when I treat you well. You don't hide it at all." Viscount Stratford smiled as he lowered his head and kissed the top of Charmaine's head. Charmaine opened her mouth as though she was crying, but also as though she was laughing. Only when the drizzle stopped and night fell did Zio finally see the woman in the dark red cloak come out and board the carriage. After memorizing the characteristics of the carriage, Zio tailed it from afar. She relied on her beyonder powers as a sheriff and the fact that the streets were wet and empty at night to track her target by walking and running. All the way from Empress Borough to the Bakeland Bridge area, The carriage finally came to a stop just as Zio's stamina was about to collapse. Zio perked up as she switched her target from the carriage to the woman in the dark red cloak and continued tailing her. During this process, she was slightly surprised to find that the woman had a very strong anti-tracking ability. Sometimes she would circle around and sometimes she would use obstacles to make a stop. However, this wasn't a problem for Zio. She was an experienced sheriff. She patiently followed from afar and didn't approach. Just as she instinctively believed that the woman wasn't too far from her final destination and was about to chase after her, she suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet and ethereal fragrance. Amid the fragrance, Zio was dazed for a moment before she completely lost track of her target. As for the fragrance, it vanished as though it had never appeared. Zio's pupils dilated slightly. She didn't dare to search her surroundings for any traces. In a rented apartment, the gentle and sweet Trissy looked at Charmaine, who was looking at herself in the mirror. "You seem to be in a good mood. How is it? This final mission isn't too difficult to accept, right? Once it's completed, you can leave Bakeland and live the life you want." Charmaine was taken aback as her expression turned complicated. She looked a little disappointed, as though she had suddenly woken up from a beautiful dream. She didn't turn her head as her lips quivered for a while. "He said that he wants to marry me." Trissy immediately pricked up her brows. A man's words can't be trusted at such times. You and I should know this very well. If he really wanted to marry you, he wouldn't be wary of you. He would want to have a child with you. Haha, is that what he did? Upon hearing her question, Charmaine's expression dimmed bit by bit. Trissy stood up and smiled. "I won't stop you from pursuing your love. If you wish to make this mission a lifetime, then you should think about what to do." After saying that lightly, she walked to the door and left the rented apartment. When she was going down the stairs, Trissy suddenly looked at her shoes and chuckled. She seemed to be mocking herself. "Love. P.S. Thank you, CZB, for your Silver Alliance Master Tip. Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1043. Bakeland, Empress Borough, in the northwestern suburbs. It took more than an hour to reach by carriage. Mager Manor was built along the Tussock River. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, and the interior was lush with flowers and trees. Speaking of which, it was strange. Bakeland was perennially rainy, with relatively little sunlight. However, its suburbs were always covered in thin clouds and bright sunlight. Despite not being far from each other, there were two completely different types of weather. Among them, the northwestern suburbs were the most obvious. It was even one of the most famous grape-growing grounds in the northern continent. And if one traveled along the Tussock River from this area for another 50 kilometers northwest, the weather would be similar to that of Bakeland. Such a situation left meteorologists puzzled. They couldn't find a suitable theory to explain the reason, but Klein had a vague guess. In the Fourth Epoch, this was the capital of the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire. Blood Emperor Alista had also completely abandoned his humanity here and became a crazy deity. Therefore, it was normal for the weather and terrain to be permanently altered in a small area. Leonard Mitchell had mentioned this information during their free exchange in the tarot. Furthermore, as a place with a long history, it was unknown how many ancient ruins were buried in this land of hope. They might very well have an invisible influence on the weather. The carriage drove into Mager Manor and passed by the fountain and a small garden surrounded by the main house before stopping outside the main entrance. Just as Klein alighted from the carriage with butler Walter, he saw the manor steward, Richardson, leading 2 rows of male and female servants. They were standing by the door, waiting for their employer. Compared to 160 Buckland Street, there were more servants here, but they were all second-class servants and below. Looking at Richardson, who was dressed neatly and looked brand new, Klein smiled and nodded. "Well done." Without waiting for Richardson's response, he took off his hat and handed it to his valet, Anuni, along with his cane. He directly asked, "Is the living room for ladies to chat and play cards ready?" "It's ready." There are poker, tarot, and some board games. Common musical instruments like pianos and violins have also been moved in, Richardson answered smoothly. Klein passed through the door and nodded slightly. What about the gentlemen's smoking room? Same as the ladies'. It's on the second floor of the main building, separated by 5 rooms. Richardson didn't need the manor's servants to remind him. He didn't even think before giving the answer. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong with his employer's first hunting expedition, he asked about every trivial matter. Although he was exhausted, he was extremely excited. Klein then asked about the dinner and the guest rooms and confirmed that everything was in order. Before long, the first batch of guests arrived after Mager Manor changed its name to Dante's. It was Mocht and his family. This place is much bigger than my Elk Manor. Mocht smiled as he took off his coat and handed it to his servant as he praised. I've always heard that the wine brewed by Mager is excellent, but I've never had the chance to taste it. I can finally satisfy my curiosity today. I hope I won't disappoint you. Klein smiled modestly. As a famous vineyard in the northern continent, the quality of champagne, red wine, and white wine in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland were all of high quality. However, most of the manors here belonged to nobles, and the self-brewed alcoholic beverages were basically not sold to the public. Therefore, almost no one in the market had heard of it. Only people from the upper class or those close to this circle knew about the situation. Mager was one of the most representative estates in this area. The wine they brewed was widely praised in the circle, and the red wine of special years was even sold for hundreds of pounds per bottle by collectors. However, in order for Klein to purchase such a manor for £20,000, he had to agree to certain conditions. The Duke of Negan would send people to take away all the special vintage wines. Mocht knew this very well, and he didn't have any hopes of tasting the collectible wine. He smiled when he heard that. He said with a smile, "You can open a few more bottles and pour me a tiny cup. Let me judge which vintage is the most outstanding." As a member of high society, he had indeed never drunk Mager Manor's alcohol. The reason was simple. He was a new party member of Parliament, and the Duke of Negan was the main financier of the Conservative Party. No problem. Klein immediately agreed as he swept his gaze across Hazel's face. Compared to July or August, this girl was clearly a lot more cheerful. She no longer cowered when meeting strangers. She even refused to participate in banquets and balls. This made people who knew her well believe that she was ill. And this was all thanks to Justice Audrey. When she met Don Dantes at the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, she had mentioned twice that she had recently met Miss Hazel Mocht. Such a conversation didn't seem problematic at first glance. This was because Hazel was someone Audrey and Dantes were familiar with. She was someone from their social circles, so it was very normal to seek topics of conversation from a friend. However, Klein understood Miss Justice's hint. He understood that she was referring to the fact that he had met Hazel twice at a ball and a banquet, and that he had undergone 2 follow-up treatments. After settling in the Mocht family's rooms, Klein welcomed the second batch of guests for the weekend hunt. Major General Konas Kilgore had told him ahead of time that he would be bringing a friend. This friend was someone Klein knew, but he didn't know Don Dantes. He was a steam-powered car magnate from his cage. He was also the main investor of the bicycle project. With the help of a lawyer he suspected to be a lawyer, he had bought an additional 10% of the shares from Sherlock Moriarty at a low price. Since it's related to a lawyer, it's understandable that he's a friend of the Earl of the Fallen. Klein smiled as he went forward and hugged Konas and from his cage. "Welcome." He then took a step back and said to Framiz, who was a quarter Fasak. He was tall and fat, and his eyes were very blue. "I heard that your steam-powered car is very famous. Why didn't you drive it here?" Before Framiz could answer, the tough-looking Konas Kilgore said with a smile, "No, you don't understand him. He won't let go of any opportunity to showcase his steam-powered car. However, that car is too heavy. On the way here, it sank into the soil and couldn't be pulled out. Thankfully, I don't believe in his tricks." I rode the carriage myself and followed behind. Otherwise, he would have to walk the rest of the way on foot. The main problem is that our roads are too poor. They need to be renovated and rebuilt, just like how a steam-powered train needs to lay down its tracks. Frommes retorted and shrugged at Klein. I was planning on getting some investments from you. Haha, let's talk about it in the future. In the past, you were the one who invested in us, but now you're asking me for investments. Only then did Klein realize something. He was considered a rather famous tycoon in the upper echelons of the kingdom. He had donated shares worth more than £10,000, bought an expensive manor, and established ties with the military. It was obvious that he was rich. But in fact, my total assets are only £50,000 to £60,000. It might only be a tenth of Miss Justice's wealth. I wonder when I'll become a tycoon with £1,000,000. Amidst his self-deprecation, Klein thought for a moment and said, "It's fine. I'm very interested in the combination of machinery and steam. I can take a look at your steam-powered car when I'm free." "It's great." Frommes immediately laughed. "If I didn't know that you had donated a large amount of wealth to the Church of Evernight, I would have thought that you were a believer of steam. After all, I've once drawn a triangular sacred emblem on my chest." Klein didn't continue the topic, afraid that Frommes would discover his intentions. He pointed at the staircase. "Why don't we try the cigar collection in the smoking room? Only after I bought this manor did I know that there's a room built to store cigars. It's constant in temperature and humidity. However, as you know, I can smoke, but I don't like it." "That's right. Is there a chief?" A smile suffused Frommes Kilgore's face. "Of course." Klein gave an affirmative answer. There was only one reason why he actively held hunting activities: to hunt the Major General and Deputy Director of MI9. Therefore, he had considered the other party's preferences in every aspect. However, Klein wasn't in a hurry to take action during this hunt. This was because he still lacked a sufficient understanding of Frommes Kilgore, a man who had concealed his demigod strength. He still needed to grasp his preferences, level of vigilance, and the items he carried with him during the various gatherings and hunts. As a magician's, Klein didn't perform unprepared. In a particular house in Sherwood Borough, Furs put down the book in her hand and looked at Zio, who was pacing around the activity room. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you vexed about?" Zio glanced at her. "I'm vexed over whether to immediately inform MI9 of Viscount Stratford's close contact with an unfamiliar woman, or to keep it a secret until there are further developments." "Why keep it a secret?" Furs first asked before answering herself. "Viscount Stratford is related to your father's death, but you usually don't have the chance or strength to confront him. You're afraid of exposing yourself and affecting your mother and brother. And now he might have met with an accident because of that unfamiliar woman. He's in a relatively easy state to deal with. This is your chance. That's why you're hesitating, right?" Zio fell silent for a moment. "Yes." Furs closed the book and stared into her friend's eyes. She said seriously, "Since you're hesitating, it means that you're already leaning towards it." Zio slowly nodded. "Yes." Furs combed her slightly curled long hair, stood up, and extended her right hand. "I already know of your decision. Oh, do you need help?" Seeing Zio hesitate without an answer, she laughed. "I'm a sequence, 6 beyonder." Without waiting for Zio to speak, she looked around. "If you're worried, we can still seek additional help." What she meant was that she wanted to seek help from members on the tarot. Zio thought for a moment and exhaled. "There's no need for the time being. Let's give it a try first. Let's head out now and continue monitoring Viscount Stratford. Now." Furs was taken aback. "All right, but before that, I'll use the crystal ball to do some astrology to confirm the level of danger." After some work, she held the pure crystal ball in one hand. "There's a certain level of danger. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1044. Empress Borough, the side of Viscount Stratford's mansion." The black-dressed Furs and Zio hid in a dark corner, staring at the tightly shut iron gate, patiently waiting for their target to appear. It wasn't raining tonight, so they didn't have to face the harsh environment. The carriage parked at the edge of the street light made them understand that the harvest would definitely come. It was only a matter of time. After an unknown period of time, the iron gate made a sound of metal rubbing against each other and slowly opened. A figure draped in a dark cloak flashed out from within. With his head lowered, he walked to the side of the rental carriage and boarded it with light movements. "Is it her?" Fur suppressed her voice and asked Zio. She didn't have the beyonder power to restore the other party's characteristics through descriptions, nor had she seen him before. She couldn't rely on her spiritual intuition or astrology to make a judgment. Zio nodded affirmatively. "Yes." As they whispered to each other, the rental carriage sped up and left the side door area. Zio immediately left the corner she was hiding in, prepared to use her beyonder powers as a sheriff and the enhancement to her physique as an interrogator to follow her target from afar by jogging. "What do you want to do?" At this moment, Furs pressed her shoulder and ruined her plan. Tailing him, Zio looked back at her friend in puzzlement. Furs looked at the rental carriage that had yet to completely pull away from them and asked thoughtfully, "What's going on? Why are you following me? Also, didn't you say that the target would be protected by a rather powerful beyonder after entering the Bakelin Bridge area?" "Yeah." Zio first answered the second question before saying, "Your question is so strange. Tracking is obviously to confirm the target's appearance, identity, background, and goal." Furs retracted her left hand from Zio's shoulder and revealed a smile. "Since the target has a rather powerful beyonder protecting her, it will be very difficult for us to complete the tracking in the Bakelin Bridge area. We won't be able to find her residence and figure out her real identity. Do you want to directly clash with that protector? Although you have my help, have you ascertained the opponent's strength? How confident were they? Would it be dangerous? Also, as soon as a battle breaks out, the target will certainly be alarmed. It's the same as stopping the carriage in advance and questioning it face to face. It will sabotage your most fundamental purpose and raise Viscount Stratford's wariness. He won't be caught in a dilemma, and you'll have a chance to attack. There's a chance of failure if you do it. If you don't do it, you'll definitely fail." Zio emphasized that she knew the predicament she was in. All she wanted was to give it another try and find opportunities along the way. At this time, the rental carriage had already turned at the end of the road and entered the main street. Furs looked at its gradually disappearing figure and shook her head with a smile. "No, no, no. What we need to do is to change our way of thinking. We should try to figure out the target's appearance first. When the sun rises, we can use her appearance to go to the Bakelin Bridge area to do a routine investigation and gather intelligence from other sources." "Your choice of words is very professional," Zio said in thought. "Of course. I'm someone who has written detective novels." Furs responded without any modesty. "But how do we figure out the target's appearance without alarming her?" Zio raised the most critical question. Prepared, Furs took out Lamino's travels and said with a smile, "Very simple. Very simple. Use the psychological invisibility that Miss Justice recorded." Although Audrey didn't have the chance to use Lamino's travels, she had rented it 2 or 3 times out of curiosity. She studied the beyonder powers, effects, and characteristics, and she had recorded some of her beyonder powers in it. One of them was the rather practical psychological invisibility. As for her true identity, Zio and Furs were increasingly certain, but they didn't ask her in person, nor did they do any further investigations. This was the most basic form of respect for a tarot member. Upon hearing her friend's answer, Zio's train of thought became clear as she instantly had a few ideas. Furs continued speaking to herself, "That's right. By using this page of Beyonder Powers, you'll be in the sensory blind spots of the surrounding creatures. Even if you were to appear in front of them, they wouldn't be able to see you. This way, you can directly board the carriage and walk in front of the target. You can openly look at her face and remember all her characteristics. Haha! I sometimes think that a person who uses psychological invisibility might be trampled to death by a large creature that happens to pass by if he's unlucky. Don't cause too much of a commotion later. Don't speak to the surrounding creatures either. That will attract attention, and psychological invisibility will automatically be dispelled. Okay, Zio nodded and raised another problem. How do I prevent the target from discovering that the carriage door has suddenly opened while it's in motion? Without waiting for Furz's answer, she immediately pressed, "Did you record the beyond her power door opening? Did you record the door opening beyond her power? What do you think?" Furz smiled as she handed Lamino's travels to her friend. She also explained which pages psychological invisibility and door opening were on. After Zio memorized it, she immediately ran along the shadows on both sides of the road in pursuit of the rental carriage. Before long, she saw her target. With a gentle shake of her right hand, the bronze-green notebook revealed a yellowish-brown goatskin page. As her fingers gently slid across it, Zio seemed to see countless waves of light appear on the surface of the deep lake as they spread out. When her vision returned to normal, she sped up and quickly rushed to the side of the moving carriage. In order to confirm it, Zio didn't take action immediately. With a few large strides, she overtook the horse. She then turned around as though she was crossing the road, but the carriage driver didn't notice her. He didn't shout a warning, nor did he rein in the horse. After confirming that psychological invisibility was effective, Zio sped up and dodged the horse's charge before coming to the side of the carriage. After some observation, she flipped through Lamino's travels, revealing a piece of white paper covered with strange patterns and symbols. Then, she extended her right hand and pressed it against the wall. Her figure instantly turned transparent as she appeared inside the carriage. The woman in the black cloak was sitting diagonally opposite her, looking at Zio's glass window as though she was thinking about something. However, she ignored the bounty hunter who had suddenly barged in. At such a close distance, even though her cloak was pulled very low, Zio could still make out her face. Furthermore, she wasn't as careful as when she was walking outside. Her every move appeared rather casual, causing the cloak to shrink down to her eyes. Instantly, her appearance was reflected in Zio's eyes, overlapping with a face that retained male characteristics. This was the beyond her power of a sheriff. Zio's eyes widened as she couldn't help but shout, "Sherman?" She could foresee that the woman who frequented Viscount Stratford's residence was rather beautiful, but she never expected that she was her friend, Sherman, a young man. A man whose looks couldn't even be considered androgynous had now become so beautiful with such feminine charm. At that moment, Zio couldn't help but size up Sherman. She was unable to connect her figure to the young man she knew. If it wasn't for her sheriff beyond her powers confirming that she was Sherman from her facial features, Zio would have definitely believed that she had recognized the wrong person. And even so, she still suspected that she wasn't Sherman, but Sherman's sister who shared the same father and mother. Upon hearing the surprise question, Sherman noticed that there was an additional person in the carriage at some point in time. It was a familiar person. Bounty hunter Zio Dericha. Having changed her name to Sherman, she was first horrified before she instinctively said the words that Trissy often mentioned. The present you can't be touched by someone you know from the past. Do you wish for your husband, the person you love, to know what you were like in the past? Only by completely severing all ties with the past can you obtain a new lease of life and be saved. Similar words quickly flashed through Charmaine's mind, causing her to suddenly have a thought that even she herself was afraid of to appear in her heart. Kill her. This thought was like a devil that came from the abyss as it constantly whispered into Sherman's ears, echoing in her heart. Kill her. Kill the person who recognized you. Only by doing so can you truly escape from the past and not lose the present. Kill her. Sherman didn't answer Zio's question as she clenched her left hand that was placed by her side. She clenched it very slowly and with a slight tremble. Zio sensed strong emotional fluctuations from him and confirmed that he was Sherman. She then asked in concern, "What's wrong?" Immediately she asked in concern, "How did you become like this? Where did you go all this time? Did something happen to him? Were you hurt?" Sherman's lips quivered a few times. She relaxed her left fist a little and spoke with a sobbing tone. With a sobbing tone, she said, "I've already begun a new life. Don't disturb me, all right? I don't want to lose everything I have now. I don't want to see the people I knew in the past." The more she spoke, the faster she spoke, and the more obvious her pleading became. Zio was taken aback for a few seconds as she stared at Sherman and pursed her lips tightly. "All right." She didn't stay any longer as she reached out to open the carriage's glass window and jumped out. Sherman watched the entire process in silence before finally letting out a long sigh. She slumped in her seat as though she had lost all her strength. It wasn't easy for her to control the devil in her heart. At this moment, she saw a figure rapidly outline on the other side of her, appearing out of thin air. The figure was wearing a dark, old-fashioned dress, but it didn't ruin her sweet and gentle looks and bearing. Just sitting there without saying a word made it impossible to shift one's eyes away. "Demoness Trissy." "Why didn't you kill her?" Trissy asked with a smile that didn't show any signs of gloom. It was as though she was chatting about what she had drunk the night before. She was one of the few people who didn't discriminate against me in the past. She even helped me. Sherman replied in shock before asking with a frown, "Why are you here?" Trissy smiled. "I am protecting you." Without waiting for Sherman's response, she said, "You seemed to be in a good mood when you came out." Sherman recalled what had happened and revealed a hint of embarrassment. Maybe I have a chance to be a mother." As she spoke, she touched her belly with her right hand as the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. "I feel like he's kicking me. Sherman was suddenly taken aback as she blurted out in shock, "How can it be so fast?" She wasn't even sure if she could conceive a child today. Upon seeing her reaction, Trissy's smile became even more charming. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1045. How was it? Did you get a good look? Just as Furs left the street where Viscount Stratford's residence was, she saw Zio walk back with a gloomy expression. She looked a little lost. Zio nodded hesitantly. "I did." After saying that, she seemed to finally snap to her senses and said in shock, "I know her." "I know her, no, him." Furs was confused. Zio habitually observed her surroundings before saying, "He's Sherman. The Sherman I told you about. He actually became a woman." Furs was taken aback when she heard that. She subconsciously asked, "Could it be that you got the wrong person?" "She's actually Sherman's sister?" Zio shook her head firmly. "No," she admitted it herself. "She even told me not to disturb her. She wants to completely bid farewell to her past." "But how did he become a woman?" Furs's eyes darted around as she suddenly recalled something. In thought, she said, "It's not impossible. There's a beyonder pathway that can turn a man into a woman at a certain stage." She remembered that Miss Justice had mentioned something similar in one of their free exchanges. "Ah, really?" Zio's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. Yes. Furs had already recalled the exact details and gave a rather certain answer. "This." Zio found it hard to accept, but she couldn't find a retort. All she could do was press, "Which pathway is it?" Furs replied, "Demoness." It's the assassin pathway. Demoness. Sherman actually became a demoness." Zio muttered to herself. "Demoness. Sherman actually became a demoness." Zio muttered to herself. "Demoness. Sherman actually became a demoness." Zio muttered to herself. "Will she be used by someone?" "No, I have to warn her." Just as she said that, Zio turned around and ran with large strides in an attempt to catch up to the rental carriage. However, she didn't find her target even after chasing for a few streets. Sherman and the carriage seemed to have vanished into thin air. Zio gradually slowed down and finally stopped. She looked at the empty street in front of her with a complicated expression. Behind her, Furs passed through a few walls and finally caught up. Gone, Zio muttered. Furs similarly cast her gaze forward and replied thoughtfully, That's right. I've been discovered. Without waiting for Zio to say a word, she turned around and sighed. Let's go back and find another opportunity. Zio didn't take a step forward as she continued standing there. After a few seconds, under Furs's puzzled gaze, she said, Since they've discovered the problem, will they take action in advance? It's possible. If they don't want their plan to fail, they might try to make one last attempt tonight before we can prepare. Furs immediately agreed with Zio's judgment. Let's return to Viscount Stratford's place and crouch in a more secluded spot to continue monitoring. Zio immediately nodded and replied without any hesitation, That's right. All right. In the dock area inside a warehouse filled with goods, Charmaine sat on the dirty wooden box with her hands behind her back. Thin but tough spider silk coiled around her body. It was as if she had been encased in a transparent cocoon, and she couldn't even make a sound. This isn't a bad thing for you. Trissy stood in front of Charmaine, holding a pitch-black flame in her hand. At the very least, you can determine if he really loves you or if he's lying to you. Charmaine was furious and horrified. She tried her best to plead with a whimper, but Trissy wasn't moved at all. She flipped her palm that held the pitch-black flame and pressed it against Charmaine's stomach. The flame seemed to have a mind of its own. It first dispersed like flowing water before penetrating the skin and flesh as though it didn't have a physical form in an attempt to burrow inside. Trissy's smooth, raven-black hair fluttered in a manner that defied the laws of nature. It was pulled by invisible hands as it extended in every direction, causing the surrounding air to be tainted with a baffling smell. The strands of hair vaguely became thicker as they dispersed, each strand distinct. Deep beams of light surged out from beneath them, carrying curses and words as they rapidly flowed forward, fusing with the pitch-black flame and entering Charmaine's stomach before quickly vanishing. Charmaine's face twitched uncontrollably, but she didn't feel any pain. It was as though it was a purely instinctive reaction. She quickly calmed down and saw Trissy's body, who was dressed in a dark black dress, fade away bit by bit, gradually turning transparent until it vanished. Charmaine's pupils dilated as she struggled once again, but she was unable to escape her restraints. She exhausted herself again and again, only to begin again and again. It was as though a flood was rising in a silent warehouse, 1 centimeter at a time. After an unknown period of time, the warehouse's door opened with a bang, slamming into the walls on both sides. A figure staggered in. It was none other than the middle-aged Viscount Stratford. He didn't wear a white wig like he usually did when he went out. It revealed his rather high hairline and rather messy black hair. The latter was stuck together, as though it had been soaked by the storm and dried by the sun. But for the past few hours, the clouds had thinned and the crimson moon hung in the sky. It hadn't rained at all. On Viscount Stratford's face, droplets of sweat slid down his stiff necklines. Beneath his skin, there seemed to be countless black threads flowing. His body was slightly hunched, and his facial muscles were contorted. His eyes were filled with pain and worry. After surveying the area and discovering Charmaine, he was first delighted before turning anxious. He charged over, finding it difficult to maintain his balance. And when Charmaine saw him enter the warehouse, her face suddenly turned lively, as though it was covered in a layer of light. She then revealed a look of worry and horror as she frantically tried to shake her head. However, her neck was firmly held in place by the spider silk, preventing her from doing so. She turned even more anxious, to the point that tears seeped out of her eyes. One drop after another They were crystalline and fragile. Just as Viscount Stratford was about to reach her, there was a loud bang between the two of them. It was as though there was an invisible wall that separated Viscount Stratford and Charmaine. It was impossible to cross. If you wish to remove the curse and take her away, answer my questions without hiding anything. At that moment, a figure quickly outlined itself in a corner of the warehouse. Her facial features were charming, and when combined, they were abnormally sweet. It was as though she was the lover every man dreamed of when they were young. She was none other than Demoness Trissy. Without waiting for Viscount Stratford's response, she raised her right hand, causing a pitch-black flame to shoot out. The exposed skin on Viscount Stratford's face, hands, and neck instantly became transparent, and blood vessels protruded one after another. And in every blood vessel, black flames burned silently as they flowed, silently. The pain in Viscount Stratford's eyes reached its peak at that moment, but it instantly vanished. His expression turned extremely cold as his eyes had a hint of mockery. It was as though the one being cursed wasn't him, but Trissy, who was a great distance away. In the corner of the warehouse, large amounts of black flames suddenly soared around Trissy, illuminating the dense, invisible spider silk. However, it was unable to ignite them. In an instant, Trissy, like Charmaine, was sealed in a transparent cocoon. She was unable to move or escape. At a vent high above the warehouse, another figure appeared. It was a lady of unknown age. She wore a simple and holy white robe. She had black hair and blue eyes. She was beautiful and had an indescribable charm. Katerina Pell. Trissy seemed to use all her strength to finally shout out a name. At that moment, Viscount Stratford grabbed at his body and pulled out an illusory doll that was wrapped in black flames. He shot a glance at Charmaine and turned to Trissy with a smile. I've never been careless when it comes to matters that concern my life. After Sykes died, I knew that it would be my turn one day. Haha, you're hunting me. So of course there are others who wish to hunt you. We were very patient, afraid that we would scare you away. We didn't do anything and waited until today. Also, your gift isn't bad. Upon hearing Viscount Stratford's words, Charmaine, who was still struggling out of habit, stopped all her actions. Her expression was unprecedentedly lifeless. Her eyes were wide open, but there was no focus in them. It was as though she was sinking inch by inch into water. Love. Trissy suddenly laughed as though she was mocking herself. She wasn't nervous or flustered at all. Mager Manor. It was already late at night. After arranging the lodgings for more than 20 guests and preparing for the next day's hunting activities, Klein suddenly woke up shortly after he fell asleep. His intuition was triggered as he outlined a scene in his mind. Major General Konas Kilgore, who was dressed in a shirt and trousers, flew out from the guest room's window and floated out in violation of the laws of nature. I haven't even done anything yet. He has his own motives for coming here. With a thought, Klein controlled a cockroach outside and turned it into a marionette. He used its eyes to observe his surroundings. Almost at the same time, Konas Kilgore appeared. After this demigod left Mager Manor, he immediately messed up the distance and quickly arrived at the bank of the Tussock River in preparation to cross it. The cockroach looked on quietly and didn't react. He's going to the south bank of the Tussock River. What does he want to do? He likes to hunt in the suburbs. Could it be to conceal such actions? This is also the reason why he introduced me to Mager Manor. Klein lay in bed and seriously analyzed Konas's actions. When the MI-9 demigod truly stepped onto the south bank of the Tussock River, Klein suddenly recalled something. Back when he escaped from the underground ruins wherein Sangwell and company were, he had appeared northwest of Bakeland, on the south bank of the Tussock River. It wasn't too far from where Mager Manor was. Chapter 1046. As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly switched places with his valet, Anuni, who was in the room next door, and under the grapevines about 150 meters away from the manor's main house, A centipede that was slowly crawling suddenly stiffened before relaxing. Almost at the same time, its figure vanished, and Don Dantes appeared in his blue and white checkered pajamas. Klein had switched places with his marionette again. He decided to use this method to secretly tail Kona's Kilgore and figure out where he was going and what he was planning to do. Although this way he could only teleport 150 meters at a time, and every activation required a gap of 2 to 3 seconds, including the process of turning into a marionette. Compared to flaming jump and traveling teleportation, it was sufficiently stealthy and silent. It was very difficult for Kona's Kilgore to discover him. After all, he was a demigod. Even if he wasn't good at things like spiritual intuition, he was still a demigod. He definitely couldn't be underestimated. By the same logic, the reason why Klein didn't rely on creeping hunger to hide in the shadows was because, despite being stealthy, his speed was relatively slow. It was impossible for him to chase up to a demigod. In the deep night, from Mager Manor to the south bank of the Tussock River, the rats, venomous snakes, spiders, and fish that swam between the tree roots and the rocks turned stiff and sluggish. One marionette after another transformed. With their help, Klein constantly teleported without causing any commotion. Soon he arrived at the south bank of the Tussock River and chased after Kona's Kilgore, maintaining a distance of nearly a kilometer. To a Bizarro sorcerer, even if his marionette left his control range, he wouldn't be released from his controlled state and die on the spot. Without a Bizarro sorcerer's consciousness catalyzing it, this process was rather slow, taking nearly 10 minutes. Therefore, Klein wasn't worried that he would lose Anuni, who was lying on his bed due to his tailing. As long as he could return within 10 minutes, he could continue controlling his marionette. Silently, Klein followed Kona's Kilgore up the Tussock River, passed through a dense forest, and climbed up a mountain beside the shore. At this moment, Kona's Kilgore, who wasn't wearing a vest or coat, suddenly stopped and checked his surroundings. He gradually expanded his perimeter as though he was marking out his territory. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't dare stay any longer. He immediately switched positions with his marionette and continuously retreated, opening up a distance of nearly 3 kilometers between him and the MI9 deputy director. At the same time, he took the initiative to give up his control over the marionettes in front of him. The death of a few worms wouldn't arouse suspicion. This was too common in the outskirts and forests. King of the Five Seas, Nast, was able to create a combat environment that was beneficial to him. Could Kona's Kilgore, who is also a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, have the ability to mark out an area, tamper with, add to, or use certain rules to make a stalker expose their whereabouts the moment they enter, preventing them from hiding? Very likely. Vigilantly, Klein took out a gold coin from the pocket of his pajamas and spun it between his fingers. This time he deliberately controlled his strength so that there was no clanging sound. The gold coin silently flew up and then fell back into his palm. Without needing to lower his head, Klein's mind naturally reflected the gold coin's state. The king's portrait is facing up. This means that there's an anomaly in the area ahead. There's a very high risk, as expected of a demigod. Such powers are truly enviable. However, does he think he can escape my tracking just like that? Klein scoffed inwardly and retreated dozens of meters. He found an abnormally quiet spot and turned himself into German Sparrow. Right on the heels of that, he clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth. He whispered, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, protector of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, controller of tsunamis and storms, the great Cavituous." After praying, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He sat in the fool's seat and beckoned for the white bone staff with a ring of blue gems embedded at its tip. Then, with the help of his prayer light and the sea god scepter's response to his believers, he saw the situation in the area where German Sparrow was. He then took the initiative to raise his field of vision, allowing the nearby scene to enter his field of vision. With that as a base, he expanded his surroundings by 5 nautical miles. This was the limit of the range that the sea god's scepter could observe with the prayers of his believers. This way, the area that Kona's Kilgore had marked out, where nothing could escape his senses, appeared in Klein's line of sight, at the dock in the warehouse filled with goods. Love. After Trissy chuckled, her figure suddenly turned faint and was dyed with the luster of a lake at night. In an instant, she was wrapped in layers of demoness of unaging Katerina Perlman's spider silk. She was bound tightly and turned into an illusory mirror. It was a full-body mirror that was taller than a person. Inside, aqueous light fluctuated as a dark glow appeared, as though it was a door that led to another world. At that moment, it didn't reflect the scene in front of it. Instead, it outlined a room. The room was hazy and dark. The bed and furniture had been sliced into countless neat pieces that were scattered everywhere. Only the central area was clean, without even a speck of dust. Trissy stood there, wearing a dark and gloomy black dress. Her smooth hair cascaded down and fluttered in the wind. It accentuated her abnormally fair face, making her look like a female ghost from folklore. She wasn't present at the scene. Instead, with the help of the illusory mirror, she had projected her figure and strength from an unknown distance away. It was as though she was real. Therefore, she wasn't flustered at all when she was being controlled and hunted. Upon seeing this situation, Katerina Perlman, who was dressed in a simple holy white robe, didn't hesitate at all as she let out a sharp scream. Invisible sound waves rapidly spread out as her hair fluttered. Each strand was distinct and thick. Furthermore, it was dyed with a dull grayish-white color. The illusory full-body mirror suddenly shook violently, as though it would collapse at any moment. And in the messy room it illuminated, the bed, desk, and chair fragments turned grayish-white and lost their luster. They looked like rocks. In front of Trissy, the brownish-yellow floor also turned into grayish-white rocks. They quickly extended towards the only human in the room, like a surging tide. Trissy didn't attempt to resist. She immediately turned around and waved her hand as she pounced towards the open window. In midair, invisible spider silk that belonged to her appeared. All of them turned dim and evolved in the direction of grayish-white. At the same time, cracks appeared one after another on the dark and deep full-body mirror. With illusory gotcha sounds, it collapsed and directly disappeared. However, before the full-body mirror completely disappeared, the grayish-white color in the completely petrified room strangely flowed backward, condensing into a figure. The figure was dressed in a simple and holy white robe. She had lustrous raven-black hair and a pair of blue eyes that looked mature and innocent. She was none other than the demoness of unaging, Katerina, who had just been in the warehouse. As the dark light dissipated, Viscount Stratford could no longer see the situation in the room opposite him. He retracted his gaze and cast it at Charmaine. The look in his eyes turned slightly complicated before returning to normal. Trissy sure is patient. In order to deal with me, she actually spent several months nurturing a new demoness. Viscount Stratford shook his head and chuckled. What does she want you to obtain from me? At that moment, with the connection with Trissy severed, the spider silk around Charmaine had already relaxed. It was no longer able to bind her or restrict her movements. This beautiful girl wore a blank expression as she replied with empty eyes, "She wants me to know who you're truly loyal to." Without waiting for Viscount Stratford to speak, her eyes suffused an indescribable glint. She hesitantly asked, "She wants me to know who you're truly loyal to. How many of the promises you've made to me, how many of them are true?" Viscount Stratford was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled. "You're probably the most foolish and naive which I've ever seen." Charmaine's expression froze on her face. The light in her eyes, which she had regained after much difficulty, dimmed bit by bit. Outside the warehouse in another direction, Zio and Furs were hiding in the shadows, observing the silent target area. They had followed Viscount Stratford here. Their patience paid off. They found that the captain of the royal guards had left the mansion in the dead of night and was rushing to the dock area near the Bakeland Bridge. With Zio's share of powers, they chased after him from a great distance and confirmed that Viscount Stratford had entered the warehouse in front of them. In addition, they also noticed that Viscount Stratford wasn't in a good state. He seemed to be injured. Actually, we had the chance to make a move on the way. Furs looked at the warehouse door and muttered. Zio didn't even turn her head. But you yourself said that you had a nagging feeling that things weren't that simple. You wanted to wait a little longer. This might be an astrologer's intuition, or it might be a sign of stalling. Furs said in a self-deprecating manner. They didn't say anything else as they returned to silence and continued waiting patiently. At this moment, a pitch-black flame suddenly ignited on the ground in front of them. This strange flame rapidly split apart as it stuck to the ground and flowed in all directions, outlining a line of Rouen text. The opportunity you've been yearning for is here. Zio and Furz's pupils dilated at the same time as they exchanged looks, unsure of how to react or what to say. After a few seconds, Furz finally couldn't help but ask, "What do we do?" Chapter 1047. Upon hearing Furz's question, Zio hesitated for a moment. "We've been discovered," they had said something similar before, but now that they repeated it, they expressed a completely different meaning. Previously, they were pointing out that Sherman's identity had been discovered by Sherman's secret protector or monitor. Now, the main point was that their choices and corresponding actions were all within the expectations or arrangements of the person behind the scenes. There was no secret to speak of. This meant that the opportunity Zio longed for might really appear, but it was impossible to guess what was hidden behind it. If we follow the intentions of the person who left the message, the final outcome will be completely dependent on her goodwill. And that's something we can't control, Zio added from a rational point of view. The reason why she used she to represent the person behind the scenes was that she recalled the sweet fragrance she smelled when she left Sherman behind. Furs listened quietly and nodded in agreement. Yes, we've been too passive in this whole situation. The best choice is to leave this place. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the warehouse and opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. She thought of Sherman's possible situation and suspected that he was in deep danger, but in the end, she deliberately ignored it and did not mention it. To her, Sherman was only a person who existed in Zio's description. He was no different from a character in a novel. If she had the ability and the opportunity to save him, she would be willing to do so. However, she definitely wouldn't consider the risk of making her friend rash and putting her life in danger. Zio nodded. "All right, we'll leave now. However, the person who left the message definitely won't be happy to see us do this. There will definitely be some obstructions. How about this? We'll escape in different directions so that he can only choose one side. Whoever successfully leaves this area will immediately cause a commotion and attract the official Beyonders. Why don't you just create a commotion here?" Furs asked subconsciously. "This will definitely be stopped or destroyed." Zio gave her reason. Furs nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. All right, let's not delay any longer. Let's begin." Zio didn't say another word as she held a triangular blade that was so transparent that it was nearly invisible. With her back bent, she jumped out of her hiding spot and ran out of the dock along the shadowy area. Through Ma, hermit of the tarot, she had spent £500 to commission an artisan to create a mystical item using the dust and remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith. It was called Wintry Blade. Anyone who was hit by this weapon, even if it was just a touch, would fall into a frozen rigidity. Even their thoughts were out of control, as if they were possessed by a vengeful spirit. At the same time, once the battle continued, even if the enemy of the Wintry Blade did not have direct contact with this triangular stinger, their thoughts would gradually slow down and their movements would become stiff. On the other hand, the negative effect of the chilling blade was relatively less terrifying. There was only one negative effect, which was to make the user's body lose its temperature bit by bit and turn into an undead. Once the time limit was exceeded, the process would be irreversible. Therefore, Zio had been enjoying running or riding her bicycle more and more recently, so as to generate heat to fight against the loss of temperature. But even so, all she did was increase the time it took for the chilling blade to leave her body from 3 hours to 4 hours. After running for a distance, Zio looked back and realized that Furs had already passed through the wall and vanished from her previous hiding spot. After staring for 2 seconds, Zio bit her lip, turned around abruptly, and changed directions. She was heading straight for the warehouse. Soon, she arrived at the side of her destination, but she wasn't in a rush to head for the entrance. She looked up, as if she was searching for another passageway, one that was more hidden and unnoticed by the people inside. At this moment, she turned her head sharply and saw a figure flash over from the corner of the wall. The figure was dressed in a black dress and had slightly curly brown hair and a pair of light blue eyes. It was none other than Furs Wall. "Didn't you leave?" Amidst her surprise, Zio didn't forget to suppress her voice. Furs curled the corners of her mouth. "Weren't you also fleeing this place?" Zio was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she asked, "How did you realize?" "You actually didn't mention anything about Sherman. This isn't like you at all. I've already prepared a reason to persuade you," Furs replied quickly. Zio was taken aback as she said with a complicated expression, "There's no need for you to return." Furs ignored her as she pressed the wall to the side of the warehouse. "If you continue talking, perhaps we won't have to be troubled over this matter because it's already over." I actually didn't think of such a good solution. I should have directly said it and insisted on rescuing him with you. As for you, you definitely would have dissuaded me and refused to agree. You would have just wanted to act on your own. If we repeated this a few times, the matter would have ended by itself. Zio gave her friend a deep look. Without any hesitation, she raised Chilling Blade and stood beside her. Furs immediately flipped through Lamino's travels, augmenting herself and her friend with some Beyonder effects. Then she put away the spell book and grabbed Zio's arm with one hand, pressing the other against the wall. Just as Zio was waiting to open the door to enter, she realized that Furs didn't immediately activate her powers. The best-selling author took a deep breath and quickly said, after entering, "We'll first hide and observe. We'll take action when we're certain that there's a chance. If there's really no chance, or if we can't grasp the opportunity, we'll quickly leave. That way, we can at least avenge Sherman and not be buried with him. Only by being alive will there be all sorts of possibilities." Zio immediately nodded and replied solemnly, "Yes." "All right." Furs wished to say a few more words, but considering that they had already wasted some time, she couldn't delay any further. All she could do was open the illusory door and pass through the wall with Zio, arriving behind a row of wooden crates. She, who was no longer inexperienced with such actions, instinctively crouched down and pulled out Lamino's travels, flipping to one of the pages. Similarly, Zio didn't rush deep into the warehouse. She bent her back and placed her eyes between the wooden crates to observe the situation in the empty area. The female Sherman sat lifelessly on a wooden box. Her brown hair seemed to be blown by the wind as it swayed gently. Standing in front of her was Viscount Stratford. The captain of the Royal Guards tightened his collar and surveyed the area, seemingly looking at something. "Unfortunately, you're only a demoness. Don't worry. I'll let you die without any pain. I'll let you be completely purified." As he spoke, he took out an item from his inner pocket. Zio used the enhanced vision of the interrogator potion to clearly see the item. It was a cross that was stained with bronze. There were a few spikes protruding from it as though they had once pierced through someone. Its style and characteristics were something none of the countries in the Fifth Epoch's northern continent had. It presented an ancient charm. "Very good. You know that resistance is useless." As Viscount Stratford spoke, he pressed one of the fingers that held the bronze cross onto one of the spikes. His bright red blood immediately flowed out and was absorbed by the spike, seeping into the item. The mottled bronze on the cross's surface began to disintegrate as it rapidly peeled off, revealing the corporeal object condensed from light beneath. In just a second or two, the item in Viscount Stratford's hand had turned into a radiant cross. It emitted a pure and flawless light, illuminating the surrounding area abnormally bright. The shadow of the wooden crate rapidly receded as the dark spots on the wall rapidly evaporated like water. Beside Charmaine, the countless spider webs that belonged to Trissy floated up as though they were struggling in a fire. In a few moments, they melted away. The light grew brighter, but it wasn't blinding at all. Black flames and crystalline ice spewed out of Charmaine's body. They turned faint under the illumination and turned transparent until they vanished. In the vicinity of the radiant cross, there were no evil existences, nor was there any remnant of darkness. Upon seeing Sherman's expression begin to warp, Zio couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Furs. She could clearly sense how terrifying the radiant cross was. She began to waver in her decision to save her. Furs also noticed what was happening. She pointed at Lamino's travels, raised her left index finger, and whispered into Zio's ear. "Don't worry, Lamino's travels." She whispered into Zio's ear. "There's only one chance. I'll do my best to help you create it. If it doesn't succeed, or if you can't grasp it, we'll give up." Zio didn't hesitate as she nodded solemnly. Furs immediately straightened her body and flipped Lamino's travels to a charred page. This page was filled with all sorts of complicated, distorted, and indescribable symbols and labels. It gave one the feeling of howling winds. Demigod power of the sailor pathway, hurricane. After observing her surroundings again and confirming that there were no other enemies, Furs's gaze pierced through the gaps in the wooden crate and locked onto Viscount Stratford. She nimbly slid her finger across the charred page. With a loud boom, a visible hurricane stirred up from beneath Viscount Stratford's feet as it surged into the sky. Having suddenly suffered such a terrifying attack, the captain of the Royal Guards was unable to maintain his balance. He was lifted up by the hurricane and slammed into the warehouse's roof. Boom! The warehouse's roof was torn apart by the hurricane as a portion of it collapsed downwards. The remaining portion spun in the wind as it rose higher and higher. Viscount Stratford nearly fainted from the impact. He could no longer hold on to the radiant cross as he allowed it to fly out of his palm. The spike separated from the corresponding finger with a smear of blood as a mottled bronze green covered the cross's surface once again. The flawless radiance then disappeared. Upon seeing this, Zio didn't hesitate to rush out of her hiding spot. Her eyes first reflected Viscount Stratford's figure before two blinding bolts of lightning lit up. Psychic Piercing. Chapter 1048. Amidst the raging hurricane, Viscount Stratford was like a helpless leaf that had been blown down, one that could be torn to shreds at any moment. In such a state, he couldn't react at all, much less speak. All he could do was rely on his disciplinary paladin's powerful body to barely hold on, hoping that he wouldn't lose an arm or a head in the terrifying hurricane. He originally believed that his hunt was a success and that he was about to capture Trissy. Furthermore, he was extremely certain that she didn't have any helpers, therefore. He had placed all his attention on Charmaine. To his surprise, he had suddenly become prey, falling into a trap without any warning. Seeing that the hurricane was beginning to weaken, and that he had only suffered some damage from the impact without suffering any fatal injuries, Viscount Stratford hurriedly attempted to control his body to prepare for the upcoming battle. At this moment, he felt a stabbing pain in his head as though a sharp dagger had stabbed into it and stirred it a few times. This feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar to Viscount Stratford. This was because, although he had never experienced it directly, he had attempted it on many targets and observed their reactions. This was a beyonder power he had once been most adept at using. Psychic Piercing. Bang! Having suffered an attack, Viscount Stratford, who had failed to adjust his body's condition, slammed heavily to the ground. The bronze cross fell several meters away with a clang. Tap, 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 tap. With wintry blade in hand, Zio strode forward and charged at Viscount Stratford, who was struggling to stand up in a daze. As for Furs, she had already skillfully flipped through Lamino's travels before Zio rushed out. She unfurled it to a page that resembled a goatskin parchment. As her fingers moved, the shadows that had appeared around Viscount Stratford came alive once again. They condensed into black chains that coiled around the target, binding him tightly. Viscount Stratford, who had just recovered and regained his senses, didn't even have the time to choose a punishing target and forbid certain things when he lost his freedom once again. Even his mouth was bound with a shadow chain. Abyss shackles. The abyss shackles that originated from the sanguine or mid-sequence beyonders of the moon pathway. After using it once, Furs was rather fond of this beyonder power. She found it very practical, so she later spent gold pounds to get Mr. Moon, who had already become a viscount, to make the corresponding records. Bang! At this moment, Viscount Stratford suddenly erupted with strength that exceeded his previous strength, shattering the shadow chains. He chose the binding around him as the target of punishment. But at this moment, Zio had already rushed in front of him like a high-speed steam locomotive. With a whoosh, she threw out the transparent triangular dagger. With a puff, the wintry blade stabbed into the target's abdomen. Viscount Stratford's body stiffened once more as his eyes glazed over, as though he had turned into an ice sculpture. Zio released her hand, allowing the wintry blade to stab into the captain's stomach. It was as though she wanted the wraith on the weapon to continue possessing the target and forcefully control him. Then she swung her arm, clenched her fist, and smashed it below Viscount Stratford's ear. Under the double blow, Viscount Stratford fainted without even a grunt, his stiff body collapsing once more. After completing this strike, Zio left her back to Furs. She walked past the swaying Viscount Stratford, who had the wintry blade in his stomach, and ran toward Sherman, who was still sitting on the wooden crate. Furs flipped through Lamino's travels once again, using another beyonder power to add another layer of binding to Viscount Stratford. Then she walked out of the row of wooden crates she was hiding in and approached the ancient bronze cross. The scene she had just seen made her suspect that it was an item at the demigod level. According to the official Beyonders, it was a Grade 1 sealed artifact, and the process of Viscount Stratford carrying it and using it made her believe that the negative effects of the cross weren't that direct. She could attempt to pick it up. Of course, as a former astrologer, Furs took out the pure crystal ball as she walked and quickly did a divination. No problem. Furs glanced at the outcome and sped up her pace. At this moment, Zio had already rushed in front of Sherman. Looking at her friend, who had become rather beautiful, she was momentarily at a loss for words. In her eyes, there was something wrong with Sherman's state. This demoness hair was all fluttering, and every strand had turned thick like thin snakes. At the tip of the thin snakes, some had eyes, while others had their mouths split open. They looked extremely strange and terrifying. On Sherman's face, mysterious patterns that resembled black paint seeped out from her skin as they rapidly spread throughout her body. Her slightly hollow eyes quickly reflected Zio's appearance as she gradually regained some of her luster. There was a hint of confusion and pain in her eyes. She immediately opened her mouth and stuttered, "Zio, I'm in so much pain. Zio, I'm in so much pain." Zio's vision blurred. Although she had a lot of general knowledge regarding the details of the mysterious world, after all, Tarot's discussions were too high-end and MI9's information was biased towards secret organizations. She still knew quite a bit about losing control. In the circles of unaffiliated Beyonders, this was something that couldn't be avoided. Therefore, Zio knew that Sherman had already begun to lose control. It was irreversible, and it would only worsen. Sherman seemed to realize her state. She panted and revealed a poignant smile as she spoke with great difficulty. "Kill me. I've done many wrong things that I need to repent for. I've also obtained what I wanted." Zio's tears dripped down. Without any hesitation, She pulled out her backup weapon, an ordinary revolver. She then pressed the revolver against Sherman's forehead. Sherman smiled as a charming luster appeared in her eyes once again. Call me Sherman. Sherman? Zio's face couldn't help but scrunch up as her eyes turned misty. Bang, bang, bang. She repeatedly pulled the trigger and fired the bullets inside. Flowers bloomed one after another, red and beautiful. Upon seeing this scene, Furs subconsciously pursed her lips. 2 seconds later, she let out a long sigh, bent down, and extended her hand towards the bronze cross. The moment her fingers touched the item, it was as though she had touched a flame. It was hot and scorching, burning her soul. Furs instinctively retracted her hand, alarmed and puzzled. She remembered that Viscount Stratford had never acted in such a manner before. As her thoughts raced, Furs glanced at Viscount Stratford and kicked the bronze cross towards the nearby Zio. Give it a try. Also, we have to leave immediately. The commotion just now will definitely attract the official Beyonders. Also, who knows what the person who left the message will do? Zio's eyes were red as she didn't say a word. She bent down and picked up the bronze cross. Throughout the entire process, she didn't show any signs of discomfort. Furs didn't ask any questions as she walked to the stiff Viscount Stratford's side and warily looked around. After Zio put away the bronze cross, she carried Sherman's corpse and took 2 steps back to Viscount Stratford's side. That item is very precious, and his status is also very important. We will definitely become the targets of the royal family's pursuit. We have to interfere. Furs looked down at Viscount Stratford as she muttered to herself in thought. She quickly made a decision. She raised her hands, lowered her head, and piously chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. She didn't believe that giving up the bronze cross for her and Zio would reduce their importance, preventing the royal family from pursuing them. Therefore, without any hesitation, she directly prayed for Mr. Fool's help. To her, even sacrificing the item to Mr. Fool was better than staying at the scene. Almost at the same time, she saw a holy angel with 12 pairs of flaming wings on its back. This angel released a phantom and descended from the sky, using its flaming wings to wrap around her and Zio. After this scene vanished, Furs was just about to say something when her body suddenly trembled. She sensed a terrifying and evil feeling flowing out of the void. Her eyes focused as she squatted down without any hesitation. She reached out her hands and grabbed Zio and Viscount Stratford's calves. At the same time, on the bracelet she wore on her wrist, the last dark green stone with burn marks emitted a light blue and illusory glow. In an instant, Furs, Zio, Viscount Stratford, and Sherman's figures turned transparent as they vanished from their spots. In the blink of an eye, they had left the dock area and appeared in the outskirts of St. George Borough. During this process, Furs had also used her Beyonder powers as a scribe to successfully copy a journey. After observing her surroundings and confirming that there was no one around and that it was a mountain forest, Furs released her grip on Zio and Viscount Stratford's calves and straightened her body. With Mr. Fool's angel's blessings, there shouldn't be any danger. The person who left the message definitely won't be able to lock onto us. Furs heaved a sigh of relief and said with some lingering fear, the one that descended in the end was at least a saint. Thankfully, we escaped quickly. Zio gently put down Sherman's corpse and said in thought, if the person who left the message is Sherman's supervisor, then she might have already investigated where we live. We can't return there again. Yes, let's change locations. Following that, Furs cast her gaze at the unconscious and stiff Viscount Stratford. You can question them now. Make haste. As she spoke, she handed Lamino's travels to Zio and exhorted, there's mind reading on it. Use it with candlelight. Also, start with the simple and unimportant questions to lower your resistance. Zio received the spell book with a solemn expression when her wrist suddenly trembled. She couldn't hold onto Lamino's travels any longer. Pa, bronze green. The notebook fell to the ground as Zio frowned. It's like a flame. Furs had similar experiences, so after some thought, she said, "Try throwing that cross away." Zio followed her suggestion and successfully picked up Lamino's travels. It repels other mystical items. Upon seeing this scene, Furs nodded slightly. Zio didn't harp on the problem as she quickly prepared a lit candle. Then she pulled out Wintry Blade, making Viscount Stratford no longer turn stiff and sluggish as though he had been possessed by a wraith. When the captain of the Royal Guards slowly woke up, she triggered the corresponding page of the notebook. Viscount Stratford instantly turned dazed as all that was left in his eyes was the dim yellow candle flame. "Why did Sherman approach you?" Zio asked the question she had thought of. Viscount Stratford answered blankly. "She wants to investigate who I'm loyal to." Zio was taken aback as she instinctively asked, "Who are you really loyal to?" Viscount Stratford said slowly, "Of course it's His Majesty, Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1049. His Majesty. Upon hearing Viscount Stratford's answer, Zio was momentarily at a loss as she was filled with questions. She found it hard to understand why Charmaine would deliberately approach the captain of the Royal Guards just to find out who he was loyal to. It did not seem to be something too important or valuable. As for Viscount Stratford's answer, it was very orthodox and there was nothing wrong with it. Charmaine sacrificed her life just to get an answer like that? Zio originally wanted to ask about Charmaine's motive for investigating that trivial matter, but she instantly realized that it would be too quick to touch on the core information, making Viscount Stratford, who had yet to enter his state, resist. Hence, she temporarily held back her impulse. She pondered for a moment, then asked, "Do you know Mason Dill?" "Yes," Viscount Stratford replied in a daze. Zio Derrycha continued to raise a simpler and less important question. "Who is he?" "He's the former chief of the Royal Guards." Viscount Stratford only answered the question and didn't elaborate further. At this moment, Furs didn't listen to the mind-reading that was still at a superficial stage. She took out the pure crystal ball and placed it in Zio's pocket. After transferring the items, she bent down again and carefully tried to pick up the bronze cross. This time, as her fingers trembled slightly, the feeling of burning her soul did not come through her touch, allowing her to easily pick up the item with a few spikes. Indeed, this cross will repel all mystical items other than itself. It won't tolerate their existence. I still have the remnant spirituality of the moon paper figurine and the ancient wraiths, but it doesn't have any reaction. This means that it doesn't reject items that don't contain beyonder characteristics. It doesn't reject spirituality and power? If that's the case, will it also reject the beyonder characteristic of my body? But it won't be that obvious. This is another negative effect of it that needs a certain amount of time to appear. Furs had a rough idea of the bronze cross and cautiously put it into the secret bag containing the various ritual materials. After doing this, Furs looked down at the silver bracelet on her wrist and confirmed that it was empty. There were no more decorations hanging on it. She had used up all 5 of her stones that could teleport people. However, Furs wasn't as terrified as she used to be. Although she was already certain that the full moon's ravings would become clearer and more terrifying with each depletion of the stone, she also knew that with Mr. Fool's help, this wouldn't be a problem. In the past year, if it wasn't for the fact that she had to stay above the gray fog for a short period of time during every full moon or blood moon, she would have forgotten that she was still suffering the torture of the full moon's ravings. I hope that one day this curse will completely disappear. Furs couldn't help but sigh as she retracted her gaze from the silver bracelet that was gradually dimming. She then sincerely thanked Mr. Fool in her heart. No matter what his true purpose is, he has at least saved me time and time again, not just with the full moon ravings. This cross doesn't seem to be of a low level. I wonder if Mr. Fool will be interested in it and if he's willing to accept my sacrifice. Previously, I didn't have any good items or information, so I was unable to repay that kindness. Now I finally see a possibility. This is a shared spoil of war. I only have half. I wonder if Mr. Fool is willing to accept a sacrifice that only gives him half. No, Zio was also saved by Mr. Fool before. I might even be able to please Mr. Fool because of this. If he is satisfied, he might bestow a few Beyonder powers for me to record in Lamino's travels. No, Lamino's travels definitely can't record the powers of a deity. It won't be able to bear Mr. Fool's powers. Yes, the powers of an angel under him can do it too. No. I can't be too greedy. Even if I can get Mr. World to copy a few powers, I'll be very satisfied. Furz's thoughts wandered as she had a dreamy look of anticipation. This was the instinct of a best-selling author. As for why she didn't look forward to anything else but the records of Beyonder powers, it was because she had a deep understanding of the importance and terror of demigod-level Beyonder powers today. If Lamino's travels hadn't copied Tornado, she and Zio wouldn't have been able to capture Viscount Stratford tonight. They might not even have been able to escape successfully. Even without the Bronze Cross, Viscount Stratford was a rather powerful Beyonder. If he hadn't been injured by Tornado from the beginning, causing him to feel dizzy from the fall, their sneak attack wouldn't have had the desired effect. There was a high chance that they would have suffered a counterattack. Of course, separating the terrifying Radiant Cross from Viscount Stratford was the key to the outcome of the short battle tonight. And it was also thanks to Tornado. On careful thought, in a less pressing environment, under the premise of removing the Bronze Cross and the travels as demigod-level powers, it's not impossible for Zio and I to defeat Viscount Stratford by joining forces. We might even have a high chance of winning. The variety and reasonable combination of the Beyonder powers in the travels is truly very powerful. Together with Zio's psychic piercing powers and wintry blades effects, as well as the direct combat, Viscount Stratford's defeat would only be a reasonable outcome if he didn't have any special mystical items. A living scribe with rich experience is actually this powerful. The more Furze thought about it, the stranger she felt. It was that she had probably become a little more powerful. Back when she dealt with the ancient wraith, she already had a similar understanding. However, she later suffered a strange corruption, leaving her with a lingering fear. She didn't think too deeply about it. Back when she punished the sanguine Viscount Ernst Boyar, she and Zio hadn't participated in the actual battle, so they naturally didn't measure their strength. And this time their enemy, Viscount Stratford, was the captain of the Royal Guards of the Rouen royal family. He was at least a Sequence 6, with a high chance of being a Sequence 5. Furthermore, he wielded a demigod-level item, so the difference in strength was rather clear. This allowed Furze to instantly determine her level in the Beyonder world. Although the reason for their victory was mostly due to their sneak attack, the possibility of a successful sneak attack was also a manifestation of their strength. I'm already a scribe. After matching my powers with Lamino's travels, I'm almost equivalent to a rather powerful Sequence 5. The only problem is that I'm still lacking in experience. As Furze reflected, she cast her gaze at Zio and Viscount Stratford and continued listening to their questions and answers. At that moment, Zio's question had already entered a core region that could easily cause resistance. What caused Mason Deer's death? After asking this question, Zio's emotions suddenly became extremely complicated. She felt anticipation, unease, excitement, and fear. This was the question she had wanted to ask 8 years ago. In the past 3,000 days and nights, she had been searching for the answer, but she was afraid that the answer was not what she wanted. She was afraid that her father had indeed participated in the rebellion and had been executed for it without any honor to speak of. Viscount Stratford didn't immediately answer Zio's question. He discovered His Majesty's secret and wanted to inform the 3 major churches. He failed and was executed on the spot. Zio was stunned for a few seconds before finally confirming that she had obtained the answer. Although this answer frightened her, It allowed her heart to return to its original position and settle down. Secret, His Majesty's secret, she whispered to herself and asked in an urgent manner. What secret is it? Furs, who was next to her, was also stunned. She didn't expect things to develop to this extent. At that moment, Viscount Stratford's facial muscles visibly contorted as he spat out a few words with great difficulty. That secret is... Suddenly his body trembled violently as his dazed eyes regained their luster. Right on the heels of that, he disintegrated from the most minute of structures, instantly turning into a firework. The blood-colored firework shot into the sky and exploded, illuminating the night and reflecting into Firz's and Zio's eyes. This, with her previous experience, Firz's gaze faltered. Without another word, she immediately squatted down and grabbed Charmaine's corpse and Zio's calves. Their figures quickly turned transparent as they vanished from the spot, teleporting to the south of the bridge. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was holding the sea god scepter, also saw the firework that dyed the sky red. Back when Furze was praying to him, he happened to be observing Kona's Kilgore's actions in the majestic palace. In passing, he had stored the red priest card and summoned the paper figurine he had cut. He used the powers of the mysterious space to respond. During this process, he discovered that the person lying beside the magicians and misjudgment was Viscount Stratford. This was a target that he paid close attention to. Although he didn't personally investigate him, he knew that there was something wrong with him. He knew that Demonis Trissy was targeting him, so he remembered the corresponding looks and characteristics at a ball. Klein didn't know what the two tarot members were up to, but since it involved Viscount Stratford, he definitely wouldn't ignore the importance. He directly used the corresponding crimson star to observe the subsequent encounters of the magicians and misjudgment. After advancing to a demigod and obtaining more authority here, Klein could use the corresponding crimson star to directly investigate the situation in the surrounding area without the need for the tarot members to pray. This was similar to a believer that had been specially marked. However, Klein restrained himself from doing so and had never attempted it before. This allowed him to hear Zio and Viscount Stratford's conversation, and as someone who knew the inside story, he knew very well the true meaning and weight of the question of loyalty. Combined with the fact that the former captain of the Royal Guards, Mason Dill, had discovered the king's secret and had failed in his attempt to inform the three churches, Klein had a guess about the answer. He suspected that the greatest culprit behind the great smog of Bakeland was the King of Rouen, George III. Chapter 1050. Above the gray fog inside the palace, Klein, who was holding the sea god scepter, stared at the dark emperor and tyrant cards on the table in front of him with a solemn expression. Although Viscount Stratford's answer only proved that King George III was hiding a huge secret and had played a key role in the great smog of Bakeland, making him likely the greatest culprit, it didn't prove that he was the mastermind behind everything. After all, he could also be a puppet. But to Klein, that was enough. The target was extremely clear, and he had clues to investigate what they were plotting. Seeing that the magicians and misjudgment were far away from the anomaly and that their safety was basically guaranteed, Klein retracted his gaze and continued observing the actions of MI9's deputy director, Kona's Kilgore, through the prayer point of light. After a while, Kona's Kilgore, who had marked the territory and confirmed that no one was tailing him, walked to a mountain wall and took out an item. His entire body was tainted with a ghostly blue glow as he gradually turned hazy and blurry. Then he vanished into thin air, his whereabouts unknown. It's a rather special type of traveling. Through a fixed ritual and item, it achieves a point-to-point teleportation within a very short range. Back when I came out of the underground ruins wherein Sangwil was, I also passed through a similar door. Yes, this place isn't too far from the mountain where Mr. A pursued me. This kind of setup is very suitable for areas that need to be kept secret. Without permission from the inside, it won't have any effect even if I hold an item to activate it. And once something goes wrong, destroying the corresponding ritual can prevent the enemy from entering. preventing them from finding the exact location. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Combined with Viscount Stratford's confession, he initially believed that the king's secret and the scheme of the three families were hidden deep in the underground ruins. As long as he could enter and carefully investigate, there was a high chance of obtaining the truth of the matter. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the investigation of the matter would be extremely difficult. This was because he first needed the corresponding item to use the faceless transformation to fool the guards and teleport. And this wasn't an easy task. According to Rhodes, not only was Konas Kilgore a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, he also had a rather powerful sealed artifact. Even if Klein was prepared, he didn't have much confidence in defeating this Major General Deputy Director of MI9 without inviting an angel-level helper. Not to mention, he had to deal with the other party secretly without being discovered. And the angels he could invite each had their own difficulties and problems, so they might not necessarily agree. Even if I take down Konas Kilgore without alerting anyone, I have to consider the danger after entering. With the previous experience, it's impossible for them to not be wary of a faceless. The king is cooperating with the psychological alchemy and the demonist sect, so they're definitely plotting something significant. The possibility of an angel existing in the underground ruin is extremely high. Klein frowned slightly, unable to find a reliable way to complete the investigation. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the long, mottled table and decided to think about it in a different way. A few seconds later, Klein had an inspiration. Why do I want to complete all the steps myself? The king's secret and scheme are likely to be detrimental to the three churches of Storm, Evernight, and Steam. Otherwise, the former captain of the Royal Guards, Mason Dill, wouldn't have informed the three churches. As a blessed of the Evernight goddess, at least for now, isn't it obvious what I should do? This can also accumulate contribution points in preparation for exchanging for the scholar of your potion formula in the future. In an instant, Klein's thoughts became extremely clear. Without any hesitation, he left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. Dressed in his blue and white checkered pajamas, the German sparrow raised his hands once again and took on a praying posture. He chanted in ancient Hermes, Evernight goddess, loftier than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. This time, Klein didn't hold any ceremony because he wasn't praying for a bestowment or a response. All he wanted was to describe Viscount Stratford's instructions and his observations of Konas Kilgore. Therefore, all he needed to do was pray. After praying, Klein exhaled and stood in a remote spot in the forest, patiently waiting for the possible developments. In less than a minute, a figure suddenly outlined itself in front of him, like a portrait that was quickly being drawn. The person was dressed in a simple robe with a tree bark belt tied around his waist. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and his feet were bare. He had a pair of dark and serene eyes. He was none other than the leader of the ascetics, ranked first among the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, servant of concealment, Ariana. Good evening, Ma am Ariana. Klein bowed without any surprise. Ariana glanced at him and returned the greeting. Good evening. She didn't make any small talk. Is Konas Kilgore nearby? Yes, less than 10 kilometers away. Klein raised his hand and pointed in a direction. He has already used an item to vanish. What should I do next? Ariana nodded slightly. Wait for him to come out and find an opportunity to capture him. Isn't that a little too direct? You look quiet and simple, a reserved and cultured person. No, an angel. Why are you so radical in your style? If Konas Kilgore hadn't gone to the underground ruins and instead headed for another secret base, or if he wasn't too deeply involved in the king's scheme, then the matter of an archbishop of the church attacking the upper echelons of MI9 without permission would be huge news. The kingdom's internal strife would worsen. Klein was momentarily at a loss for a response to Ariana. although he would definitely take action against Kona's Kilgore if he were to handle the matter himself. Just the fact that he was involved in the slave trade and silencing him was sufficient reason for him to do so. But the problem was that a demigod from a secret organization attacking the upper echelons of the military was completely different from an archbishop of an Orthodox church attacking the upper echelons of the military. As though sensing Klein's thoughts, Ariana calmly explained, "You'll be the one doing it, not me." Klein wasn't used to her style. Ariana continued, "I'll create a world of concealment for you and provide you with the necessary support. Fight in concealment? Fight with the help of an angel?" Klein nodded in thought. "Then where should I ambush?" Ariana answered succinctly, "In your Mager manor." "Just as I thought, but I don't wish to say it myself." Klein sighed inwardly. His choice of ambush spot was based on a very simple logic. It was when Kona's Kilgore was the most relaxed and unguarded. Without a doubt, when he completed his secret mission and returned to Mager Manor, believing that all the adventures of the night were over, he would be the most relaxed and unguarded. By the same logic, if the king's secret and scheme were very important, then it was very likely that an angel would be watching Kona's Kilgore from the underground ruins from afar, paying attention to his safety. Once he was attacked, they would immediately respond. And when he returned to his normal life, the gaze that was cast at him would likely be retracted. After all, there were only so many angels, and they wouldn't be that free. Thankfully, I used the most covert method of tailing him. Furthermore, I'm sufficiently far away. From the looks of it, Ariana didn't leave the battle to me to avoid risks or reduce the negative effects, but to maintain a concealed state to prevent the battle from being discovered by the existence in the underground ruins. This will expend a lot of her energy. As his thoughts raced, Klein gained a deeper understanding of the entire matter. At this moment, Ariana added, "Don't worry. The battle in the world of concealment won't destroy reality." "That's pretty good." Klein silently muttered to himself as he thought and said, after some thought, he said, "Then I'll have to make the necessary preparations." "All right," Ariana replied calmly. She actually didn't ask me what preparations I need to make. I'm already prepared to say that I have to at least change my clothes. As Klein lampooned himself, he looked down at his blue and white checkered pajamas. His left glove quickly turned transparent as he vanished from his spot. Inside Mager Manor, Klein's figure flashed out. Maintaining his German sparrow appearance, he quickly changed his clothes and put on his top hat. Right on the heels of that, he took out a piece of paper and wrote with his finger. A scarlet flame spewed out from his fingertip, leaving charred marks on the paper without igniting the item. The charred marks were like patterns as they quickly formed a complicated symbol, a mixture of the symbol of prying and concealment. With the completion of the symbol, the full-body mirror in the room suddenly turned dark as aqueous ripples appeared. Silver lines appeared, forming words one after another. "Great Master, your loyal and strong servant, Arodes, is here to answer your summons. Do you have something to ask me?" "Yes." Klein nodded and looked out the window. "What demigod-level powers and which powerful sealed artifact does Kona's Kilgore possess?" This was the general information he had previously obtained. After confirming that Kona's Kilgore was the target, he had done the corresponding research. Now he wished to gain a deeper understanding so that he could make more targeted preparations. On the full-body mirror's surface, the silver words twisted and squirmed, quickly forming new words. "Great Master, Kona's Kilgore is an Earl of the Fallen. In order to conceal his strength, the sealed artifact he wields belongs to the lawyer pathway, but it has some characteristics of the arbiter pathway mixed in. It's called Concerto of Light and Shadow." Chapter 1051. On the full-body mirror, the silver text seemed to have a life of its own. Line by line, they vanished and reassembled. Concerto of Light and Shadow is a pocket watch. It can prohibit certain actions within a certain range, and it can also deprive the target of certain beyonder powers. However, the restrictions caused by the two combined don't exceed 2. Concerto of Light and Shadow can also bestow certain negative states onto the target, making them slack off, be greedy, lose their fighting spirit, or focus all their attention on money. Apart from these, the wielder of this sealed artifact can also distort the target's words, actions, intentions, and attack effects. It can turn a fatal wound into a serious injury, an attack into a pushback, an advance into a retreat, and an escape into a charge. The negative effects of Concerto of Light and Shadow are rather serious. Among them, the main point is that once the wielder enters a combat state, all the Beyonder effects that appear within a certain range will undergo intermittent and random mutations. It doesn't differentiate between friend and foe, making it difficult to control and unpredictable. In other words, Lightning Strike can still create a bolt of lightning, or it can splash the target with cold water. It can also summon an unknown spirit world creature. Due to this reason, Kona's Kilgore deliberately gathered a mystical item that allows him to be lucky at critical moments, hoping that the random effects that appear intermittently will be more beneficial to him. It does have a certain effect, but it's not that great. Kona's Kilgore also has a special pistol. It's a mutation from a particular evil god's sacrificial incident. It's called Rever's Scream of Despair. It can be fired without the need for bullets. Every shot is extremely powerful. It can constantly fire rapidly, like a miniaturized machine gun. The target it hits will also suffer Rever's roar of despair before his death. They will experience different states of pain, dizziness, and confusion. The biggest problem with this pistol is that its wielder will also hear the roar of despair, just less frequently. As an Earl of the Fallen, there's no doubt that Kona's Kilgore has a qualitative change of distortion and unreasonable bestow. In addition, he can utilize the rules, magnify effects, and chaos order. Use can allow a certain state to be maintained for a longer period of time or end earlier, allowing the rules to be more beneficial to oneself. For example, after he jumps into the air, he can prolong the state of being off the ground, achieving the effect of floating. The effect of magnification is to enhance the effects or influence of certain actions. It can turn an ordinary strike into an execution, and it can turn an air hug from a certain distance into a restraint. Chaos, on the other hand, affects the structure, scale, and accuracy of attacks. It can cause a seemingly massive building to collapse, reduce a distance that is clearly far to a few steps, and cause an attack that is aimed at you to deviate to one side. Through magnification, utilization, and distortion, Beyonders of the lawyer pathway can, to a certain extent, do things that only the arbiter pathway can do. Of course, the low and mid-sequence Beyonder powers of the lawyer pathway, such as bribery, are also possessed by an Earl of the Fallen. Furthermore, they are stronger. Great Master, I have finished answering. Is it okay? Your answer makes me feel like you're reading an instruction manual. You're definitely gathering information in the spirit realm bit by bit. Also, you're asking for praise for something like this? Klein cursed silently and nodded slightly. Not bad. After answering Rhodes's question, he quickly entered the zone and analyzed the demigod powers of Kona's Kilgore and the characteristics of the powerful sealed artifact. The Earl of the Fallen is indeed a sequence for a demigod existence. He has undergone a qualitative change in every aspect, be it bestowal, distortion, exploitation, or magnification. They aren't easy to deal with. If I'm not careful, I'll suffer. As for chaos, it's not that terrifying. It's basically a certain enhancement of the powers of a sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion. Concerto of Light and Shadow does indeed have the characteristics of the arbiter domain, and what's most vexing about it is the negative effect. To a Beyonder of the seer pathway, their combat style definitely leans towards preparation, precision, and control. Once they start fighting, they'll definitely have one attack after another, one set after another. During this process, if there's a random deviation from time to time, the entire plan can easily be messed up and fail to be realized. This is very dangerous. As he thought about it, Klein realized that the main problem was with the sealed artifact known as Concerto of Light and Shadow. As a Beyonder who liked to set traps for his enemies, Klein didn't wish to put in so much effort and finally land himself in an extremely dangerous situation. He didn't wish to use the Fate Siphon charm to switch fates with his target to reverse the situation and finish off his opponent in one fell swoop, only to realize that the life-saving and victorious item had only summoned a rabbit. Or perhaps it might even turn into fireworks to celebrate the user's sudden death. Kona's Kilgore can use an item that increases his luck to reduce the effects, but I can't do so. Luck or misfortune that isn't at the level of an angel won't affect me at all. However, I have Winner and Noonie as my marionette. Klein pondered and raised a second question to Rhodes. How do I avoid the intermittent random anomalies of the sealed artifact? In the dark mirror, silver words shot out from the ripples, forming a new sentence. There's no need to avoid it. All I need to do is make Kona's Kilgore become unlucky. In this aspect, the demigods of the Evernight pathway are experts. That makes sense. According to the theory of relativity, as long as Kona's Kilgore is more unlucky than me, I'll be the lucky one. Ariana also said that she would provide the necessary support to her before creating Concealment World. Secretly giving Kona's Kilgore bad luck should be very easy and simple. Klein suddenly nodded and said, "Very good. That's all for today. If there's anything in the future, I'll summon you again." "Yes, Master." "No problem, Master." "Goodbye, Master." On the full-body mirror surface, a simple drawing of waving appeared immediately after the silver words. Seeing the mirror instantly return to normal, Klein retracted his gaze and quickly simulated the battle that was about to happen. Gradually, he had a certain train of thought. He grasped the inspiration that flashed through his mind and began to refine it further. After coming up with a few contingency plans, Klein walked to the balcony and faced the garden in the night. He whispered, "Can you make Kona's Kilgore fall into bad luck before the battle?" After a short period of silence, a calm and ordinary female voice rang in his ears. "Yes, then I have no problems," Klein immediately replied. His surroundings quickly returned to silence. As the cold autumn wind blew, Klein expressionlessly stared at the manor at night for a few seconds. Then he pressed down on his silk top hat, tugged at the human-skin glove on his left hand, and took out Death Knell from under his armpit. Right on the heels of that, he swiped his thumb diagonally, making the iron-black revolver's revolver move. As the night deepened, the crimson moon occasionally pierced through the clouds. Mager Manor was completely asleep in such an environment. At this moment, a figure stealthily walked over from the south bank of the Tussock River, taking 2 to 3 steps to return to his room. He was none other than MI9's deputy director, Kona's Kilgore, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. This demigod, who had the appearance of a tough man, surveyed the area and didn't discover anything abnormal. He smiled and walked to the tiny bar counter in the guest room. He took out a glass and picked up a bottle of red wine produced by Mager, preparing to pour himself a thin layer to celebrate this beautiful night. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he abruptly looked up. He then saw a few grayish-white chimneys on the opposite roof suddenly be enveloped by shadows as they were dyed the color of ink. To the side of these chimneys was one of the signature steeples of Mager Manor's main house. It had also turned dark, and a bright red moon was silently hanging behind the top of the steeple. The clouds and stars in the sky had already vanished. Apart from the gigantic crimson moon, there was only the pitch-black night. Under the night sky, the flowers and trees were clearly right in front of him, but they lacked vitality. They were dim and hazy, as though they were very far away. Black and red, shadows and buildings, silence and plants, all of them appeared in Kona's Kilgore's eyes in a strange manner. This, as the demigod's pupils dilated slightly, he didn't hesitate to respond. He reached his left hand into his pocket and reached his right palm under his armpit, taking out 2 items. Among them, He held a strange pistol in his right hand. It was gray in color and a few times larger than an ordinary revolver. It looked like a sledgehammer that only existed in ancient warfare. The unusual thing about this pistol was that it had a total of 6 barrels, each of which was rather thick and deep. Its cylinder was inlaid with more than 10 ugly rivets, giving it a kind of rough beauty. Konez Kilgore held a metal pocket watch in his left hand. On its dial, half of it was neatly arranged with all sorts of symbols arranged in chronological order. The other half was chaotic and messy, even invading the area opposite it. And the two seemed to be connected to a mechanical core that couldn't be seen directly. It had a more complicated and dizzying structure. Almost at the same time, a figure appeared from the gigantic crimson moon outside the window, gliding over at an extremely fast speed. He grew bigger and clearer. He was a young man with black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were chiseled and his lines were cold. This young man wore a silk top hat and a black trench coat. He held a unique revolver in one hand, and his other hand was covered in transparent human skin. Under the bright light, it was as though he was carrying the gigantic crimson moon on his back. "German Sparrow,"